Agriculture is the backbone of Africa's economy, whether it's cocoa export in West Africa or the wonderful coffee in East Africa. Talk about the citrus in South Africa. It continues all to contribute to Africa's GDP. In fact, the latest numbers from the World Economic Forum puts it at about 35%. It also employs about 50% of our population. But are we really harnessing the potential we have? We have the fertile soils, we have the weather. You cannot find it elsewhere. Yet other people think that we're not doing enough. On the show today, I am privileged to be having someone I call a friend, Adesua Ifedi. Adesua Ifedi is the Senior Vice President of Heifer Africa. Ade, welcome to the Heart. So honored to have you. Look, Ade, let's talk about agriculture.
The backbone of Africa.
Listen, we have been taught about this in school. What is the backbone of Uganda? Agriculture. What's the backbone of Africa? Agriculture. We've literally grown up with this. But is it really the backbone of Africa? Let's start there.
Well, I think when you consider the fact that even during COVID, you could not fly anywhere, you could not get a lot of things done, but there's one thing you needed to do, no matter what. What was that thing?
To eat.
You had to eat. And that, for me, I feel, for those who didn't even think it was the backbone of the US or the backbone of, it became the backbone because you would always have to eat. Africa has the world's largest arable land, fertile for agriculture today. So Africa is not just the backbone of, agriculture is not the backbone of Africa, it's the backbone of the world. But Africa is the backbone of the world's agriculture. Because the future of how we will feed is dependent on this continent. The challenge is that, are we going to harness this potential? Today, Africa's yield per hectare is lower than everywhere else in the world. We have the lowest yield per hectare. So how does
what explains that when we have everything?
So my point is, it's okay to have the largest arable land, but if you are the most unproductive agricultural sector in the world, then it doesn't even make mathematical sense for you to be feeding everybody because your productivity, the cost of going to that scale doesn't make sense.
Maybe let's talk about that. Let's start there. What is it that we are not doing right?
Number one, you've seen that instrument when you go to the farm, right? The one that has the wood and the metal in front of it, right? That's the whole. That's one of the problems you have. We are labor intensive when it comes to agriculture. It is still a back-breaking occupation. It is still largely dependent on smallholder farmers, mostly women, who have to crowd in their children and youth to put food on our tables. 70% to 80% of the food we eat in this continent is still being grown by these smallholder farmers, owning small plots of land, not able to mechanize or able to maximize the productivity. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, we have some of the lowest soil quality, and our soil quality around where we are farming currently continues to degrade. The reason is because we have not been able to have the knowledge to integrate effective soil testing to support farmers that have cultivated on their land over the years. Fertilizers have been introduced to our continent, but fertilizers are being applied without even a proper knowledge, not even just about the fact that it has its challenges in terms of its impact on the environment, but even when it's now misused, the understanding of how it should be applied and the damage it causes to the soil is very limited in the continent. So you see, we have all of these very interesting dynamics working against us when it comes to improving our food yield.
Listen, Adi, when you were speaking, my mind went back to my village. I mean, at a village setting, you've talked about 80% of the food that we consume is from smallholder farmers. And I'm going back to my village where my parents had like maybe half an acre, and we grew matoke year in, year out. There's no at any one point that we've tested the soils. We just keep growing. And then sometimes my grandmother would listen to the neighbor saying, oh, this particular, fertilizer works very well. Let's go to the market
that's
and
the
buy
test.
it.
The test is it works very well.
Yeah, and then it's, that peer-to-peer. And then, And somehow the soils do not produce what you expect them to produce. How important is it to understand these little things to the smallholder farmers down in the villages who produce this food that finds itself in the market in the urban places?
So I will say what has kept the farmers is that we do have an age-long tradition that has helped us to a large extent to maintain some of the quality, right, in our soil, but they're not scalable. And over the years, year in, year out, local wisdom and knowledge is what is being leaned on, and referrals in terms of how we try to even improve our soil. Soil testing has not also gotten to the point where in the continent we are really thinking about that at scale. But it is one of the biggest challenges, right, to our productivity. One is low mechanization, penetration. The other is also low soil quality in the continent. Even if we can't solve all the other challenges we have, of course, there's irrigation, there's dependence on one season. Yeah. Those are things we talk about as well. But there is also these other issues that you could significantly increase productivity if you mechanize, because one, you get to plant quickly, you get to plant more of the land. You notice that not all farmers use all the land they have.
Yeah.
Because before the rainy season comes, you're not able to even plow and do enough for clear and prepare as much land. Yeah. So simple issues like that, plus the quality of the soil. And you're right, when we think about the aging smallholder farmer community that we have, and young people not wanting to be in agriculture in the continent, we have an interesting dilemma. Huge opportunity, but an interesting dilemma.
Yeah, I love how you've started it. So firstly, you talked about how do we grow our productivity, and you talk about the problem, which is, the rudimentary of doing things using the hoe, and you're calling about mechanization. You've talked about improving our soil fertility. You've talked about also the old people are dying. The young people who are supposed to take over from the farms are actually selling the land and going back to town. So let's just move step by step. Mechanization. How important is it for governments across Africa to focus on mechanization so that it's accessible? You'll find that
the key word is it's accessible.
Yeah.
And I think private sector have worked on the fringes of mechanization because it has not been commercially viable for a private sector tractor owner to go to your village, plow the 1 or 2 plots of land and come back, right? He needs to focus on mechanized farming and bigger farms. So he's focusing on the 20-30% of those planting. Yeah. And no one is serving the 70% that's feeding us. So the biggest thing we've seen in the sector is that the work we do at Heifer, supporting agtech innovators, trying to find people who are cracking that problem, is that when you can crowd in demand from farmers, you can make it commercially viable for tractors to go there to plow.
Correct.
Also, government has also tried to solve this problem by bringing in tractors and laying the tractors to co-ops and other places. If that tractor is not being used and is not delivering commercial returns, in a matter of months, if you're lucky years, it's going to be packed up.
Correct.
So what we've seen work for tractorization is that it has to be a commercially viable model. Ownership has to be as close to the farmers as possible. And you also have to think of the ecosystem of managing it. So our project that we partnered with a tractor innovator, Hello Tractor, to do involved the entrepreneurs thinking about how to finance youth at the last mile so that they can own tractors. And Heifer had to put, a bet on this idea and bring out the first grant investment to catalyze that pay-as-you-go for youths who do not have traditional financial records. Yeah. The results has been great. But the other thing is also, now you put the tractor in your village. Do you have a mechanic shop that knows how to repair that specific tractor?
When it's a problem, they'll
Do you have a trained driver that can operate it in such a way that he doesn't get the tractor broken down? So we realized that we also had to invest in supporting ecosystem to develop. And with the innovator and other partners that have come on board, building centers closer to those communities where you are training drivers and you are bringing best practices, you are training mechanics, but you are also making sure that the supply of spare parts are available. So you see, that is why Africa has the lowest penetration of tractors, because this is not a problem that can be solved by placing the tractors or donating it to the cooperatives or just buying 50 fleets of tractors and feel that you've solved it. It has the ecosystem disadvantage. It's a whole network of services that supports that tractorization.
Correct.
But once you solve that, you begin to see other opportunities opening for you to solve more things.
Yeah.
We cannot get past the challenge of our food potential without integrating young people and technology. Those are the game changers. So if Africa will ever live up to the reputation of the backbone, or agriculture as our backbone, we have to leverage technology and use youth, because they are the entrepreneurs who we have seen have been jobless for so long, who can now find new opportunities in an emerging market and in this industry of agriculture.
And you've talked about youth. See, we have a problem within East Africa as a region. Maybe it also affects the rest of Africa. Our fathers had chunks of land. They give this land to us, or we inherit it. What we have done is sell this land to go and buy a matatu or a taxi or a boda to go to town because we think it doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
And so we are selling what our father preserved to put food on our table to come in the urban centers, because there was a general feeling that it's not doing it for me.
But let's assume that every human being is extremely intelligent and capable of making rational decisions. Anyone selling their land right now to buy the boda has looked at their situation and concluded that this land in front of me is not going to yield what I need right now, and I have to deal with my issues. So these are real situations in the villages. Rural-urban migration is real. And to fix it, we have to ensure that there is business that is sustainable and jobs, that can sustain and inspire young people in the communities. These jobs, if they are technology enabled, okay, let's say you still have the land. I don't think that most young people actually want to take the hoe to go and start plowing the land. However, they may want to buy the tractor and lease it to the person who has the land, and then become a tractor owner providing a tractor service. They may be interested in becoming one of those digital extension service workers who are using technology to crowd in knowledge with AI and provide services onwards to the farmers.
Correct.
So they are. And this extension service is one of the biggest challenges, by the way, we've not talked about in agriculture, because farmers will continuously need support for soil testing, support for them to get the right quality seed, support for them to be able to get vet services to their livestock. A lot of other support provided by extension service workers, new training in new agronomy practices. Young Africans today are beginning to digitize and commercialize extension services in such a way that other youths can plug in. So I don't think that we always used to think that access to land ownership will continue to limit young people from entering agriculture. But the question is, where do they want to be in agriculture? Do they want to be at the farm level or across the value chain? So land is no longer a barrier, because young people are going in there. If I don't have land, fine, but I know you're not productive, and I know that you need soil testing, then I become a soil tester, right? I don't have land, fine, but I know you need tractors, and I can actually get a loan or become a driver, then I go do that. So there are other roles that young people can play today as we resolve from using the right kind of policies to resolve land ownership issues. But I don't think that land ownership issues can hold us back. And I find it very frustrating when we consistently assume land ownership as the continuous major barrier. It is, but I think that I have seen enough young people who have evolved beyond just land ownership and working at a farm to think of creative ways to address bottlenecks across the value chain. And there's opportunity there.
Great opportunities. You talked about access to quality seed. There's lots of research by young people to improve our seed which is resilient to our climate so that we can increase our productivity.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've come across that.
Oh, yes. I think there's a lot of young Africans are doing a lot of dynamic things.
Yeah.
In the last 5 years, it will blow your mind to know how many young ag-tech innovators entered into that space in the last 5 years. It will blow your mind. Between COVID and now, COVID was a gift. Young Africans are not only looking at how to improve the seed variety, they are looking at how to solve every single challenge that we were all scratching our heads about around agriculture. I met a young person whose business was actually how to reintroduce microbes into the soil, because microbes is how the different things that are within the soil that makes the soil, rich, are created naturally. Fertilizers are applied when the natural soil's capacity to have those things are no longer there. So if you actually want to ensure that you are very organic in how you are thinking about regenerative agriculture, focusing on microbes actually is it. And I've met young people who are now creating farms where they are nurturing bacteria and they are growing them for introduction into the soil. You see,
Wow,
the
that's
youth
nice.
in Africa will blow your mind if you let them know that there's an incentive to solve the agriculture problem. Once they know there's an incentive to solve the agriculture problem, oh my God. Heifer is in Uganda because we are launching the 4th edition of our Ayute Next Gen. We're on this journey because of the kind of mind-blowing ideas we've seen. And I love the smile on your face because it tells you that whilst the challenge is huge, the opportunity lies in the wisdom, it lies in the ingenuity, it lies in the passion of African youth. It also lies in their frustration, lies in the fact that there are no jobs anywhere else, lies in the fact that other industries have locked them out. So you see, agriculture now becomes that green field for young Africans to play.
And they are starting, like you said, if there is an incentive and they have to solve this problem, they become crazy about it. And you have seen amazing innovations.
Oh
You've
my
met
God.
so many of these people.
Yeah.
But one of Africa's biggest problems is during the harvest season, we harvest too much. The cost goes significantly down, and sometimes we produce perishables. And you find a region like Western Uganda here that produces a lot of milk. We can only take so much. We've not added value to it. A pineapple here during the harvest season goes for about 500 shillings. Ugandan, that's less than 50 cents. And we're trying to wrap our minds around what can we do to improve, add value. And young people are innovating, aren't they?
Oh, they're not only innovating, they're disrupting. Because sometimes when you think this is the challenge, you have to step back to ask many questions that leads up to that point of where the challenge is. We don't have enough companies who are ready to offtake from these farmers at that period. And so even if the farmers wish to sell at harvest, the demand, right, to take it off them isn't there. How many people are producing and selling packaged pineapple juice so that you don't have to only consume the pineapple when it's fresh, but they actually have huge, industries so that they can package the pineapples, right? How many local tomato processing do we have in this continent where we consume tomatoes, I believe, maybe more than everywhere else in the world? In my country, Nigeria, every Nigerian must take at least 3 or 4 times a week a stew-based soup. That is how tomatoes are important to us. Ask me how many tomato processing plants we have in Nigeria. So this is where the challenge is. You're coming close to the problem. The farmers are losing at harvest because what we eat, we do not have the infrastructure to support us to preserve, process, and sell. However, when you go to the supermarkets, I'm sure you are inundated with lots of choices in terms of tomato puree.
Oh my God.
I don't think you run out of
most of them are
options.
from out of Africa.
Well, I didn't want to be the one to say that, but I just let you know that whilst your tomatoes are perishing in the villages, you can always waltz to the supermarket and buy tinned tomatoes? Isn't it canned tomatoes? Why are we not canning those tomatoes that are getting wasted in the villages? Why are we not investing in looking at the value chain of, so we're talking about increasing productivity. And I like the fact that you're saying food is wasting at harvest. Yeah. How do we increase productivity? If it is an end-to-end transformation that has to happen in the continent around the food. We have to really re-engineer our food systems. Wow. We have to bring investments that ensure that, and these are profitable investments, right? You can, the only challenge I feel we have is we need to decide if we really want to feed ourselves. I think we have to decide if we want to feed ourselves.
I mean, you're absolutely right. You know, I'm listening to you and so many things are going in my mind. You talked about how many factories process tomatoes, how many factories process
pineapples,
pawpaws, and yet we're
I ask you, how many cold storage vans do you have moving from your farming communities to the cities?
But Adi, the question that just comes to me is, we know we need this thing. So what is the problem?
I think the problem is the entrepreneur. Not the problem. The missing piece is the incentive for someone to innovate in that space and create a business. That's the missing piece. Once you incentivize African youths to go and innovate in that space and plug out that gap, this continent will transform. It will shock you why we're not able to innovate across the agricultural value chain, solving those problems and creating business. We don't have financing. The agricultural sector receives the lowest share of financing in the world, and in Africa it is worse.
That again so that it's
the agricultural sector receives the lowest investment in financing because it's deemed risky. Ag tech innovators are just beginning to try to change the mind of the world because no one wants to touch agriculture. So now we're saying that we need innovators who will create great businesses, but they need to be funded. But if you're in agriculture, then no one wants to touch you because you are in a risky sector. And once we say agriculture is risky, then we will continue to not have those businesses that are the connectors between what is perishing, cold storage, cold transportation chains, processing. Look, we have food in our hands. They are getting rotted at the farm gate. It's an opportunity, but we're importing food instead. So maybe I would ask again, do we really want to feed ourselves in this continent? And what are we going to do about this perception? One, there's a perception that Africa, is a risky place to innovate. There's a perception that agriculture is a riskier sector to invest in. And so how are we going to attract the funding that we need? And how are we going to change the narrative, right? Forget that when it comes to infrastructure, we have the weakest infrastructure at the last mile where farmers are producing. When it comes to roads, when it comes to access to telecommunication, when it comes to access to digital innovation, then when it comes to available data, because sometimes we don't think about how important data coming from agriculture is to enable us to make informed decisions. Agriculture in other parts of the world is so sophisticated that there is enough data for you to make enough decisions to be able to provide certain services that supports the agricultural value chains, the different crops. You are able to aggregate data and be able to make effective predictions that can support farmers.
And therefore you can take this to the bank and say, based on this and my output, I'm able to raise this and therefore give me $1 million to invest in.
And even if we can for example, our farmers are doing a lot, but the data of what they're doing through their cooperatives is not digitized in a way that the financial institutions can consider those investments bankable, right? Just aggregating data of farmers' transactions and allowing that to create visibility and insight is key. Farmers work in seasons. Most people don't understand the cycle of agricultural crops, right? It's been a sector that people have avoided, so there's not enough visibility. But once we gather data can create credible visibility about what's happening. I'm also very passionate about that aspect of creating enough data, because data can discriminate. Mm-hmm. I give example and say, you can get a text message that says, oh, we are going to give you a loan. Congratulations. You can come and get a loan of ABC. Did you apply? No. But someone has your data and they've assumed that you're credit worthy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who is going to call a farmer tomorrow to say, even though, but in his community where he is, he's getting credit. Why is he getting credit? They know that he's credit worthy. Yeah. They see his volumes. They know what he harvests every year. They know how he sells that. They know that he's going to harvest again the next season. How do you digitize that data? How can you make that farmer visible so that the farmer is not in this black hole and consistently being asked to bring his land bring title, his relations, bring his uncle, bring his children before he can access funding? So I think that data discriminates also, and there are lots of young entrepreneurs today in Africa who are trying to gather data to change that story. Wow. They are gathering data to support precision agriculture, gathering data to provide access to finance to farmers. They are financing farmers with alternative credit scoring methodology, and they are beginning to provide enough information for bankers to change their mind about the sector. Wow. But these young people need to be encouraged. We need to incentivize because the potential is there. The ideas to solve the problem are there. The investment is what we are looking for. Who's going to invest in these businesses, right? Yeah. And so I think the biggest problem facing us right now is the perception that these kinds of innovators are not investable, and changing that to support more investment to go into innovative ideas in the agricultural sector.
Ade, you're giving me hope. Hope that if we harness the potential that young innovators on the continent have and dare them to dream and support their dreams, we could get somewhere in the next couple of years. And, as you're talking, my mind really went to the Africa continental free trade area. There's conversation on the African continent of having a one market. That's about 1.7 billion people, and how we can do intra-Africa trade, and with the investment in tech and agriculture, that we can be able to easily export our matoke to Nigeria. We can export our milk to Nigeria through a single market. Are you excited about that?
I'm struggling to decide what to say in response to this, right? I'm supposed to be excited, at least as an economist. I should say this is a very great idea. But I just reflect on my last, 20 years doing this work in development sector, and how there are consistently recurring ambition we set for ourselves, and then we keep talking about them over and over again. I feel we sometimes start at the challenge from the top, not from where we should start from. It would be wonderful to export food to wherever we want to export it to, but should we start by feeding ourselves first? Africa is the largest importer of food in the world. We are import dependent on food in our continent.
Isn't that a shame?
We are exporting what we don't eat and importing what we eat. During COVID, that is when a lot of people knew how dependent we were on Ukraine for grain. Before COVID, we thought that we were raising animals and the animals were local, right? When we found out that our livestock is dependent on feed that is imported, and I ask you, is the livestock itself actually not imported? Because what it feeds on is imported. So I love those grandiose ideas. They cost a lot of money to, actualize. Whereas I feel that it will probably cost the continent less to focus on feeding ourselves. I do not know if there are political parameters hindering us from actually embracing real strategies to feed ourselves. But I would say that embracing innovators who are working with farmers might be a low barrier to entry, right? Let's not think about feeding ourselves as a massive idea first. Let's just talk about, can we increase tractor penetration? Access to tractor would increase yield by almost 5x for a single farmer. one farmer increases productivity. We're almost there, right?
Yeah.
Access to soil testing helps to at least boost productivity
Production, yeah.
from the same hectare of land that you have been farming. We're getting there. So we don't even have to have this big Africa feed itself policy or process. Let's just ask innovators to go and work with smallholder farmers, address those problems at the last mile, and we will begin to watch Africa start to get to feed itself.
Yeah.
So I do think that there are simple problems we can solve, and there are massive, beautiful ideas we could also have. Let's just not lose sight of those small problems like making investment available. These young people are not asking for, handouts. They're asking for investments that can over time deliver effective returns. They're asking for the best way to put our money as a continent. I do think we have to start taking our innovators in the agriculture sector more seriously.
I love what you're saying, but is there supporting policy for what you're saying?
So that's what I'm saying.
Which is,
as we have these other very important policies that we are setting up around the free trade zone, can we also start setting up policies as well can support innovators who are trying to improve the effectiveness of our agriculture, supporting smallholder farmers to improve yield, to start addressing those problems on the ground? Can we also focus on those policies as well? I do know that a number of countries are doing that. I also do know that as a continent, this is now beginning to become an agenda that is getting the attention of the continent. I think that we need to pay more attention to what is emerging with technology and youth engagement in agriculture. I think we can no longer have a tokenistic approach to assuming we are supporting the youth by doing that. We have to understand that they are the game changers of our continent. They are the game changers with economic indicators, game changers with issues around hunger, poverty, rural development, transformation, investment, job creation. We're holding all of that potential in our hands when we talk about youth and technology in agriculture. So I think it's a very big agenda. I know that some countries are looking at it, but I think we're still scratching the surface.
Yeah. Everything, I'm taking in as much as you're saying, and I love what you're saying. My question is, why aren't we doing it? Why young people are there? I mean, they've come up with these great ideas. They just need startup capital. They just need start me up and see what I can do.
I think there are very simple reasons. It's not complex, right? So if I ask you how well do you use AI right now, right? You may say, oh, I use it a bit. If I ask a Gen Z, how well do you use AI? Right? He probably wakes up and goes to sleep using AI every day, right?
Yeah.
There is also our own unconscious bias with technology. And most of us have now, in our generation, got into places of decision making in financial institutions, in policies, and etc. We have made our lack of connection to even understand how technology can change things a barrier to the development of the continent. We use yesterday's lens to sort of move the continent forward for tomorrow. We can't.
I'll clap for you.
If you put a young person at a seat of a table, the way they would decipher the solution to a problem would be very different from what we did in 1970, 1980, or 2010. But we are not making room for new ideas to transform our continent in this space of, and it's not just in policy, even in financial sector. I was a former banker, so I'm happy to talk about the financial sector. The financial sector is still holding criteria they held when I worked there in 1996, 1997. The criteria for you to work with a bank has only barely changed a bit. So how are we going to be able to even embrace innovation? So I think that there's a huge mindset shift.
Yeah.
It's not even complex. It's actually a huge mindset shift of those in places of power who have the influence and the capacity to shift policies, make funding available, create an enabling environment to support this to grow. I hope we can finally put to rest this mental model of a lazy African youth who we are just trying to help when we talk about youth integration into agriculture. I hope we can lay that mental picture to rest. The people who will deliver this continent into the next 30 years are our young people. They understand technology. Africans are one of the world's fastest adopters of technology. Recently, a report was released that said that 3 countries in Africa are now emerging as the countries that are the fastest growing in terms of creating unicorns in technology. 3 countries in Africa. And Uganda is one of them, Nigeria is one of them, Lagos, the city of Lagos and Kampala. So if we are already, and I'm sure it's not people like you or I that are leading that technology revolution, right? So I do think that we have to put to rest some of our bias about youth, the tokenistic approach we use to engage young people. We have to begin to understand that they hold the key to our continent's transformation, and we have to give them the table and the seat that they have deserved for a very long time.
And I hear you. Like, I can't agree more with you. See, I'll tell you a very short story. So I have my lecturers. They're quite old, doing my PhD. So one of the lecturers comes and says, if I see you using AI anywhere, in my assignment or anywhere. And so we had this heated debate of AI is here. It needs to be looked at as aiding education rather than you pushing back against it, because during your time you used to study this way. Things have changed now, and therefore you can't fight it anymore. It is here. How do we leverage it to better education? So, I mean, when you were saying that, I just remembered, what the discussion we had back at the university. But where do we go from
Our
here?
mindsets.
Mindset change, but also giving the young people a seat on the table.
I was going to say,
Very
Rome is not built in a day. So I don't expect all of us to love, embrace, or put away our bias on either AI or any other form of technology. But we should just step out of the way of people who understand how to use it. We should create the right enabling environment, the right policies, ethical governance processes, partner with them, not doing it against them, but doing it with them, right? So that we can enable what we have in our continent to grow. We have the world's fastest growing youth population. In the next 50 years, Africa will have the world's largest workforce. We are sitting on a gold mine, but we are pursuing after everything else outside our continent, not what is inside it. So I think that the blind spot is so huge for us as a continent. And if you go to a conference, we'll talk about youth, 5 seconds, 1 youth, 10 non-youths, and then the 4 youths represents all youths, right? We need to really embrace the potential of our future.
Yeah, and bring them to the decision-making tables. I mean, look at, for example, the structure of our ministries of agriculture. The people who sit on the commissions, the people who sit. I mean, this is not to say that, undermine everything, but you'll find that they're very senior people, 80 years, 70 years. By the time they really catch up with this latest innovation, they may just, look, that's Gen Zs,
And there's wisdom in age, and there is the capacity for that wisdom, age, experience to also bring in a lot of foresight and can even support young innovators from entering into pitfalls, right? So this is a collaboration.
Yeah.
We're not asking someone to leave the seat for another person. We're asking to bring them into the room so that everyone can leverage on their strengths, because the strength they bring is really transformative for us as a continent. So I think that when you talk about the ministries of agriculture, when you talk about education, every aspect of how we thought, the way we thought about the world has so evolved.
Yeah.
And we just have to understand that that's what the world is changing faster than we can imagine. In the last 5 years, the amount of transformation that has happened across the world as we know it is mind-blowing. Innovation is moving at breakneck speed. We cannot hold it back. But let me say something positive. We're getting there. I see our government strongly shifting. I see policymakers leaning in very carefully. I see a few financial sector shifts. I think more needs to happen there. But I think that Africa is turning the corner. I also embrace the challenges we faced lately as a continent, including the grant support that will no longer be coming to the continent, because it's forcing us to step back and reflect and think hard. So I do believe that there's a lot of hope. I see a lot of shift and changes, a lot of more openness for collaboration, across sectors, private sector and government.
Yeah.
And I do believe that the time is right for better conversations in this continent.
Yeah, last one from me, Ade, before we conclude this interview, is talk about the very thing you touched on last. How important is public-private partnerships in advancing agriculture on the continent?
I don't know if I would. This is my feeling. Public-private partnerships were highly important for us as we emerged from the late 90s, early 2000s into 2010, 2015. I would just have to say that we need partnerships from government, but we don't need them in the partnership to execute any business whatsoever in this continent going forward if we want to be successful. Policymakers should step back and make policies. They should engage in creating enabling environments. They should understand that the best thing that they could ever do is position the private sector to lead transformation. When we were just coming from that stage where everything was run by government, we needed to say PPP. So all of us are standing beside each other, holding the thing together. We don't need to hold anything together anymore. Let's just let go. Let's just understand that there are different roles and responsibilities. Government roles, policy, enabling environments, say out completely of business. Let the businesses now come in and allow the market dynamics to enable those businesses to do what they need to do. When we started years back to integrate telecoms and all of that, it made sense for the government to be part of those processes, but also to provide subsidies in certain areas, right? To allow certain businesses to really thrive, right? Right now, what government needs to do is to allow market forces and competition and true demand to be what drives enterprises and allows them to thrive. Stepping back completely and becoming experts in learning and re-evolving policies and ensuring compliance and ensuring that the enabling environment is there is critical. And that's a very important role for government to play. So I am sorry that I am moving away from the conversations around PPP, because I think we said it so long ago. Things have to evolve. Right now, there is the policy makers making great policies, but being in the room to hear and understand what the business and innovators are thinking about, and then holding their place of policy and governance and allowing businesses to do what they do best.
Wow. As we close the interview, where do we go from here?
I think we're in a great place. I see a lot of deep thinking happening in the continent. I've been very proud of the information I see coming out of government in the continent in the last 1 year plus. I'm seeing a much more confident continent that believes that it has the capacity to grow and get to its full potential. So I think we're already going. That's what I believe. I do think we must integrate our youth. We must enable them to bring in technology, and we must bring Africa back to the place we believe we are at in our agriculture. The agriculture is the backbone of our continent, but we can make it the backbone of the world as well.
Wow. Adesua Ifendi, Senior Vice President, Heifer Africa, thank you so much for speaking to us.
Thank you very much, Solomon. It was my pleasure.
You've given me hope.
Yes, I'm glad.
Hope that we are going there.
Yes, we are.
If we just tighten up a few things.
Yeah.
All right. I've been speaking to Adesua Ifendi, who is a Senior Vice President at Heifer Africa, discussing Africa's potential, especially in the agriculture sector, and the integration of young people and technology for us to get there. I'm Solomon Serwanja. Thanks for watching. This is The Hard Questions. working here. There have been several complaints about the rights of migrants. On this episode, I host Uganda's ambassador to Qatar, Dr. Stephen Chebrod, to discuss, among other issues, the welfare of Ugandans and how government is protecting the rights of the migrant workers in this country. Ambassador Stephen Chebrod, thank you so much for joining us on the show.
Thank you for having me.
Great. Ambassador, Ugandans living in Qatar, you sit from a privileged position where you know the people living in this country, the work that they do. Kindly share with my audience the situation of Ugandans in Qatar, or generally the Ugandan community in Qatar. Let's start there.
Let me first start by giving you an idea about Qatar. Qatar is a very peaceful country in the first place. Mm-hmm. And many Ugandans who have come to live here, I think they have enjoyed every aspect of their lives in Qatar. Mm-hmm. As you have said earlier on, we have around 26,000 Ugandans who are living here. We have very few incidences of any abuse, if any. Qatar itself has created a very good legal framework which protects the workers here in Qatar. Mm-hmm. So we Ugandans are very happy living in Qatar here.
Yeah.
And we are grateful as a country. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 26,000 is quite a number. I was told that number significantly grew from 8,000 over the last 2-3 years.
Yes.
But the different, I think let's start with the bilateral agreement that was signed between the government of Uganda and the government of Qatar recently. Tell us about the key highlights of that bilateral agreement.
Well, the bilateral labor agreement that we signed is actually a generic BLA for all countries, for people who are coming to work in Qatar. It is not specific for Uganda. So, but what that BLA seeks to do is to formalize the employment of Ugandans to come and work in Qatar, and also it has elements of protection of workers, of people who are going to work in Qatar, mm-hmm. and also promoting other skilled people also wish to work in Qatar, like doctors, nurses, and other high categories, not only domestic workers. Mm-hmm. Yes.
So, which is quite good because there have been challenges of people who have been working, saying some of them have been mistreated. We've heard of several stories in Kampala of girls coming back home who have been abused. We've seen with our eyes how women have died when they're coming back from the Gulf because of the dire situation that they are in. We have had horrific stories from the Ministry of Internal Affairs speaking about human trafficking and speaking about the mistreatment of workers in the Greater Gulf. What can you tell us about that?
Well, those mistreatments which happen in other GCC countries, they don't happen here in Qatar. The workers in Qatar are very peaceful. We receive very, very few incidences of any abuse, if any. So many of the workers who come here, they enjoy their jobs in the security sector, in the domestic sector, some are in the airport. Since I came here, maybe I saw only one incident, and we could not establish where the mistreatment came from, or it was an aspect of misbehavior on the part of the Ugandan or the other side. But Qatar has created a very good legal framework to protect workers here.
Okay, interesting. Yeah. Because it's interesting to hear that you've not had any cases.
No, I'm saying that there are very few cases that we've ever had. And really, for me as an ambassador here, I'm very happy with the legal framework that has been created to protect workers here in Qatar.
Okay, let's talk about the rights of migrant workers a little bit. So we have had instances where companies bring people here, and when they arrive here, they dissolve those companies and open up new companies. And the people who are registered on the previous companies are just taken up by the new companies. And therefore, there's no binding contract between them and the new company. And they end up being abused, not paid and overly worked. How has the embassy come up? And it has, it has come up very
I think,
significantly.
as you could have heard from the Ugandan diaspora here, that was basically an isolated incident. It is not that many companies do that. That was just one incident of one Ugandan who had that. Ugandans who had that issue, but not all of them. So, but many companies here are doing a fantastic job to protect Ugandans.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about the aspect of, which is disturbing, human trafficking. We have heard that there's a cartel of Ugandans who have mastered the game here, who bring in people from Uganda, promising them jobs, but when they get here, they actually do not give them jobs and they leave them and abandon them. How bad is the problem?
Well, I think it is a serious issue. We have identified the four companies, and these are led by Ugandans themselves who have lived in Qatar for a long time. We are taking up that matter with the Qatar government, and also we are bringing it to the attention of those individuals who are doing the trafficking. But we hope that we'll be able to stop, because what they do is that they get visas from Qatar government, and then they go home and they receive girls and they have jobs. But when they bring them here, they abandon them. But it's a matter which is being addressed between the embassy and the Qatar government. We will find a solution.
Yeah, because it's disheartening. I mean, you can imagine how many people have been brought through who have been trafficked here, and they end up with nowhere to turn to.
That's correct, yes. But it's a matter which is being addressed between the embassy and the Qatar government. Yeah.
We've also had cases where women and other workers have reported that when they get onto their jobs, they take their passports. They withdraw their passports from them, and therefore they cannot report, or they don't have an official travel document. Maybe you help us demystify that, because, Your Excellency, this has been an issue that has raised concern. I mean, when you're in a foreign country, the least thing that you want anyone to take away from you is your passport.
I think suffice to say that actually the Qatar government passed a law here where it is illegal for an employer to take the passport of the employee. So usually the fines are very high. So an employee who comes here and if the employer takes his or her passport, they usually report to the embassy and we get the passport back. But the penalties for holding somebody's passport is criminal here in Qatar. So we don't have incident. We have very few. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The other issue I think that came out very strongly, by the way, I need to mention that this interview is done off the sidelines of the Uganda Qatar Diaspora Conference, which is just happening. And by the time we filmed this interview, it was still on. Your Excellency, one of the issues that has come up very strongly are Ugandans who are arrested in Qatar. And averagely, I've heard that you have about 17 of Ugandans who have been arrested and they're in different prisons. What can you tell us about that?
Well, those who are arrested have incidences of sometimes drugs.
Drugs?
Yes. Some people come inadvertently without knowing what they are carrying. They are tricked into carrying drugs from home. These are mainly drugs which are prohibited in Qatar. These drugs are mainly the psychotropic drugs, which contain very high level of, let's say, there are drugs which they are not allowed to be under Schedule 4 of the United Nations, so they are not allowed to be brought here unless you have a prescription which is satisfied that you are usually going to use the drugs. So mainly psychotropic drugs which they bring here, which contain substances which are not allowed.
Okay. For the context of our audience, the Qatar government has a law that they have a list of medications that you're not supposed to bring into the country, except if you have prescription. Now, what happens is that you can't carry if you have severe pain. We have over-the-counter systems of, you just go to the pharmacy and buy medicine. You absolutely are not allowed to come into Qatar with that medicine, without that prescription. And if you're found guilty, you do 3 years in jail. Think about that, 3 years in jail. So the people who have been arrested, have you in any way supported them?
Yeah,
I mean, if you're arrested, honestly,
yes.
you need someone to come out and reach out for you.
Well, the embassy has that facility where we send officers to go and visit them in prisons. They talk to them. We engage them. We have officers like Paul here who goes to the prisons to visit them and to hear what exactly transpired. How did they get the drug? Because the main drugs that they bring in here, like tramadol, which are psychotropic drugs, which are very addictive, so they're not allowed to bring them here. But we do visit them. Yes. And some drugs called ice. So those are the major
But
drugs.
ice is not a drug. Ice is one of, it's in the grade of cocaine, heroin, marijuana.
Yes, those are very bad drugs. Yes.
I saw that here it's death or life imprisonment if you're found with.
Death. They hang you.
They hang you.
Yes. You had it yesterday.
It's very tough.
It's a very serious crime.
Yeah.
Yes.
And when we've had that, there are people who have reached out, you know, I mean, when you're in a foreign country, Your Excellency, one of the things that you need to know is the law governing that particular country. Many of these people come from Uganda. They don't know about these things. They don't know about the law. I know they say that the ignorance of a law is not defense, but they come here. How do you help them to navigate the culture shocks and the legal shocks for a new country? You know, for example, who would know that if you travel with tramadol, you are arrested? You don't know. How do you do sensitization for the community here to find themselves on the right side of the law?
Actually, the sensitization should normally be done in Uganda. But unfortunately, we don't have those facilities where we educate people about the psychotropic drugs. So we have, in the past, had the negotiations with the Qatar government to try to open up centers in Uganda together with other GCC countries where people go through a training.
Correct.
To tell them about the Schedule 4 drugs, because these drugs are published by United Nations. They are available on the website of United Nations, which drugs are prohibited, so which you should not come with. So at the airport, as they come in, usually they should be told what drugs they're not supposed to bring here. But we have a big problem, of course, back home, where Ugandans go and buy certain drugs from the pharmacies, and some of those drugs are prohibited, and therefore they should not bring them here. Like tramadol, you have pain, you think you are coming with a good drug, but it's a prohibited drug. Like drugs like Valium, which you can buy from the counter in Uganda, here it's not allowed for you to come with them. And also some forms of antibiotics, which you may not be allowed to bring them here. And you may come with it, but you must have a prescription, but the drug should not last more than 6 months. So you can come with it, but you have a prescription stamped by a doctor that yes, you have this condition, then they will allow you to come with the drug.
Right. I just want to emphasize that if you're coming to Qatar, from what the ambassador has said and the interactions I've had with people here, you're not supposed to come with some drugs. The moment you come and they arrest you here, you do 3 years, 3 years in jail, and you can't say that you don't know about the law.
I also wanted to add that many victims come with drugs without knowing what they're carrying. So, for example, when they reach the airport, somebody asks them, can you carry this bag for me? Or they're on the plane, can you excuse me? Or when they arrive at the airport, somebody can inadvertently pass over back the drug traffickers. They are very intelligent. They give back to that. Can you help me? I'll pick it from the exit point. But they're giving you drugs. So I would advise Ugandans who are coming to Qatar, don't allow anybody to give you his bag. Make sure also you're sure that your bag you're coming with, you are the one who packs all your items yourself.
Personally.
And lock it. Don't leave your bag open. Make sure that you lock it and you keep the key. Yes.
Qatar as a country has been in the news, especially at the build-up of the World Cup, for bad treatment of migrant workers.
Not that I have seen of. Qatar, as I've said, has a very strong legal framework which protects workers here in Qatar. Maybe other countries, but not Qatar.
Not Uganda?
No.
Okay. But I think it's just because of the build-up to the World Cup. And I mean, most of the laws are literally new laws from what we have had recently.
Yes.
But let's go politics here. we're building up to 2026, sorry, when we go to the ballot and vote. Any preparations for people in the diaspora, like in Qatar, to vote or to participate in the political processes of building democracy back home in Uganda?
I think there was a law, maybe my friend Apollo will answer that question, because there was a law which was supposed to be passed to allow Ugandans to vote at their respective embassies. I don't know whether you passed that law. That law has not been passed. So what we'll do is that we'll encourage Ugandans who are here, who are willing to go home, but also the challenge of the cost of the tickets to go just go and vote. But we'll encourage Ugandans who wish to go and vote to go home and vote, because voting is a very important exercise for us.
Oh, interesting.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you know what it is. You can't vote, you can't come to the embassy, you have to fly back home, vote, and come back.
Yes. We had earlier on, when I was in Parliament, of course, we had proposed that the Ugandans should be allowed to vote, but I think we need to talk to the members of Parliament to make arrangements to allow Ugandans in the diaspora, because now there are many Ugandans in the diaspora, to be able to vote at the embassy. Then we can be able to, like other countries, like Kenya, for example, they do that. So why not Uganda? Okay. I'm sure we'll move to that direction.
I hope we do real fast. I mean, members of the diaspora play a very significant role in building our economy. I mean, looking about $1.4 billion annually in terms of remittances.
Surpassed coffee now.
So, wow, it's the second biggest after gold.
Yes. 1.4 billion.
That means that you need to talk to them. You need to bring them in closely.
That's exactly why we have this diaspora convention, where we bring all Ugandans here. We shall also be having a business forum sometime in February next year. So we'll encourage all of them to come here and see how we can remit funds back home and engage in business here and also back home.
Yeah. Okay, we're looking forward to that. Just a few more minutes before we can leave. I wanted you to, there's something that I had that was very interesting, and that is officiating marriages here. I am told that if you're not married in this country and you work on, you have a partner and that partner gets pregnant, your wife or your woman, your fiancé, your girlfriend gets pregnant, when they're taken to hospital and deliver, after delivering, they're arrested. Tell me about that. I found that very fascinating.
Yes, that is true. The laws here are very, very strict. If you have extramarital relationship with your friend and you happen to have a baby, you will have a baby, yes, but you will go to jail for 5 years. And the baby will be kept somewhere. So it is a very strict law, very strict Islamic law here. So you are not allowed to do that. No premarital sex. So I warn Ugandans who are here, please don't engage in that activity. You will end up in jail. So many Ugandans, if they get pregnant, they go back home, they live at home. Maybe that's the safest thing they can do.
You can't deliver from here.
You will go to jail. 5 years jail, to be specific.
My goodness.
Yes. Serious business, isn't it?
Your Excellency, so in that case, what solution do you have for Ugandans? Why don't you work out a mass wedding option for people who are here? Maybe
that is one of the consular activities that we carry on here. When they come to the embassy, we have, as my deputy said, you can officiate marriages here and somebody can get married. So long as they get married officially, we can certify their marriage certificate and they can get married.
So you're going to prepare a mass wedding?
Yes, no problem. We have to assist Ugandans to get married if they so wish.
It's interesting with the laws here, they are very strict. How do you even manage to survive in this city?
We survive very well. Discipline. Yes, discipline.
No premarital sex?
No, not allowed. Yes.
And yet you have a population of 26,000 Ugandans?
Yes, they have to be disciplined. No extramarital activities allowed here.
Wow.
Yeah.
What if a Ugandan dates a Qatari and they get pregnant?
I don't want to go there. I have no comment on that.
Okay, Your Excellency,
Thank you.
how does the Uganda-Qatar relations look like?
We have a very strong bilateral relations now with Qatar. We are now migrating into a comprehensive strategic relationship to promote trade, to promote tourism in the area. So we're having very good relations with the Qatar now, very strong. Yes. And we have had a very high level visits from Uganda, from the ministers from Uganda. We had the former prime minister coming here. We've had the president came here in 2017. So we have very strong bilateral relations with the Qatar.
Okay. Yeah. Your Excellency, Uganda has been exporting goods worth $9 million, while Qatar has been exporting goods worth $12 million. Account for your time as ambassador in this country. What have you done? What can we say you have achieved over the last so many years that you've been here?
When we came here, I think the trade between Qatar and Uganda was at around $4.5 million. So we have now essentially increased that to almost double. Number two, we continue to get a lot of assistance from the Qatar government. For example, we got funding for education of about $11 million to assist the out-of-school children. That funding went to the Ministry of Education. We're increasing now the trade in the product, for example, avocados, sweet potatoes, cassava, coffee. So we're going to promote the products, Ugandan products, which people like here very much. We're also going to have, about 2-3 months ago, we had a coffee expo here. And, of course, those who went to the expo yesterday, Ugandan coffee is very, people in Qatar like Ugandan coffee very much. So the business forum, which we'll be having in February next year, will promote Uganda's products, and many businessmen from the private sector in Uganda will come here, and we see how we can take the business to the next level.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you. You'll be welcome.
Yeah. Lastly, Qatar does not have an embassy in Uganda. And that affects bilateral relations and trade.
We have engaged the government of Qatar at a very high level. We expect that an embassy of Qatar will be opened sometime next year. I don't have the specific date, but the government of Qatar has agreed to set up an embassy in Uganda. Yes.
Interesting. All right. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Usually before my guests leave the seat, I ask them one question. And I hope you can be brave enough to answer it. Let's talk about transition of power in Uganda, the transition question. Have you, as a serving member of the government of Uganda, I know you're a diplomat, what do you think about transition, the transition question in Uganda's political space?
My only comment, I think, is that I will pass that question to Honorable Opulent. As a diplomat, I cannot be able to talk much about the transition. I think he's better placed to answer that question. He's right here smiling. So he'll answer that question. But we hope for the best.
But hope is not enough. You're a father of the nation. You've been in politics. You are now a diplomat. You are interested in Uganda and its generation. You and your team are served this country, and you're growing, certainly. And I'm asking, what do you leave us with? And have you prepared the country for transition of power? As a father of the nation, as an elder, as a person who we look up to?
I think on the issue of transition, really the political issues now to be determined by the political actors in Uganda. I'm here now as a diplomat. I think they have a roadmap on how they wish to transition.
Okay. You dodged that, but
thank you very much. Thank you. I didn't, but thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Stephen Chebro, thank you very much for being on the show.
Thank you for having me.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, I've been speaking to Dr. Stephen Chebro, who is Uganda's ambassador to Qatar, and we've been speaking about so many issues here. But just last one, you want to say something before we close?
I just want to say thank you very much, viewers, for having us. It was a pleasure talking to you. Thank you very much.
All right. right, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
If you're coming to Doha, please know that they're very strict countries. You can go to, online and think about and read and deeply think about the laws governing this country, because here it's a different ballgame. In fact, if you're arrested, you need a lawyer who understands Arabic, and it can be very tight and no excuse to the law. I'm Solomon Serwanja. Thanks for watching. This is The Hard Questions. Agriculture is the backbone of Africa. Talk about the citrus in South Africa. It continues all to contribute to Africa's GDP. In fact, the latest numbers from the World Economic Forum puts it at about 35%. It also employs about 50% of our population. But are we really harnessing the potential we have? We have the fertile soils, we have the weather. You cannot find it elsewhere. Yet other people think that we're not doing enough. On the show today, I am privileged to be having someone I call a friend, Adesua Ifedi. Adesua Ifedi is the Senior Vice President of Heifer Africa. Ade, welcome to The Hard Questions.
Yeah, thank you, Solomon. Happy to be here with you today.
I am so honored to have you. Look, Ade, let's talk about agriculture.
The backbone of Africa.
Listen, we have been taught about this in school. What is the backbone of Uganda? Agriculture. What's the backbone of Africa? Agriculture. We've literally grown up with this, but is it really the backbone of Africa? Let's start there.
Well, I think when you consider the fact that even during COVID, you could not fly anywhere, you could not get a lot of things done, but there's one thing you needed to do, no matter what. What was that thing?
To eat.
You had to eat. And that, for me, I feel, for those who didn't even think it was the backbone of the US or the backbone of, it became the backbone of the world's largest arable land, fertile for agriculture today. So Africa is not just the backbone of, agriculture is not the backbone of Africa, it's the backbone of the world. But Africa is the backbone of the world's agriculture, because the future of how we will feed is dependent on this continent. The challenge is that, are we going to harness this potential? Today, Africa's yield per hectare is lower than everywhere else in the world. We have the lowest yield per hectare. So how does
what explains that when we have it?
So my point is, it's okay to have the largest arable land, but if you are the most unproductive agricultural sector in the world, then it doesn't even make mathematical sense for you to be feeding everybody, because your productivity, the cost of going to that scale doesn't make sense.
Maybe let's talk about that. Let's start there. What is it that we are not doing right?
Number one, you've seen that instrument when you go to the farm, right? The one that has the wood and the metal in front of it, right? That's the whole. That's one of the problems you have. We are labor intensive. When it comes to agriculture, it is still a back-breaking occupation. It is still largely dependent on smallholder farmers, mostly women, who have to crowd in their children and youth to put food on our tables. 70% to 80% of the food we eat in this continent is still being grown by these smallholder farmers, owning small plots of land, not able to mechanize or able to maximize the productivity. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, we have some of the lowest soil quality, and our soil quality around where we are farming currently continues to degrade. The reason is because we have not been able to have the knowledge to integrate effective soil testing to support farmers that have cultivated on their land over the years. Fertilizers have been introduced to our continent, but fertilizers are being applied without even a proper knowledge, not even just about the fact that it's has its challenges in terms of its impact on the environment, but even when it's now misused, the understanding of how it should be applied and the damage it causes to the soil is very limited in the continent. So you see, we have all of these very interesting dynamics working against us when it comes to improving our food yield.
Listen, Adi, when you were speaking, my mind went back to my village. I mean, at a village setting, you've talked about 80% of the food that we consume is from smallholder farmers. And I'm going back to my village where my parents had like maybe half an acre, and we grew matoke year in, year out. There's no at any one point that we've tested the soils. We just keep growing. And then sometimes my grandmother would listen to the neighbor saying, oh, this particular, fertilizer works very well. Let's go to the market
that's
and
the
buy
test.
it.
The test is it works very well.
Yeah, and then it's, that peer
That's
to
the
peer.
science,
And
yes.
then, and somehow the soils do not produce what you expect them to produce. How important is it to understand these little things to the smallholder farmers down in the villages who produce this food that finds itself in the market in the urban places?
So I will say what has kept the farmers is that we do have an age-long tradition that has helped us to a large extent to maintain some of the quality, right, in our soil, but they're not scalable. And over the years, year in, year out, local wisdom and knowledge is what is being leaned on, and referrals in terms of how we try to even improve our soil. Soil testing has not also gotten to the point where in the continent we are really thinking about that at scale. But it is one of the biggest challenges, right, to our productivity. One is low mechanization penetration. The other is also low soil quality in the continent. Even if we can't solve all the other challenges we have, of course, there's irrigation, there's dependence on one season. Yeah. Those are things we talk about as well. But there is also these other issues that you could significantly increase productivity if you mechanize, because one, you get to plant quickly, you get to plant more of the land. You notice that not all farmers use all the land they have.
Yeah.
Because before the rainy season comes, you're not able to even plow and do enough for clear and prepare as much land. Yeah. So simple issues like that, plus the quality of the soil. And you're right, when we think about the aging smallholder farmer community that we have, and young people not wanting to be in agriculture in the continent, we have an interesting dilemma. Huge opportunity, but an interesting dilemma.
Yeah, I love how you've started it. So firstly, you talked about how do we grow our productivity, and you talk about the problem, which is, the rudimentary of doing things using the hoe, and you're calling about mechanization. You've talked about improving our soil fertility. You've talked about also the old people are dying. The young people who are supposed to take over from the farms are actually selling the land and going back to town. So let's just move step by step. Mechanization. How important is it for governments across Africa to focus on mechanization so that it's accessible? You'll find that
the key word is it's accessible.
Yeah.
And I think private sector have worked on the fringes of mechanization because it has not been commercially viable for a private sector tractor owner to go to your village, plow the 1 or 2 plots of land and come back, right? He needs to focus on mechanized farming and bigger farms. So he's focusing on the 20-30% of those planting. Yeah. And no one is serving the 70% that's feeding us. So the biggest thing we've seen in the sector is that the work we do at Heifer, supporting agtech innovators, trying to find people who are cracking that problem, is that when you can crowd in demand from farmers, you can make it commercially viable for tractors to go there to plow.
Correct.
Also, government has also tried to solve this problem by bringing in tractors and laying the tractors to co-ops and other places. If that tractor is not being used and is not delivering commercial returns, in a matter of months, if you're lucky years, it's going to be packed up.
Correct.
So what we've seen work for tractorization is that it has to be a commercially viable model. Ownership has to be as close to the farmers as possible. And you also have to think of the ecosystem of managing it. So our project that we partnered with Tractor Innovator, Hello Tractor, to do involved the entrepreneurs thinking about how to finance youth at the last mile so that they can own tractors. And Heifer had to put, a bet on this idea and bring out the first grant investment to catalyze that pay-as-you-go for youths who do not have traditional financial records.
Yeah.
The results has been great. But the other thing is also, now you put the tractor in your village. Do you have a mechanic shop that knows how to repair that specific tractor?
When it gets a problem, they'll
Do
pack
you
it.
have a trained driver that can operate it in such a way that he doesn't get the tractor broken down? So we realized that we also had to invest in supporting the ecosystem to develop. And with the innovator and other partners that have come on board, building centers closer to those communities where you are training drivers and you are bringing best practices, you are training mechanics, but you are also making sure that the supply of spare parts are available. So you see, that is why Africa has the lowest penetration of tractors, because this is not a problem that can be solved by placing the tractors or donating it to the cooperatives or just buying 50 fleets of tractors and feel that you've solved it. It has the ecosystem disadvantage. It's a whole network of services that supports that tractorization.
Correct.
But once you solve that, you begin to see other opportunities opening for you to solve more things.
Yeah.
We cannot get past the challenge of our food potential without integrating young people and technology. Those are the game changers. So if Africa will ever live up to the reputation of the backbone, or agriculture as our backbone, we have to leverage technology and use because they are the entrepreneurs who we have seen have been jobless for so long, who can now find new opportunities in an emerging market and in this industry of agriculture.
And you've talked about youth. See, we have a problem within East Africa as a region. Maybe it also affects the rest of Africa. Our fathers had chunks of land. They give this land to us, or we inherit it. What we have done is sell this land to go and buy a matatu or a taxi or a boda to go to town because we think it doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
And so we're selling what our father preserved to put food on our table to come in the urban centers because there was a general feeling that it's not doing it for me.
But let's assume that every human being is extremely intelligent and capable of making rational decisions. Anyone selling their land right now to buy the boda has looked at their situation and concluded that this land in front of me is not going to yield what I need right now, and I have to deal with my issues. So these are real situations in the villages. Rural-urban migration is real. And to fix it, we have to ensure that there is business that is sustainable and jobs, that can sustain and inspire young people in the communities. These jobs, if they are technology enabled, okay, let's say you still have the land. I don't think that most young people actually want to take the hoe to go and start plowing the land. However, they may want to buy the tractor and lease it to the person who has the land and then become a tractor owner providing a tractor service. Yeah. They may be interested in becoming one of those digital extension service workers who are using technology to crowd in knowledge with AI and provide services onwards to the farmers.
Correct.
So they are. And this extension service is one of the biggest challenges, by the way, we've not talked about in agriculture, because farmers will continuously need support for soil testing, support for them to get the right quality seed, support for them to be able to get vet services to their livestock. A lot of other support provided by extension service workers, new training in new agronomy practices. Young Africans today are beginning to digitize and commercialize extension services in such a way that other youths can plug in.
Yeah.
So I don't think that we always used to think that access to land ownership will continue to limit young people from entering agriculture. But the question is, where do they want to be in agriculture? Do they want to be at the farm level or across the value chain?
Yeah.
So land is no longer a barrier because young people are going in there. If I don't have land, fine. but I know you're not productive. And I know that you need soil testing. Then I become a soil tester, right?
Yeah.
I don't have land, fine, but I know you need tractors and I can actually get a loan or become a driver. Then I go do that. So there are other roles that young people can play today as we resolve from using the right kind of policies to resolve land ownership issues. But I don't think that land ownership issues can hold us back. And I find it very frustrating when we consistently assume land ownership as the continuous major barrier. It is, but I think that I have seen enough young people who have evolved beyond just land ownership and working at a farm to think of creative ways to address bottlenecks across the value chain. And there's opportunity there.
Great opportunities. You talked about something, access to quality seed. There's lots of research by young people to improve our seed, which is resilient to our climate, so that we can increase our productivity.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've come across that.
Oh, yes. I think there's a lot of young Africans are doing a lot of dynamic things.
Yeah.
In the last 5 years, it will blow your mind to know how many young ag-tech innovators entered into that space in the last 5 years. It will blow your mind. Between COVID and now, COVID was a gift. Young Africans are not only looking at how to improve the seed variety, they are looking at how to solve every single challenge that we were all scratching our heads about around agriculture. I met a young person whose business was actually how to reintroduce microbes into the soil, because microbes is how the different things that are within the soil that makes the soil, rich, are created naturally. Fertilizers are applied when the natural soil's capacity to have those things are no longer there. So if you actually want to ensure that you are very organic in how you are thinking about regenerative agriculture, focusing on microbes actually is it. And I've met young people who are now creating farms where they are nurturing bacteria and they are growing them for introduction into the soil. You see,
Wow,
the youth
nice.
in Africa will blow your mind if you let them know that there's an incentive to solve the agriculture problem. Once they know there's an incentive to solve the agriculture problem, oh my God. Heifer is in Uganda because we are launching the 4th edition of our Ayute Next Gen. We're on this journey because of the kind of mind-blowing ideas we've seen. And I love the smile on your face because it tells you that whilst the challenge is huge, the opportunity lies in the wisdom, it lies in the ingenuity, it lies in the passion of African youth. It also lies in their frustration, lies in the fact that there are no jobs anywhere else, lies in the fact that other industries have locked them out. So you see, agriculture now becomes that green field for young Africans to play.
And they are starting, like you said, if there is an incentive and they have to solve this problem, they become crazy about it. And you have seen amazing innovations.
Oh
You've
my
met
God.
so many of these people.
Yeah.
But one of Africa's biggest problem is during the harvest season, we harvest too much. The cost goes significantly down, and sometimes we produce perishables. And, you find a region like Western Uganda here that produces a lot of milk. We can only take so much. We've not added value to it. A pineapple here during the harvest season goes for about 500 shillings. Ugandan, that's less than 50 cents. And we're trying to wrap our minds around what can we do to improve, add value. And young people are innovating, aren't they?
Oh, they're not only innovating, they're disrupting. Because sometimes when you think this is the challenge, you have to step back to ask many questions that leads up to that point of where the challenge is. We don't have enough companies who are ready to offtake from these farmers at that period. And so even if the farmers wish to sell at harvest, the demand, right, to take it off them isn't there. How many people are producing and selling packaged pineapple juice so that you don't have to only consume the pineapple when it's fresh, but they actually have huge, industries so that they can package the pineapples, right? How many local tomato processing do we have in this continent where we consume tomatoes, I believe, maybe more than everywhere else in the world. In my country, Nigeria, every Nigerian must take at least 3 or 4 times a week a stew-based soup. That is how tomatoes are important to us. Ask me how many tomato processing plants we have in Nigeria. So this is where the challenge is. You're coming close to the problem. The farmers are losing at harvest because what we eat, we do not have the infrastructure to support us to preserve, process, and sell. However, when you go to the supermarkets, I'm sure you are inundated with lots of choices in terms of tomato puree.
Oh my God.
I don't think you run out of
most them are
options.
from out of Africa.
Well, I didn't want to be the one to say that, but I just let you know that whilst your tomatoes are perishing in the villages, you can always waltz to the supermarket and buy tinned tomatoes. Isn't it canned tomatoes? Why are we not canning those tomatoes that are getting wasted in the villages? Why are we not investing in looking at the value chain of, so we're talking about increasing productivity. And I like the fact that you're saying food is wasting at harvest. Yeah. How do we increase productivity? If it is an end-to-end transformation that has to happen in the continent around the food. We have to really re-engineer our food systems.
Wow.
We have to bring investments that ensure that, and these are profitable investments, right? You can, the only challenge I feel we have is we need to decide if we really want to feed ourselves. I think we have to decide if we want to feed ourselves.
I mean, you're absolutely right. You know, I'm listening to you and so many things are going in my mind. You talked about how many factories process tomatoes, how many factories process
pineapples,
pawpaws, and yet we're
maybe I ask you, how many cold storage vans do you have moving from your farming communities to the cities?
But Adi, the question that just comes to me is, we know we need this thing, so what is the problem?
I think the problem is the entrepreneur. Not the problem, the missing piece.
Yeah.
Is the incentive for someone to innovate in that space and create a business. That's the missing piece. Once you incentivize African youths to go and innovate in that space and plug out that gap, this continent will transform. It will shock you why we're not able to innovate across the agricultural value chain, solving those problems and creating business. We don't have financing. The agricultural sector receives the lowest share of financing in the world, and in Africa it is worse.
That again so that it's
the agricultural sector receives the lowest investment in financing because it's deemed risky. Ag tech innovators are just beginning to try to change the mind of the world because no one wants to touch agriculture. So now we're saying that we need innovators who will create great businesses, but they need to be funded. But if you're in agriculture, then no one wants to touch you because you are in a risky sector. And once we say agriculture is risky, then we will continue to not have those businesses that are the connectors between what is perishing, cold storage, cold transportation chains, processing. Look, we have food in our hands. They are getting rotted at the farm gate. It's an opportunity, but we're importing food instead. So maybe I would ask again, do we really want to feed ourselves in this continent? And what are we going to do about this perception? One, there's a perception that Africa, is a risky place to innovate. There's a perception that agriculture is the riskiest sector to invest in. And so how are we going to attract the funding that we need? And how are we going to change the narrative, right? Forget that when it comes to infrastructure, we have the weakest infrastructure at the last mile where farmers are producing. When it comes to roads, when it comes to access to telecommunication, when it comes to access to digital innovation, then when it comes to available data, because sometimes we don't think about how important data coming from agriculture is to enable us to make informed decisions. Agriculture in other parts of the world is so sophisticated that there is enough data for you to make enough decisions to be able to provide certain services that support the agricultural value chains, the different crops, You are able to aggregate data and be able to make effective predictions that can support farmers.
And therefore, you can take this to the bank and say, based on this and my output, I'm able to raise this and therefore give me $1 million to invest
And
in.
even if we can even, for example, our farmers are doing a lot, but the data of what they're doing through their cooperatives is not digitized in a way that the financial institutions can consider those investments bankable, right? Just aggregating data of farmers' transactions and allowing that to create visibility and insight is key. Farmers work in seasons. Most people don't understand the cycle of agricultural crops, right? It's been a sector that people have avoided, so there's not enough visibility. But once we gather data, data can create credible visibility about what's happening. I'm also very passionate about that aspect of creating enough data, because data can discriminate. I give example and say, you can get a text message that says, oh, we are going to give you a loan. Congratulations. You can come and get a loan of ABC. Did you apply? No. But someone has your data and they've assumed that you're credit worthy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who is going to call a farmer tomorrow to say, even though, but in his community where he is, he's getting credit. Why is he getting credit? They know that he's credit worthy. Yeah. They see his volumes. They know what he harvests every year. They know how he sells that. They know that he's going to harvest again the next season. How do you digitize that data? How can you make that farmer visible so that the farmer is not in this black hole and consistently being asked to bring his land bring his relations, bring his uncle, bring his children before he can access funding? So I think that data discriminates also, and there are lots of young entrepreneurs today in Africa who are trying to gather data to change that story. Wow. They are gathering data to support precision agriculture, gathering data to provide access to finance to farmers. They are financing farmers with alternative credit scoring methodology, and they are beginning to provide enough information for bankers to change their mind about the sector. Wow. But these young people need to be encouraged. We need to incentivize because the potential is there. The ideas to solve the problem are there. The investment is what we are looking for. Who's going to invest in these businesses, right? Yeah. And so I think the biggest problem facing us right now is the perception that these kinds of innovators are not investable, and changing that to support more investment to go into innovative ideas in the agricultural sector.
Ade, you're giving me hope. Hope that if we harness the potential that young innovators on the continent have and dare them to dream and support their dreams, we could get somewhere in the next couple of years. And, as you're talking, my mind really went to the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. There's conversation on the African continent of having a one market. That's about 1.7 billion people, and how we can do intra-Africa trade, and with the investment in tech and agriculture, that we can be able to easily export our matoke to Nigeria. We can export our milk to Nigeria through a single market. Are you excited about that?
I'm struggling to decide what to say in response to this, right? I'm supposed to be excited, at least as an economist. I should say this is a very great idea. But I just reflect on my last, 20 years doing this work in development sector, and how there are consistently recurring ambition we set for ourselves, and then we keep talking about them over and over again. I feel we sometimes start at the challenge from the top, not from where we should start from. It would be wonderful to export food to wherever we want to export it to, but should we start by feeding ourselves first? Africa is the largest importer of food in the world. We are import dependent on food in our continent.
Isn't that a shame?
We are exporting what we don't eat and importing what we eat. During COVID, that is when a lot of people knew how dependent we were on Ukraine for grain. Before COVID, we thought that we we were raising animals and the animals were local, right? When we found out that our livestock is dependent on feed that is imported, and I ask you, is the livestock itself actually not imported? Because what it feeds on is imported. So I love those grandiose ideas. They cost a lot of money to, actualize. Whereas I feel that it will probably cost the continent less to focus on feeding ourselves. I do not know if there are political parameters hindering us from actually embracing real strategies to feed ourselves. But I would say that embracing innovators who are working with farmers might be a low barrier to entry, right? Let's not think about feeding ourselves as a massive idea first. Let's just talk about, can we increase tractor penetration? Access to tractor would increase yield by almost 5x for a single farmer. One farmer increases productivity. We're almost there, right?
Yeah.
Access to soil testing helps to at least boost productivity from the same hectare of land that you have been farming. We're getting there. So we don't even have to have this big Africa feed itself policy or process. Let's just ask innovators to go and work with smallholder farmers, address those problems at the last mile, and we will begin to watch Africa start to get to feed itself.
Yeah.
So I do think that there are simple problems we can solve, and there are massive, beautiful ideas we could also have. Let's just not lose sight of those small problems like making investment available. These young people are not asking for handouts. They're asking for investments that can over time deliver effective returns. They're asking for the best way to put our money as a continent. I do think we have to start taking our innovators in the agriculture sector more seriously.
I love what you're saying, but is there supporting policy for what you're saying?
So that's what I'm saying.
Which is,
as we have these other very important policies that we are setting up around the free trade zone, can we also start setting up policies as well can support innovators who are trying to improve the effectiveness of our agriculture, supporting smallholder farmers to improve yield, to start addressing those problems on the ground? Can we also focus on those policies as well? I do know that a number of countries are doing that. I also do know that as a continent, this is now beginning to become an agenda that is getting the attention of the continent. I think that we need to pay more attention to what is emerging with technology and youth engagement in agriculture. I think we can no longer have a tokenistic approach to assuming we are supporting the youth by doing that. We have to understand that they are the game changers of our continent. They are the game changers with economic indicators, game changers with issues around hunger, poverty, rural development, transformation, investment, job creation. We're holding all of that potential in our hands when we talk about youth and technology in agriculture. So I think it's a very big agenda. I know that some countries are looking at it, but I think we're still scratching the surface.
Yeah. Everything, I'm taking in as much as you're saying, and I love what you're saying. My question is, why aren't we doing it? Why young people are there? I mean, they've come up with these great ideas. They just need startup capital. They just need start me up and see what I can do.
I think there are very simple reasons. It's not complex, right? So if I ask you, how well do you use AI right now, right? You may say, oh, I use it a bit. If I ask a Gen Z, how well do you use AI, right? He probably wakes up and goes to sleep using AI every day, right?
Yeah.
There is also our own unconscious bias with technology. And most of us have now, in our generation, got into places of decision making in financial institutions, in policies, and etc. We have made our lack of connection to even understand how technology can change things a barrier to the development of the continent. We use yesterday's lens to sort of move the continent forward for tomorrow. We can't.
I'll clap for you.
If you put a young person at a seat of a table, the way they would decipher the solution to a problem would be very different from what we did in 1970, 1980, or 2010. But we are not making room for new ideas to transform our continent in this space of, and it's not just in policy, even in financial sector. I was a former banker, so I'm happy to talk about the financial sector. The financial sector is still holding criteria they held when I worked there in 1996, 1997. The criteria for you to work with a bank has only barely changed a bit. So how are we going to be able to even embrace innovation? You know, so I think that there's a huge mindset shift.
Yeah.
It's not even complex. It's actually a huge mindset shift of those in places of power who have the influence and the capacity to shift policies, make funding available, create an enabling environment to support this to grow. I hope we can finally put to rest this mental model of a lazy African youth who we are just trying to help when we talk about youth integration into agriculture. I hope we can lay that mental picture to rest. The people who will deliver this continent into the next 30 years are our young people. They understand technology. Africans are one of the world's fastest adopters of technology. Recently, a report was released that said that 3 countries in Africa are now emerging as the countries that are the fastest growing in terms of creating unicorns in technology. 3 countries in Africa. And Uganda is one of them, Nigeria is one of them, Lagos, the city of Lagos and Kampala. So if we are already, and I'm sure it's not people like you or I that are leading that technology revolution, right? So I do think that we have to put to rest some of our bias about youth, the tokenistic approach we use to engage young people. We have to begin to understand that they hold the key to our continent's transformation, and we have to give them the table and the seat that they have deserved for a very long time.
And I hear you. Like, I can't agree more with you. See, I'll tell you a very short story. So I have my lecturers. They're quite old, doing my PhD. So one of the lecturers comes and says, if I see you using AI anywhere, in my assignment or anywhere. And so we had this heated debate of AI is here. It needs to be looked at as aiding education rather than you pushing back against it, because during your time you used to study this way. Things have changed now, and therefore you can't fight it anymore. It is here. How do we leverage it to better education? So, I mean, when you were saying that, I just remembered, what the discussion we had back at the university. But where do we go from
Our
here?
mindsets.
Mindset change, but also giving the young people a seat on the table.
I was going to say,
Very
Rome is not built in a day, so I don't expect all of us to love, embrace, or put away our bias on either AI or any other form of technology. But we should just step out of the way of people who understand how to use it. We should create the right enabling environment, the right policies, ethical governance processes, partner with them, not doing it against them, but doing it with them, right? So that we can enable what we have in our continent to grow. We have the world's fastest growing youth population. In the next 50 years, Africa will have the world's largest workforce. We are sitting on a gold mine, but we are pursuing after everything else outside our continent, not what is inside it. So I think that the blind spot is so huge for us as a continent. And, if you go to a conference, we'll talk about youth, 5 seconds, 1 youth, 10 non-youths, and then the 4 youths represents all youths, right? We need to really embrace the potential of our future.
Yeah, and bring them to the decision-making tables. I mean, look at, for example, the structure of our ministries of agriculture. The people who sit on the commissions, the people who sit. I mean, this is not to say that, undermine everything, but you'll find that they're very senior people, 80 years, 70 years. By the time they really catch up with this latest innovation, they may just, look, that's Gen Zs,
And there's wisdom in age. And there is the capacity for that wisdom, age, experience to also bring in a lot of foresight and can even support young innovators from entering into pitfalls, right? So this is a collaboration.
Yeah.
We're not asking someone to leave the seat for another person. We're asking to bring them into the room so that everyone can leverage on their strengths, because the strength they bring is really transformative for us as a continent. So I think that when you talk about the ministries of agriculture, when you talk about education, every aspect of how we thought, the way we thought about the world has so evolved.
Yeah.
And we just have to understand that that's what the world is changing faster than we can imagine. In the last 5 years, the amount of transformation that has happened across the world as we know it is mind-blowing. Innovation is moving at breakneck speed. We cannot hold it back. But let me say something positive. We're getting there. I see our government strongly shifting. I see policymakers leaning in very carefully. I see a few financial sector shifts. I think more needs to happen there. But I think that Africa is turning the corner. I also embrace the challenges we faced lately as a continent, including the grant support that will no longer be coming to the continent, because it's forcing us to step back and reflect and think hard. So I do believe that there's a lot of hope. I see a lot of shift and changes, a lot of more openness for collaboration, across sectors, private sector and government.
Yeah.
And I do believe that the time is right for better conversations in this continent.
Yeah, last one from me, Ade, before we conclude this interview, is to talk about the very thing you touched on last. How important is public-private partnerships in advancing agriculture on the continent?
I don't know if I would. This is my feeling. Public-private partnerships were highly important for us as we emerged from the late 90s, early 2000s into 2010, 2015. I would just have to say that we need partnerships from government, but we don't need them in the partnership to execute any business whatsoever in this continent going forward if we want to be successful. Policymakers should step back and make policies. They should engage in creating enabling environments. They should understand that the best thing that they could ever do is position the private sector to lead transformation. When we were just coming from that stage where everything was run by government, we needed to say PPP. So all of us are standing beside each other, holding the thing together. We don't need to hold anything together anymore. Let's just let go. Let's just understand that there are different roles and responsibilities. Government roles, policy, enabling environments, stay out completely of business. Let the businesses now come in and allow the market dynamics to enable those businesses to do what they need to do. When we started years back to integrate telecoms and all of that, it made sense for the government to be part of those processes, but also to provide subsidies in certain areas, right? To allow certain businesses to really thrive, right? Right now, what government needs to do is to allow market forces and competition and true demand to be what drives enterprises and allows them to thrive. Stepping back completely and becoming experts in learning and re-evolving policies and ensuring compliance and ensuring that the enabling environment is there is critical. And that's a very important role for government to play. So I am sorry that I am moving away from the conversations around PPP, because I think we said it so long ago. Things have to evolve. Right now, there is the policy makers making great policies, but being in the room to hear and understand what the business and innovators are thinking about, and then holding their place of policy and governance and allowing businesses to do what they do best.
Wow. As we close the interview, where do we go from here?
I think we're in a great place. I see a lot of deep thinking happening in the continent. I've been very proud of the information I see coming out of government in the continent in the last 1 year plus. I'm seeing a much more confident continent that believes that it has the capacity to grow and get to its full potential. So I think we're already going. That's what I believe. I do think we must integrate our youth. We must enable them to bring in technology, and we must bring Africa back to the place we believe we are at in our agriculture. The agriculture is the backbone of our continent, but we can make it the backbone of the world as well.
Wow. Adesua Ifendi, Senior Vice President, Heifer Africa. Thank you so much for speaking to us.
Thank you very much, Solomon. It was my pleasure.
You've given me hope.
Yes, I'm glad.
Hope that we are going there.
Yes, we are.
If we just tighten up a few things.
Yeah.
All right. I've been speaking to Adesua Ifendi, who is the Senior Vice President at Heifer Africa, discussing Africa's potential, especially in the agriculture sector and the integration of young people and technology for us to get there. I'm Solomon Serwanja. Thanks for watching. This is The Hard Questions. Those in the tech space may remember the year 2022 as the year that generative artificial intelligence was born. As we advance into 2025, technology is changing, including text to image, where you can just feed the system with text and it can generate something that appears real. But with that has come misinformation and disinformation. Perhaps a subject for us to discuss as we get into the elections. Hello and welcome to The Hard Questions. I'm Solomon Serwanja. On this episode, we take a deep dive into artificial intelligence, social media manipulation as we get into Uganda's election. My special guest today is Raymond Mujuni. Raymond Mujuni is the Deputy Executive Director of the African Institute for Investigative Journalism. Ray, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much. I don't know if you say I'm joining you because I am still here. I'm in the building.
But Simon Kasete was telling me, now you're going to interview the Deputy Executive Director. I said, yeah, because he comes on board with a great wealth of experience. But Ray, perhaps we can start with this whole thing of artificial intelligence. I don't know if we should be scared, but to put the record straight, there's a video that went viral of me interviewing you. And I remember I interviewed you on the show, and we are talking about Uganda's foreign policy and, everything, international relations. And then, boom, there's a video that was generated out of artificial intelligence of me interviewing you about a scheme of finance. And someone sent it to me and said, look, Solomon, is this real? Because I want to invest. It's so good to be true. And it made it so real that it was difficult for you people to notice it as artificial intelligence. And that is scary.
It is. To be fair, yes. All forms of technology come with their downsides. All forms of technology without ethical limitations have massive downsides. And I think that for AI, we're still in the early phases. People do not know the full capacities that are available. For example, people just say the word GPT, but GPT itself is to be generative, to be pre-trained, and to transform. That's a massive power at the disposal of a tool. So watching the video, even I was shocked that this actually sounds like me. Did I actually say these things? But that's the crisis that we have, that there are no ethical limitations to internet usage, and there are no ethical limitations to AI usage at the moment. And no matter the amount of times that we've reported this video, whether it's on Instagram, whether it's on Facebook, it's not been brought down. So now the question is, who has the responsibility of bringing it down? Because my face, your face are in there. We've complained to Meta, which is the company that has this information. What are they doing about this generative AI on their platforms?
The thin line between what is factual and what is not is increasingly becoming blurry, because think about it. I had a friend who is well-educated and schooled, and he told me, I want to invest. Where do I start from? And I'm like, look, that is not true. That is fake news. That is AI stuff, generated content. And what was even more disturbing is that the people who did this actually paid to these social media platforms to run it as an ad. So as you're scrolling on your timeline, it will appear. It will appear on Instagram, it will appear on Facebook, it will appear everywhere. I mean, it sort of baffled me that the spaces for advertising and marketing for the companies, social media guys who are running social media companies, they can't even notice that this is not real. And, they keep putting it on people's timelines and spreading false information.
Yeah, penultimately, we have to accept that it's the technology giants that have the biggest responsibility towards stopping that kind of information. You and I can complain, for example, we can report that content. People who know us might say this is not content that's in tandem with these two people. They might call us to find out whether it's the truth or not. But penultimately, the responsibility rests with Meta. Meta is the one that has to say these adverts appear on our platform. They are generative AI. They're in the likeness of people who have already complained about them. So we need to take them down and identify the actors that brought them onto the platform and then have sanctions on those actors. So how that happens is a matter that the world is still too early in the stage to find out.
And every day they, grow this artificial intelligence to learn more. It's machine learning. So if it did not get it the other time, it will get it again. It will get it again. It will get it again, and it will perfect it.
Yeah, and that's what being generated. That's what being pre-trained is about. Every day that you feed information into an AI system, it's learning, it's training, it's, for example, learning. Solomon doesn't like this kind of answer. Maybe he likes this kind of answer. Solomon likes more numbers in his answers, so I need to put a little bit more numbers in this, and there's a beauty in that. The beauty is that the scale of innovation can grow. I tell people there are two downsides. I wouldn't want to fight AI because there's a fantastic story, for example. You wouldn't know this, but one of the quickest identifiers for cancer now has come from AI being able to tell at a counter till, every time you pass the supermarket and use a counter till, you put a barcode. That barcode generates the product number, and that product number is then brought onto the screen and you pay. Someone sat down and said, but this could also be a cancer cure. If blood cells can be taken through this barcode, then a generative AI can identify if these cells are manufacturing themselves in such a way that they would be cancerous. So now, one of the greatest innovations for AI is that we are finding quicker identification for cancer from an artificial intelligence tool. Number two, it quickened the capacity for people to research. Tons and tons of documents. You could hand me right now 11,000 documents, and I'll put them into an AI system, and I'll start asking questions of those documents that it will generate. That's a good thing. Previously, people had to research hundreds of years to arrive at a small thing. When you think about a small equation like E equals to MC2, that took almost 20 years to generate. Today, you can do that in just one day, in 2 days. So I wouldn't say that there are only downsides. There are so many good sides that have come with generative AI. But there must be ethical limitations to use of AI. And I think that's where the conversation needs to go.
One of my favorite tools is DeepSeek. You can just sort of put it in there and it has, I agree with you entirely that artificial intelligence is here with us to make life better. It has been incorporated on WhatsApp. You can ask, the AI tool on WhatsApp to tell you anything. Gemini on Google, it's all these different tools are really helping us to get better, to learn better, to learn. I was with one of my professors who was arguing that artificial intelligence, do not use AI in my work, and I don't want to see any AI anywhere.
How is he going to be able to tell?
Maybe there are also AI fact-checking, even that can notice that this work is AI.
And that's the crisis with, not the crisis, but you see the thing with pre-training is that if you, Solomon, consistently write and run your essays through, say, ChatGPT or through Gemini or through DeepSeek, DeepSeek will learn your writing style and it will start to generate according to your writing style. So even if you write an article right now, whilst I'm looking at you and we take it through a generative AI, it's very likely that that AI will say, this is an AI-generated article because it's seen your writing style. It's very difficult to actually identify AI-written work unless you know the person and the character of the person from before. Yeah, I have this funny video of Mwai Kibaki where he says, you cannot be clever all of a sudden. So if you have not been clever, you can't all of a sudden get clever. And I think that's, unless you know a person from before and say, this person is not capable of producing this kind of content, then that's when you'd start suspicions for AI. But it's very difficult to tell.
A friend of mine called me yesterday and she was telling me, look, we put out a call across Africa for people to share with us their concepts and work around this particular study. And she said, most of them, about 90% of the concept notes that were shared were all generated with AI. And we're thinking, so where is the authenticity? And so we're debating whether they should really read these concept notes to the detail and sort of assess them, or should they just rubbish it because it's not their original work? You know what I mean? So I think that those conversations happening in the spaces of research, in the spaces of knowledge generation. But you and I have had a conversation that the way we studied at school cannot be the same way our children are studying now, with AI taking center stage everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, we went through an education system which prioritized memorization of information. I don't think our children should prioritize memorization of information, because now there are tools that can do that for them. Now, interpretation of that information is, I think, where our children are, which is handed different sets of information. How do I interpret it differently? Nobody needs to know Old Gorge, why someone shifted the capital from Muscat to... It's unimportant. Anytime you ask the question, I'll just put it in generative AI and get you an answer. But the thing is, the interpretive element is what is important. How do you use the information that you get out of the AI system? And I think that's where the discussion needs to be on the ethical limitations. What are the ethical limitations? Are AI companies, for example, able to say, if someone generates a concept note of AI, shall we maybe bookmark it? Shall we watermark it and say this is an AI-generated concept, so that it's easy for someone to tell that, this is generated? But again, like I said, we're in the early stages. The problem with an early stage of a technology is we do not know which side to go.
But
when Facebook had just come, we were all excited about the ability to connect with your friends daily on this platform. It's grown so much. Now it has algorithms, it has different kinds of content, and we are nowhere near understanding the capacities that it delivers. If you and I, for example, right now are talking about ChatGPT, you open your Facebook, you're very likely going to see an advert of ChatGPT. And the question is, how do you know that this is what I want? But that's the thing, like, we're in the early stages, and because of the early stages, there's a lot of experimentation. That experimentation is from both good actors and bad actors. Some of it is from good faith actors who do not know that that could become a bad actor syndrome. One of the stories in life, in history, is the nuclear weapon. The people that created the nuclear weapon didn't intend that it would wipe out all of mankind. But now that we have a nuclear weapon, the way it's used is different. We have achieved world peace by people knowing that if you send a nuclear weapon, someone will send another one back, and you will distract yourselves. So in the early stage, it's accepted for experimentation. But also in the early stage, I think we should find ethical limitations. I think that the companies that are doing the generative AI, the companies that are profiting off of it, should spend a lot more time on the ethical limitations and how to train these tools to be more ethical.
Well, they're actually training these tools to get better at it. Every single day, machine learning improves. Big tech companies in Silicon Valley and across the world are investing a lot of money in improving their artificial intelligence, to an extent that right now, most of the videos that you watch on your Instagram threads, adverts, are generated by artificial intelligence. There is the text to picture, text to video, that they just sort of feed the text to the tool, and then it generates a video, and then this video is actually shared. And this is where we are right now. It's improving, it's getting better and better and better every day. Do you worry about the future on innovation, creativity of the human race as artificial intelligence takes center stage in our daily lives?
I mean, people are on different sides of the debate on this matter. I am a perennial optimist, so I start off from saying this is a good thing. It could be used for bad intent, but it's a good thing. For example, I pride myself. The text to video, for example, I sometimes these days ask, can you please recite this Plato philosophy using Plato himself? And it gives my child this visualization that they didn't have before because they learn best by visualization. So there are many good things that could come out of generative AI, many, many good things. And we need to focus on the good things that can come from it. But
Speaking of the good things, have you watched this NAS Daily? So there's this guy who generates content using AI, I mean online, and he takes you back in time for you to see it. He sort of like condenses the book, like you're saying, and he walks back in time in history to use AI to generate these videos, and it appears real, like he's in the center of Pharaoh's, pyramid, and takes you ages back to help you learn better. I mean, I love that.
Yeah, so those are good uses of AI systems. I, for example, sometimes when I have like multiple articles to read, I love listening to Morgan Freeman's voice. So I take them and say, okay, can you recite this as Morgan Freeman's voice? And I have my earphones on, and I'm listening to like 17 articles using Morgan Freeman's voice. That helps me internalize those articles better. Now, there might be bad actors who might use that differently. Someone might use Morgan Freeman's voice and send it onto WhatsApp and maybe try and con people using it. It doesn't take away that it can be used for good, but there might be bad actors. And I think regulation is a space where these things would happen. Regulation. The crisis now with regulation is we don't share values across the world. We don't share context and history. What regulation might look like for Uganda might not be what regulation looks like for Rwanda. It might not be what regulation might look like for Kenya. And I think that's where we need to have more harmonized conversations on, can these platforms have individuals who are representative of their communities so that they have these conversations on regulation?
Yeah, but doesn't it start, and I mean regulation, doesn't it start with the tech companies? There are global conversations on holding tech companies accountable for regulation, and pushing back against sort of fake news. I mean, Grok, for example, developed by Twitter, is an initiative to sort of like try to debunk fake news and misinformation, and it will tell you this is an AI-generated image. I mean, if you ask it, I think Meta as well is trying to develop, all these tools to help debunk some of this information along the way. But solely the responsibility falls on these tech companies, doesn't it?
I don't know if you can rest all the responsibility on the tech companies, because those companies also have structures that are difficult to understand. So, for example, is Facebook an Irish company? Is it a US company? When they operate on Ugandan soil, can they be limited by Ugandan regulation? How do you enforce that regulation? For example, our video is on Facebook. Facebook is blocked in Uganda. If I am to follow all the laws of Uganda, I shouldn't be able to access Facebook. So how do I complain that someone is using my likeness to sort of attract people into a betting scam? So I think that the future of regulation is a combined, and it's an international cooperation moment. This idea that only one country can generate regulation or only the tech companies can generate regulation, I think we have to let it go. First of all, tech companies are profit makers from these generative AI systems. So they are not, because of the nature of profit, they are not willing to scale down the amount of profit they're going to get by making regulation that might eat away at their profit margins. Tech companies themselves sometimes do not understand the tech systems they've created. The makers of ChatGPT have been very honest to say, we didn't fully well understand what this thing could generate. Some of the founders of generative AI, like Bill Gates, have now written books to say, maybe we didn't understand fully well what would come out of this. And that calls now for global regulation. We had this moment in the 2000s where it was the Microsofts, it was the Apples, and we got a way to regulate them. Now, the moment has come for tech companies to be regulated. And there are pointers, they're really pointers there. I read a guy called Yanis Varoufakis. He's written a very impressive book called Techno-Feudalism, where he says tech companies have become bigger than states. And that's true. The CEO of Facebook is not in any way, first of all, they might even be stateless because they might operate for more than one state at any given time. So how do you bring regulation such a person? The US Congress can summon the CEO of Facebook. Can the Ugandan Parliament summon the CEO of Facebook for a matter like the use of our likeness? So those things are, we need to codify them.
I mean, Zuckerberg was someone that the EU,
Yes,
to explain.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You need to codify them. And I've seen now countries are starting to take this hostile stance. So we've seen countries which have, for example, blocked usage of social media for people under the age of 16. We're seeing countries now which are saying, we love your social media platform, but we will take control of the algorithm in the platform. That's what has happened to TikTok. A US company called Oracle is going to take charge of the algorithm. We've seen countries where people have said, we'll just block all your social media sites in this country and you will not use them in this country. And that might be where we start from before we get a full solution.
I mean, China, for example, has done that.
Yes, Uganda too has blocked Facebook.
Facebook, I know.
Yeah, because of
Yeah, certainly. Social media is going to be very central as we get into election. I thought that we could now sort of shift gears and put it in context with, how social media can manipulate narratives online and how the artificial intelligence element is even going to advance it. So we know that Uganda is going to elections and a lot of the political warfare is going to be fought online, where we're going to have armies assembled to push certain narratives for candidates against candidates, spreading misinformation, disinformation, sometimes facts online to sort of portray the other candidate in a certain way. How do you see AI, an integration of AI and social media manipulation as Uganda gets into elections?
I start off by saying we are nowhere near prepared for what could happen to online usage. And I don't even think switching off the internet is an outcome that might help manage what might come from the internet. I think that, one, the regulatory bodies like UCC are not doing anywhere near enough. They're approaching regulation from the point of, can we block usage of platforms by people? Or can we institute sanctions on people? But those things do not actually produce good information use. So what is an election? An election is a political contestation moment. As a political contestation moment, people get in two tribes, Some people are red, some people are yellow, some people are blue. And because they're in tribes, they start to consume information that appeals to their tribe. It might be very hard, for example, to tell someone that someone in the red camp is capable of saying something that might impact you positively in the yellow camp, simply because of the polarization that the internet will create. Now, how do you approach a polarization like that? I don't think you approach that polarization by stopping some people from speaking, or I don't think you approach that polarization from saying, let's put sanctions on some of the actors that are speaking. You need to have, one, a wholesome approach to it. And that wholesome approach is to say, who are the biggest drivers of the information ecosystem? Some of the biggest drivers of the information ecosystem are traditional media houses. We have big influencers on social media platforms who might be TikTokers, Facebookers, who might be on X, and genuinely approach them in good faith to tell them that there is a community, and that community needs to be protected through this period of intense political competition. Many times, political competitors do not understand that countries live on beyond their political competition. Who wins the election doesn't mean Uganda will go away. I mean, if Museveni is defeated in the election, Uganda will not go away, it will remain. If General Muntu becomes president of the country, Uganda will not go away, it will remain. The problems that are facing the Museveni government will face whichever government is going to come next. If you become President Bobi Wine in February next year, you will have to appoint a UCC ED. The problems the UCED is facing right now will not magically disappear because you become president. They will be there. So you have to take this communal approach to it and say, how do we communally approach this high, intense information environment? And one is good faith from political actors. Good faith means, how do we compete on these platforms? If I have a message to pass along and I can pass it along with bots, is the message factual? Is it accurate? Why am I having to use bots for this message to get along? Can we then agree that in the information ecosystem that we remove bots? But how do we remove bots? How do we identify accounts that are inauthentic in their behavior and accounts that are authentic in their behavior? These are the conversations that someone at UCC needs to have. These are the conversations someone in the Ministry of ICT needs to have. But they need to take a wholesome approach, not a partisan approach to them.
And it's going to be very difficult as AI comes into the picture. I mean, artificial intelligence can, you can create an account and it has authentic behavior. It writes in a certain way, it produces content in a certain way, and therefore can be able to push narratives in a certain way depending on how you're actually training it to do it. And you don't have to really work around it.
Yeah, and also like the tribes, the nature of tribes forming on the internet is already clear. There are political competitors for whom the election is a referendum on justice. Can there be equal and fair political competition for all parties involved? Other people have said this is a referendum on the economy, that can we now probe whether this economy is growing? Is it growing enough? Is it distributing enough? Those tribes are going to boil down to abusive content. The closer you get to the election day, the more that it will get abusive, the more that you're more likely going to see people acting off of that. Now, there are moments in history that should cause us to stop and reflect. The shooting of Charlie Kirk should be a moment for us to stop and reflect. It's a moment far in time. It's in the US, which is nautical miles away from us. But this is someone who held opinions that people felt were divisive, and someone felt the only way to confront those opinions was through the use of political violence. But even back closer to home, we have people on TikTok who are being arraigned in Entebbe Magistrates Court and detained. We have, I've just seen the curious case now, which I'm trying to find facts for, that a journalist asked the president about congestion in a particular hospital. The prime minister went to visit the hospital, found the congestion as the journalist had said it was, but the interpretation of the congestion from the prime minister was that, the congestion is because doctors are actually working. So they've detained the journalist apparently, and they're forcing the journalist to make an apology. Those things we need to confront them on a day-to-day basis. And the reason I say a wholesome approach is that people need to get out of this moment of partisan political contestation and realize that this violence that they are generating out of political competition could actually lead to a breakdown in society. People could get into that moment of polarity where they say, you know what, the only way out is through political violence, and you don't want to get back to that. Countries like Uganda have unique histories. We don't have to look far for political violence. We've had political violence all through our years. The current constitution is an outcome of political violence. The previous constitution was overthrown through political violence. Our independence movement was overthrown because of political violence. So we don't need to look far. We have a history of political violence. We need to look it in the face and say, this is where
these conversations are actually going to happen online, Ray, because when we studied the previous elections, I think the Institute, together with the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, published a paper on manipulation, digital voter manipulation, how the elections were manipulated and the narratives. It's going to be interesting to watch how social media is going to be used or is going to be manipulated as we get into elections, especially with AI. You're most likely going to see videos that are going to come up done by AI. You're going to see pictures that are not real, but done by AI to portray a certain candidate in a certain way. We remember then there was, Robert Chagulanyi being portrayed with, the LGBT community, that some of it was fake. There's pictures that happen in the Rwandan genocide, finding themselves onto the Ugandan social media platforms as being committed by the regime. There's a lot of information that came up that wasn't real, and it could even get worse this time. We're going to see, artificial intelligence generated images, videos to push a certain narrative by an army. And so I think I wanted you to speak to that, and perhaps how can we support our audiences to sift through these narratives? Because people are going to push narratives, and they're going to push them at every angle, whether using AI, and the thin line between the truth and what is false is going to continue, becoming thin, that you cannot see what is true and what is not.
I think you have to start from the optimist point, and the optimist point of view is that access to information is a good thing. If you are the president of a country, people need to access information on what you're doing for them to be able to judge whether you are a good president or not. If you're an opposition candidate opposing a candidate, people need to access information on your manifesto to know these are the areas of agreement, these are the areas of disagreement. Access to information in itself is not a bad thing, it's a very good thing. Now, that access to information might determine behavior. And I think that's where the political competition is a problem, that contenders in the political space want to determine behavior of the electorate, and they think that using or manipulating information might do that. But there are also offline things that then make it hard for you to have online engagement. If you arrest and detain members of a specific political party, it makes it harder for them to engage with you. It makes it harder for them to see you as a good faith actor. If you appear in speeches mocking and abusing another person's family, it's difficult for that person to contend with the fact that you could be a good faith actor on something else. And those, I think, are the problems, that there are not enough citizens who are stepping up to tell people in political competition that, look here, this country lives on beyond you. You have your moment of political competition. We might agree on some things, we might disagree on some things, but can we at least agree to have a country beyond this intense moment of political competition? And those good citizens need to be on both sides. So you need to condemn kidnaps, you need to be able to condemn political violence, but you also need to have the political courage to condemn abusive language and how it is used in political contestation. Condemning it doesn't mean that there should be legislation against it. It's just that this is abusive language. If you use it, the behavior you're going to get from the person that you're abusing is different. But now, for political violence, that must be legislated, because that's action now. Someone might abuse you, but if you slap them, then you've acted and you've caused them harm almost immediately. So there should also be, we already have legislation against that, and there should be sanctions for kidnaps, for detentions beyond trial, detentions without trial. We should have a functional society. But we only achieve that by being in the middle, and this is where I think it gets harder. It gets harder because there is just a mass of content that we are consuming that gets us into different tribes. You don't know this, but for example, an algorithm. If I am an NRM supporter, and all I'm talking about on my social media account is protecting the gains, how the economy is growing, good roads, guess what happens? The algorithm starts to feed you with people who are saying these same things as you're saying. So you get into this echo chamber and bubble where you think your viewpoint is the only existing viewpoint on the internet. Then on one random day, you will interface with content that you don't agree with. And then, because you have different echo chambers, that moment's a moment of violence. It's a moment of intense violence. So people need to be able to see and know that whatever my political persuasion, my opponents in the political space are not adversaries. There are people who wish for the same things. There are people who wish for a good Uganda. We may disagree on the method to get there, but they wish for a good Uganda. And that good faith then allows you to act across the aisle. But there are also things on which I think we should be non-partisan. The rule of law, we can't afford to be partisan on it. The rule of law must work. Divisive political messaging, there should be non-partisan approaches to things like that. We come from a community of different ethnic persuasions, different tribal persuasions. If you have divisive political messaging, despite the fact that it might be lawful in language, it has the actual net impact of causing conflict in those communities. So how do you approach it? How do you address it? Those are good faith things that people in the middle should be able to say and do. And for me, the biggest worry is because of the polarized nature, and that polarized nature has narratives to support it, people in the middle are being drowned out. Increasingly, being seen as being a centrist is the same as being seen as condoning injustice or being seen as not speaking up enough against
That's it.
abusive political language.
So we have the far rights and the far lefts.
I wouldn't put it in that term, but yes,
Well, that's
in
it,
the West,
because
that is the term they're using.
I mean, if you're looking at polarization,
Yes.
we will have the far rights and the far lefts, and finding yourself in the middle, you could either be seen or you're supporting this other or the other.
Yeah, it's very hard, and narratives have already been built. It's very hard to convince a member of the NRM, for example, that they're good faith actors in National Unity Platform, because they will say, look at this abusive language that they're using. Look at what they're doing. Look at what they're saying about us. And it's hard to convince a member of National Unity Platform that there might be good faith actors in the NRM, because they say, how come there are all these kidnaps, the tortures, the arrests? How come they're not speaking up about those? So again, if you have non-partisan issues on which members of different parties can speak with one language, then you get closer to the center.
And Raymond, this polarization will be witnessed very clearly through narratives pushed online.
Exactly. There is no doubt that the narrative build-up already shows that we're heading for a very polarized election. There are some people who think that the economy has functioned well, and that we are getting into a lower middle income. That's a matter that everyone should celebrate. There are people who've been locked out of that economy who don't see a thing to celebrate. There are people who, for 5, 6, 7 years, have endured kidnaps, torture, detentions that you cannot tell an economic conversation if they cannot stay alive. So those narratives have already been founded in actual basis of fact. Is it a fact that Uganda's economy is growing? Yes. Uganda's economy is growing 5%, 6%. It's a fact. Is it distributing to everyone? Maybe not. It's possible that it's growing, but it's also possible that it's growing for a few. That could be an actual point that someone can put across and say, thank you. You're factual when you say the economy is growing, but it's not growing enough for all of us. Is it true that there are kidnaps, tortures, and detentions? Yes, that's a matter of fact. It's true. But it's also true that there's abusive and divisive political language coming from the opposition. Yes. Is it being enabled by the kidnaps and tortures? Maybe. So can we start to address that matter? And for me, the crisis is the lack of political courage. The lack of political courage. There are very few people who have the courage to say, look here, you might be my friend, I might have your phone number, we might be family members, but this thing that you're doing is wrong, and this is how it is wrong. And I think that's really where we need to get.
Yeah. You know, you've talked about polarization, and I think that we're going to see it very clearly as we advance into elections online. And, you know, what social media has done is to break barriers and borders. We can no longer discuss the politics within this small bubble of Uganda. We're now discussing politics at a geopolitical level. I mean, and social media unites us, and that also comes with foreign interference into local politics. In the past, we have had several reports that have spoken about how the foreign interference in countries' elections is vivid, especially through leading narratives online. Do you see that coming in Uganda's politics?
Yes, it's definitely going to come. There are many actors who are interested in the political trajectory of Uganda. Those actors are on both sides of the divide. Those actors do not live in the sovereign boundaries of Uganda, and they want to influence the behavior of Uganda. There are actors who feel, for example, that Uganda should remain this regional stability bulwark, guaranteeing peace in South Sudan, in the DRC, and they might want an outcome in the election that favors that. There are actors who feel that, Uganda is on the cusp of this economic development that we need to take charge of, and they might think that a candidate might advance that for them. Now, foreign interference is not the problem, but being able to guard against it is where the crisis is. We tend to say that, social media is just merely a platform. No, but social media is also a behavioral pattern, an outcome of behavioral patterns. The kind of content you consume determines the behavior of a person. It could also very likely be that an actor could cause apathy in the election. We've seen a lot of videos of violence. We've seen videos of how the election might be rigged. And that will cause apathy, and people will stay home and not go to vote the candidate that they think they deserve. And That's a crisis. All those are crises of democracy. The crisis of democracy is that it's an open project. You can't close it. It's an open project. People must be able to influence it. There are people who are in Uganda, for example, as migrants, Ethiopians, Eritreans, Sudanese who are here. They are vested in the political outcome of Uganda. They may not be vested by casting their ballot, but who you vote as the mayor of Kira might determine the rent prices of the Sudanese in Nalia. So they have a political vesting in how the election might come out. How do you guard against it? I don't have the answers. But being aware of the fact that there are foreign actors who will be interested in the outcome of Uganda's election is no doubt.
Look, I can't agree more with you. When you sometimes analyze the two hashtags that were used in the previous election, I think steady progress and we're removing the dictator, some of that content was not entirely coming from here. It was, part of it was coming from out of here, but largely controlling narratives. So there is a behavior that, and because, you know, you have people seated in Nigeria or in Ghana pushing a hashtag to portray narratives in a certain way, and you think it's authentically coming from Ugandans.
Yeah, so that's again a crisis, both a crisis of evidence and a crisis of fact. There are many Ugandans, for example, who live in the diaspora. They have political persuasions and they might act like that. There are many Ugandans who live in Uganda, but because of the political environment we have, they will switch on their VPN when they're tweeting. And once you switch on your VPN, your views are recorded as views from the country in which the VPN has located you. But there are also bad faith actors who run bot machines and say, sit in a room and say, can we run this bot empire that will influence the outcome of people? Cambridge Analytica did that for the Kenyan election, and they were able to portray one of the candidates in the election as a violent candidate, as a candidate who's not interested in peace, as a candidate who's not interested in progress. And the outcome was that voters in their ethnic community stayed away, apathy. Other voters showed up to stop that from happening. So people study cognitive behavior off of social media use and then try and weaponize that against the country itself. And this is why I'm saying the UCC is not doing enough. You need to do enough in terms of cognitive behavior. How are people behaving off of the content that they consume? How might people who consume TikTok content that has a particular hashtag, how might they behave? And how can we start to influence those people in terms of their behavior? Again, like I said, unfortunately, Uganda wants to be a democracy, lives as a democracy, and that's an open project. As an open project, you can't stop people you think are bad faith actors from acting, neither can you stop people you think are good faith actors. Both of them have to give them a platform to act. People are the ones who have to make the choice and say, this is not content I want to consume. So if you have more people with political courage standing up and saying, I believe in your ideas, but this messaging is wrong. If you have more people saying, I believe in your ideas, but why are we the ones that are sending soldiers to pick up people? The ability of those people to stand up and say, there must be a basic minimum in which our politics operates, those are the people that will save us.
Interesting. How does foreign interference portray itself in defining a country's democracy?
So one, there are two things that have been happening on the global scale. One of those things is that democracy has been in retreat. We're at this moment post the 90s where democracy was established in many countries. Elections became the vehicles in which leaders were chosen. There was mass innovation, and then it became a self-fulfilling prophecy that, you know, voters will always pick the best leaders available to them. And voters would then consume information from different leaders and be able to make their choices. Over time, people learned that we can influence the information that voters consume. And some of these were bad faith actors like Cambridge Analytica starting in the US election. They were like, we can segment communities and see what kind of information they consume and use algorithms to dampen their mood. Now, that's how foreign interference has traditionally been spread over, that someone may not necessarily say keep people away from the voting day, but someone might say, can we increase the messaging of violence around this particular hashtag closer to the election, so that the more that people see violence and associate it with a very particular political grouping, then they're not likely going to show up to vote for that particular grouping. Remember, there's already studies that are established. For example, vulnerable communities are most likely not going to vote candidates that they think might lead to violence. So those candidates may not be violent, may not have strategies for violence, but because people have gotten their message and linked it to violence, now those candidates cannot detach themselves from the political messaging coming out of their camps. Other times, people take advantage of moments, you know. You might give an interview in which you say, I'm dismayed and disgusted by the system. That clip can be cut out, used out of context, and spread across communities. Now, what generative AI has done is that you don't even need that clip anymore. You can generate it if you want it and use it. We've seen messaging, for example, early on in the election, saying, you know, of the president, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, saying, this is the last time I'm running, I will not run again. He didn't say those things. But that clip has been generated and it's making the rounds. So now, some people might show up to vote influenced by that messaging that, you know, this is the last time that this man is going to stand for the presidency. And that might influence the way they vote, either for him or against him. We've seen messaging where people say that foot soldiers of the National Unity Platform are violent. And that messaging uses generative AI. Every time that the foot soldiers messaging comes up on social media, people are in the accounts below posting violence under those tweets. Then it links them to violence, and then it makes it easy for people to justify actions against them. So when they arrest a foot soldier, someone might justify and say, oh yeah, I've seen a lot of violent content coming from these foot soldiers. Maybe it's a good thing that the state is stepping in, but someone has just influenced that. It's also that these narratives impact on the key decision makers. So in the ecosystem, there's you and I, but there's also the IGP. The IGP consumes information of TikTok, of Facebook, of X, and we do not know what the man is consuming. We don't. And yet, you and I can consume that information, be angry, go to bed and sleep. He might consume that information and act on it and tell police units to act in a different or certain way, which might influence the outcome of an election. So again, there are many areas of influence. There are many areas in which an election might be hijacked. And one of the best ways is to increase information about ways in which that election could be hijacked. But I will insist again, one of the better ways is to create basic minimums below which you cannot go. Say, I disagree with you, but I will not allow for you to be kidnapped. Or I disagree with you, but I will not abuse your mother or your children to make a political point. And that's the way we grow.
Yeah. No, you see, while you're speaking, I'm thinking, so who is going to be monitoring AI and social media as we go through the electoral processes? I think that journalism is going to play a very key role in fact-checking and putting out those nuances and warning people about what really is true. You know, such narrative, such conversations should go on to say, look, let's debunk this image that is going viral, or this video of Museveni saying is going to be running. Who is going to do that? I think that is one of the key issues that we have to answer.
There have to be very strategic interventions for key actors. So those key actors might be influential figures like police commanders and the like, newsrooms. There have to be strategic interventions. We've been beating our heads over this for the last 3 years. Newsrooms are nowhere near equipped to deal with fact-checking. One, they're critically understaffed. Journalists are lowly paid, low-resourced. 3, they are overworked. You're not going to ask a journalist who's come from covering, they were at Bobby Wine's home at 6 a.m. in the morning, went with him to the nomination, went with him to his rally in Natete, finished and came back to the newsroom, filed a story, and they're going home at midnight, but you've seen a non-factual piece of information, and you ask them to come back into the newsroom. the newsrooms do not have those systems inbuilt right now to do efficient fact checking.
Even the skill set.
Yes.
And it takes really someone who is skilled to.
Yes, it's going to take strategic interventions from people who wish good for democracy, from actors. I think UCC, Ministry of ICT, democracy, faith actors, all of those have to get into the room and say, how do we have strategic interventions that are designed to make this thing work? Unfortunately, some of the divisive rhetoric is coming from people who would otherwise be in positions that are of influence, where some of these interventions need to come from. So we've already seen, for example, weaponized narratives now. Media houses are being weaponized, that one media house belongs to one camp, the other media house belongs to another camp. That's going to determine the treatment of the journalists from those media houses by both state and non-state actors. And that might determine also how the journalists approach news stories. If your newsroom is perceived to be in bed with a specific actor, whether that's true or not, you will think twice about the kind of information. You might have self-censorship. So how do we get newsrooms to have the courage to break those narratives and break those barriers? It's also that we need to identify the sources of these narratives and tackle them head on and say, this particular narrative is being driven by this person. What might you be benefiting from spreading this narrative? And that's going to be done by key influential figures. It's going to be done by researchers. It's going to be done by political actors. And unfortunately, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, interesting. As we close, Raymond, I wanted you to share some, maybe 2 or 3 tips on supporting the audience to just do some basic fact checking, right? How do you tell an AI generate? How do you study these, narratives? Don't just consume content. There must be a reason as to why you're consuming this content. How do you tell that this is an AI generated video, this is an AI generated picture, the content beyond just the hashtags? Can we read beyond the messaging? Which tips can we share with the audience, the public out there?
I don't know if I have tips. What I have is questions. So for me, normally, the best way to fact check is to start by asking questions. And one of the key questions is, why might this information be appealing to me? Like when you're scrolling Twitter, there are so many tweets, but there's one tweet you'll stop at and say, hey, I need to see this tweet. I probably need to retweet it. And one of the questions is to ask yourself, why might this information be appealing to me? And by asking yourself that question, you're able to step out of your tribe. Now, by tribe, I don't mean your ethnic tribe, but I mean your digital tribe. So offline, for example, I am a Mutoro. Anything that comes out of Toro is appealing to me simply because I belong to that tribe. I have an ethnic attachment to it. It's a base identity for me. In digital tribes, people also have base identities. You might have a base identity where you say, I believe in fairness and justice. So every time you see content that appears to either advance fairness or justice, you might be willing to retweet it. Every time you see content that doesn't advance fairness and justice, you might be forced to engage with it. Now, that is a key question of why might this information be appealing to me? The second thing after you step away from that is to ask yourself, is this information in fact true? So that might be, check the Twitter account. If the Twitter account says this information has come from Mujuni Raymond, is this actually Mujuni Raymond's account? Or is it another person's account? Is it someone masquerading as Mujuni Raymond? Someone could add an A to Solomon Serwanja and have an account and use it in different ways. So ask yourself, is this actually actual and factual information? And then after that, ask yourself even the important question of, if this is factual information, who might benefit from seeing it? If the person that might benefit from seeing it is one person, then maybe send that person the message in WhatsApp. Because the more you retweet this content, the more it goes viral. Now, people have learned to weaponize algorithms and use them both for or against actors. You might be a good faith actor and say, I'm anti-injustice. And then someone sends to your Twitter account particularly information that riles you up. And their intention is to get you angry enough so that you act, so that they can justify a response to your actions. So now, that person is waiting for you to act. But if you remain angry and not act, they can't justify their actions. So you need to also be politically alert to say, why might I be seeing this particular information over and over again? Why might it be the one that's occurring over and over again? But also, the final tip is to please beg our politicians who are in the political competition to accept that there's a basic minimum. There's a country that lives on beyond them. There are people in this country who have lives beyond political competition. Political competition is not the end of political ideas. You might be defeated politically, but your ideas could succeed. Justice is invaluable for society. If you don't campaign for justice, the day injustice is visited upon you, you will learn the value of justice. So people need to get to that basic minimum where you say, I expect to be treated at this basic minimum all through the time, whether my views agree or disagree with the person. It's also that to appeal to people who are in different camps and say, there are genuinely solutions that are going to come from both camps. There are people who will agree with solutions from different sides of the camps. That doesn't make them bad people. That doesn't make them endorsers of crime and what. These are just genuinely people who might say, okay, this is a violation of a fair trial, and Ugandans deserve fair trial. If someone says Ugandans deserve a fair trial, that doesn't mean they don't agree that the economy is not growing. That doesn't mean that they don't agree that that the government's not doing enough. Other times, it's just messaging. I had this exchange with Abdu Katuntu on Capital Gang, where I was telling him, I don't disagree that the government has had all these initiatives to try and alleviate people out of poverty. What I don't agree with is that those initiatives have taken people out of poverty. Yeah. So yes, the government is acting, but its actions are not producing the results that are required. And that is a loop, a communication loop, where someone says, yes, you might be acting, but the way you're acting is not producing the results that I want to see. And I tell people sometimes, particularly people in political competition, please become soccer fans. Because when you're a soccer fan, you learn the value of defeat. I support a team that perennially defeats other teams, also loses some matches. We have a good team. It's the best team on the field. But sometimes you get beaten by a team that's not a good team. Does that mean that our team is bad? No. Does that mean that that team is better than us? No. It's just that there were moments in time when that team played their good game and they won over us. And for me, those things they're invaluable. They're really invaluable.
You're talking about teams, and I thought I would engage you my last question. Yeah. Because, you're an international relations expert. The world will be focusing on Uganda as we go into elections. You are having the global West or global North, whatever, and then we have the East and West. And with the East, I'm looking at the EU will be watching these elections. The Americans will be watching these elections. The Chinese on the other side will be watching these elections. The Russians will be watching these elections because of the so many things that are happening. What do you think we need to pay attention to at the international scene? We have the Americans and the EUs that so much push for against human rights violations, key tenets of democracy and good governance. You have the other side that really doesn't care about your democracy. Russia and China, they're so much into growing, investing into the economy, and they're into, doing business and, trade and all that. It's interesting just to get your views on what do you see.
These are not two sides of a coin. It's more complex than that. And for me, the first thing is to say Uganda is a sovereign country. As a sovereign country, we pick and determine countries that we can engage with. At the moment, we've agreed to belong to the United Nations, so we engage with almost all the countries that exist in that ecosystem. There are about 193. We might get different incentives from different countries, and the way we behave towards those countries is different. Now, this election is a moment for internal political competition to determine who will lead the state of Uganda. The state of Uganda is the one that engages in these international relations. I don't think that the global attention to elections is as pronounced as it used to be before. So it's very likely that the attention to the Ugandan election may not be that high. We've seen elections that have happened, for example, in Malawi. There's very little attention to that election. It's ended. Almost no one is paying attention to the election in Tanzania. Even Ugandans, for whom the biggest pipeline is going through Tanzania, are not paying attention to that election. There's a Kenyan election which is coming up and which is shaping up very fast. There is a foregone election in South Sudan which hasn't happened. No one is paying attention to that. So it's very likely that the attention to the Ugandan election may not be as high as it used to be before traditionally. Now, also, it's important for Uganda to say, what values do we want to espouse in an international system, and who might we look at for those values, or who might we engage to share those values with? I think that from where I sit, I think that Uganda has to be very careful about who they pick on as their allies. They also have to be very careful about the idea, this Cold War idea that you only have to belong to one camp. We are a young country, we are landlocked, we are growing very slowly. We need economic incentives. And we need to get those economic incentives from whoever is offering them, whether that's Russia, whether that's China, South Africa, the United States. We need to get those economic incentives. But as we get the economic incentives, we need to be careful about the political incentives that come with them. So are we going to engage in business with you? Yes. But are we going to share all the political values you share? Maybe not. And this is the moment of complexity. Uganda should be able to stand up and say a violation of sovereign borders is wrong, because we are a sovereign country, we have borders, states which have been at conflict, and we understand what it means to violate sovereign borders. In fact, and this is a matter that people haven't paid attention to, Uganda is one of the few countries in the world that has been attacked by its neighbor, occupied by its neighbor, and run by its neighbor. Few countries in the world have had that in their lifetime. So what we're seeing, for example, in Russia and Ukraine, what Ukraine is suffering, Uganda suffered in the 1970s. The Tanzanian soldiers marched into Uganda, kicked away the government. Of course, some people didn't like the Idi Amin government, but it was the government of Uganda nonetheless. We were occupied. So we know a thing or two about someone expanding beyond the sovereign territorial borders and coming to your borders and wanting to take away your state and your government. And as a matter of principle, for us in the international stage, that should be a matter of principle. Now, does that mean that we endorse everything the West says? No. It just means that on this matter, we agree with the West. There are significant areas in which we disagree with the West. And again, the West in relation to who? When you have a campus and you're sitting in Uganda, the west of Uganda is the DRC. That's an important country to us. It's the country we share the longest borderline with. The east of Uganda is Kenya. We're a landlocked country. It's the country we send most of our exports to. So these terms, east and west, mean different things for us in Uganda. So I might be in tune. I might pay attention for a brief minute to what's happening between Russia and Ukraine. I might pay attention to what's happening between China and the US, but I need to pay critical attention to what's happening in the DRC because that's my west. I need to pay attention to Kenya because that's my east. I need to pay attention to Tanzania, that's my south. So everyone has their own direction and can define their own direction. And people should be able to respect sovereigns when they're defining their own direction. So I keep telling our friends in the NRM this, that you want to be a manufacturing hub in Uganda. How are you going to evacuate goods that you're manufacturing? You're only going to evacuate them through Kenya because you're landlocked. For that to happen, we need to believe in a system of international cooperation. We need to believe that countries can go through other countries and trade their goods. If we wish away a rules-based order in which international cooperation exists, then what's to stop the Kenyans from saying, okay, Uganda, none of your goods should get into Kenya? So that's the reason why, we need to engage this from our own little sovereign borders and say this is what we believe as Uganda, and this is what we'll go with at the international stage. We don't have to be bullied by anyone. I mean, people try and bully us on the international stage from both sides. We don't have to be bullied by anyone on the international stage.
Okay. Raymond, thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. I hope no one edits this video and generates new content from
You know,
it.
you were speaking, and I'm thinking, okay, so you guys are going to do another one like this to make it more authentic. But thank you very much, Raymond.
Thank you, please.
Well, we've been discussing social media manipulation, artificial intelligence, and some little bit of international relations in like with our elections. Again, it's my role to remind all of you that we are going to vote, so go and cast your ballot on that day when we go to determine our democracy through the ballot. I'm Solomon Serwanja. Thanks for watching. This is The Hard Questions. Justice stands as the cornerstone of any thriving democracy. But what happens when the scales tip under the weight of inefficiency, mistrust, and a system yearning for reforms? Tonight, we dive deeper into the state of Uganda's judiciary, exploring its challenges, opportunities, and the critical role of the Uganda Law Society in shaping its future. On this episode of The Hard Questions, I host Dennis Kusasira, a lawyer, an advocate, and a senior partner of Abmac Associates to discuss this and more. Welcome to The Hard Questions. I'm Solomon Serwanja. Dennis, thank you so much for making time to speak to us on the show.
Thank you for having me, and I'm happy to be here.
Great to have you.
Yeah.
For a lawyer who has spent over 28 years in the practice, you've been having a close look at the judiciary for many years. I would love you to walk back in time and walk with us about the evolution of the judiciary in this country and currently where we at in terms of our judicial system.
Thank you very much. Yeah, rightly as you've put it, have been part of Uganda's judicial system since 1998, starting out as a clerk in the law firm of Sempasa and Co-Advocates, and then went on to study law, first as a diploma in law, the ordinary diploma, to use as a prelude to study a degree. After that, I went to law school at Kampala International University, studied law, came out as the best student there.
Wow. Joined
the Law Development Center and enrolled as an advocate in 2009. So I'm counting over 15 years of active practice of law as an advocate. And then the combined association with the judiciary really dates back since 1998.
Wow.
Yes.
Quite a rich CV.
So in terms of what you can ask me as evolution of the judicial system in Uganda, the justice system, some of the stuff I can tell you about it before I was born. We used to have a judicial system back in the day before the Uganda became a protectorate of the British. We used to have our native courts that used to preside over cases. Obviously, as we got independence, we evolved from that somehow. There was first of all, by then, before even I go to the evolution after independence, is that you have to talk about how were judicial officers appointed
at that time.
At that time, because the appointment of judicial officers has a lot to do with how independent they are.
Correct.
At least in actual sense or perception. So before you had judges being appointed by the Queen. It's the judges of the mainstream courts, what we call the courts of judicature. Courts of judicature are courts of record. So those were appointed by the Queen. And after independence, we for the first time got what we call the Judicial Service Commission. In the first constitution of 1962, for the very first time, we saw an institution called the Judicial Service Commission being initiated in the system to deal with the appointment of judicial officers. What did it do? It established for the very first time the Supreme Court in Uganda, and it established the Constitutional Court, which is also the Court of Appeal. Before that, we used to have the High Court and the Court of Appeal as the last appellate court. Later on, the Court of Appeal became the Supreme Court after, I think, 1987. But generally, we had two.
The High Court,
High Court,
Court of Appeal.
Court of Appeal, and then the lower bench. The lower magistrate courts.
Mm-hmm.
And in 1995, now we saw a drastic change. Number one, the Judicial Service Commission was reformed. It now had 9 commissioners as opposed to the previous, I think, 5 or 6.
Mm-hmm.
And we saw it becoming more representative of stakeholders. Number one, you have got the Law Society as a body that sends 2 representatives that serve as commissioners of the Judicial Service Commission. Then you had, they introduced the representative of the justices, of the judges. So you have the judge of the Supreme Court who sits on the Judicial Service Commission. And then you have one member of the nominated by the Public Service Commission.
Okay.
And then you have, of course, the chairperson of the commission and their deputy. And then 2 members of the public that are lay people appointed by the president. And then you have the Attorney General, who is an ex-officio of the Judicial Service Commission. So that was intended to create an institution that is responsible for, number one, appointment of judicial officers as an independent institution, as opposed to direct appointment by the president as it used to be.
Yeah.
Appoint Chief Justice, then appoint judges on advice of Judicial Service Commission. So that was intended to create that independence, that once a judge is appointed, they are not necessarily under the mercy
Of the executive.
of the person appointing them,
Correct.
under the supervision of the Judicial Service Commission. And also, it is assumed that the Judicial Service Commission is going to act independently. Now, whether it acts independently is what we will discuss later on this show.
You touched on it, and I think that it's good. Thank you so much for grounding us on that. One of the things that has come out very strongly is the independence of Uganda's justice system. There's a growing narrative that the justice system is not necessarily independent of the executive, and that sometimes the invisible hand of the executive infiltrates decision-making in our courts. I wanted us to address that issue because from what you've told us, you've built it on, the whole evolution of the justice system to the creation of the Judicial Service Commission. And to date, you're saying the president also appoints. So it looks like that there is where the problem starts from. Do you think that the justice system or the judicial system in this country, or the judiciary at large, is independent of the executive?
So, first of all, independence of the judiciary is one of the tenets of democracy. We have got 3 arms of government. We have the executive, we have the legislature, then we have the judiciary. All these arms of government are supposed to act not entirely independent of each other, but they check each other. But there is some level of independence that is expected of them, so that none of these arms of government is seen to be doing the work of the other. Correct. But they can check on each other. Now, independence of the judiciary, I think, is a broad concept. It can refer to institutional independence. If you talk about the judiciary as an institution, is it independent from the executive? And if you take it from that simplistic view, you could say yes, because the judiciary, I think the recent act that I think is called the Judiciary Service Act, it establishes, it's an own fund for the judiciary. The judiciary manages its budget. The judiciary has its head as the Chief Justice. The judiciary has the principal judge as the administrator of the High Court, and the DCJ, the Deputy Chief Justice, as administrator of the Court of Appeal. If you talk about as an institution, it has its own offices, its own courts. It's not sitting inside the parliament. It's not going to State House to decide cases from there. As an institution, you could say that, yeah, if you look at the law, its provision, and what we see from an institutional perspective, the judiciary is independent. But what matters to lawyers and even you as a consumer of judicial services is not the independence necessarily of institution alone, but the independence of the judicial officers. The independence of the judicial officers does not only relate to them being hard to remove or them being able to decide independently, but they should be able to decide cases without any interference from anybody. And there is always a tendency to focus only on the executive as the interferer. But the independence of the judiciary requires that the judicial officer should decide cases without interference by any person, any authority, be it Uganda Law Society, be it the executive, be it the parliament. But there is a tendency to focus so much on executive, be it you, Solomon, be it the RDC. It is about, and the decision must be one that is implemented effectively without interference by anyone. So in terms of whether it's independent, we normally have what we call the actual, what is actually the truth, and then the perception. And when it comes to matters of judicial dispensation, actually perception matters more. As the judiciary, you may see yourself as independent, but do the people perceive you to be independent? And the moment people don't perceive you to be independent, then you are actually not independent. And the people stop to respect the decisions you make, and actually they withdraw legitimacy.
But let me just come in here. But doesn't that stem from the fact that many of the judges, if not so, the Supreme Court and the Chief Justice, there's a hand of the president. Yeah. The Judicial Service Commission, goes through, all the 9 members you mentioned. They come up with the names of the judges and maybe the Chief Justice. They present them to the head of state, and the head of state has the final say. The president decides the Chief Justice. The president decides the Electoral Commission chairperson. Didn't the law give the president a lot of powers to facilitate independence of the 3 arms of the state? Isn't it the problem there?
No, world over, if you do your research, you'll find that majority of countries, the Chief Justice, the judges, the justices of upper courts are appointed by the president. But what was intended in 1995 was to establish an independent institution called the Judicial Service Commission to be responsible for selection
and performance,
interview of candidates that are supposed to be appointed as judicial officers. And then for the upper bench, and by the upper bench, I'm talking about High Court and above, and the lower bench is magistrate courts and below. And then we also have tribunals. The Judicial Service Commission has a hand in the appointment of tribunals. But let's go back to the question you posed. By just the president appointing judges does not necessarily compromise the independence of the judiciary. What compromises the independence of the judiciary is, number one, the feel by the appointed person that they owe a favor to the person who appointed them. Or the fear that if a certain judicial officer behaves in a certain way, they can either be removed or transferred.
And they're justified.
And so once they don't have that security, then it becomes a problem. And also promotion. You see, you can be appointed a judicial officer, but for as long, judicial officers normally are careerists. They want to go up to the pinnacle. Who doesn't want to be a chief justice? Who doesn't want to be a justice of the Court of Appeal when they started as a magistrate? But the moment you don't have a clear path, you don't have a clear path of ascending to the top of your career, then you begin to worry about the decisions you make because you don't know how they're going to impact you. Or they may suffer some consequences. Let me just start from the structure of the Judicial Service Commission. Because the Judicial Service Commission is responsible for those promotions. Now, is it itself independent? Because the independence of the judiciary starts with the independence of the Judicial Service Commission.
Correct.
So the question, is the Judicial Service Commission independent? And this we can debate until cows come back home. But I can give you facts and then you make an objective assessment whether the Judicial Service Commission is actually independent. Because with independent, it must not only be independent, but you must be perceived to be independent. So it is made up of 9 commissioners. The chairperson and the deputy chairperson, those 2 are appointed by the president. Then it has got 2 members of the public who are supposed to be lay people. Why lay people? Because it is believed that judges must actually reflect the society they serve. So the lay people are supposed to bring that perception. They are looking for non-law things from a candidate that would kind of resonate with the society that the judges serve. So those lay people, 2 of them, they are appointed by the president. So those are 4. It has got the representative of the judiciary, who is a person supposed to be qualified to be a justice of the Supreme Court. That person is appointed by the president in consultation, and mark the word in consultation, with the judges. If I consult you, you may tell me what you've told me, but if this is my choice, I will still go with that choice. All I need to do is to tick the box that I consulted you. It doesn't give me a lot of comfort that is also not a presidential appointment. Then you have got another person who is a lay person, but that one is nominated by the Public Service Commission. I need to check whether the Public Service Commission is not part of the executive. Then you have got the Attorney General, who is there, and in many countries you find the Attorney General sits on the Judicial Service Commission, I think for purposes of checks and balances again. You know, the checks and balances are there. The executive cannot also completely abdicate the responsibility to the Judicial Service Commission. The Attorney General is there to, first of all, bring the perception of even the president. I mean, they have a stake. The president is a stakeholder. So Attorney General is there as a representative of the president. So how many are those that are appointed by the president?
About 7.
About 7, excluding public. Okay, we can excuse and say the public service is not the president. But we all know
Yeah.
that the public service also cannot function very independent of the executive.
So you remain
Then you
with
have got two
from the Uganda Law Society.
representative of Uganda Law Society to bring that perspective of the legal practitioners as a stakeholder. Those are 9. 2 only are nominated by the Uganda Law Society and 1 by the public service. The others, I've told you, they are appointed by the president. Now, after all these nominations have been done, the president also has to appoint those who have been nominated. So I still see that the Judicial Service Commission is still executive heavy. It is executive heavy. It is not, I think the Judicial Service Commission, the framers of the Constitution would have loved to have, because if one person is appointing almost all the commissioners, then we are back to 1962, 1966, 1967, where you had a few, but all appointed almost by the president. And the judges, because they also need to be promoted, they must appear to be acting in a manner that does not displease the executive. Oh, they may not be doing that, but unfortunately, that's the perception. So to crown up and answer your question is that as of today, there is a perception that the judiciary in Uganda, though independent as an institution, the judicial officers in Uganda are not necessarily independent. And I think there's enough evidence to back that up from what you see even as a lay person.
Yeah, and when we talk about judicial reforms, isn't it important that we start there? Because that, in my view, is the root of this. Isn't it time that we revisited that to address the bigger problem of the independence of the judiciary? Because the president does that legally.
Yeah, he does that legally. There's nothing.
Because the constitution...
He doesn't flout any law.
That's what I'm saying.
Whatever he's doing is within.
So isn't it one of the issues that we need to take very seriously if we're to have a judicial review and reform?
Yes, and it's long overdue. The Constitution of Uganda was promulgated in 1995. And I told you that it was the start of the transformative reform of the judicial system in Uganda. Then in, I think, 1997, the Judicial Service Act was enacted. That is the one now which governs the operations, of course, together with the Constitution of the Judicial Service Commission. But the time then, appointment of judges world over was almost, tap on the shoulder kind of arrangement. Solomon, bring him. Does he want to become a judge? we make him a judge. So much as the noises were beginning to filter through, that also is not a very good system. By the way, that's the system that was being followed in the UK. The Lord Chancellor was appointing judges, or was recommending judges for appointment by the Queen. But really, it was the Lord Chancellor doing almost everything. And the Lord Chancellor was part of the cabinet and also sits in the parliament, but also part of the judiciary. So there was no independence. So a movement started by different jurists, different, stakeholders to look at how can you have the three arms of government independent of each other. And the focus was on all of them. But for me, my interest is going to be more on what happened about what did countries say about the independence of the judiciary. Yeah. So the countries, particularly the Commonwealth countries, of which Uganda is one, in 1998 started to look at what we call the Latimer Principles. Mm-hmm. Latimer Principles is a document that kind of gives guidance of how each of these bodies, three arms of government, should relate to each other. It's available on the internet, and you can dig it up and read particularly what does it say? What should be the role of the executive in appointing judges? What should be the role of Parliament in appointing judges? What should be the role of the Judicial Service Commission in appointing judges? It even talks about what should be the ideal composition of the Judicial Service Commission.
Yeah.
So that 1998 movement starts when we have already started our journey for transformative reform, but in my view, on a wrong footing, in my view. So since then, there has not been any reform, in my view. You have had incremental reform of what was started in 1998, but not solving the problem. For example, you saw the enactment of... There have been some reforms. There have been establishment of divisions of the High Court. You have got High Court circuits in Fort Portal, in wherever,
to reduce on the
and bring the service back closer to the people. But in terms of going to the basic structure of the judiciary, we've not had a shake-up of what we got in 1998. Yet, the things that I'm talking about, the Latimer principles, were actually adopted by the Commonwealth in 2003. 2003, then UK, if you read up on UK, they changed theirs following what had been agreed. Then the African countries thought that they needed to look at how to implement those principles in the African context so that we don't just pick from Europe and impose. So they had a conference in Nairobi in 2005. I need to remember the year.
But have we implemented?
And they came up with what we call the Nairobi Action Plan, which now explains how African countries should implement the Latimer principles to the African context. And that is what you've seen has caused the reforms in Kenya, has caused the reform in South Africa.
Have we adopted those
now,
in Uganda?
I can say that because we are part of the Commonwealth, we ascribe to the Latimer principles, but we have not fully implemented them. And that failure to implement them fully is part of the problem. So we've only implemented them as far as advertising positions, vacancies is concerned, but there is even a problem also about even the whole process of advertising. But we can go on and on.
No, thank you for spending a lot of time on the independence, because it's very important. I mean, there have been arguments that you have a president who is a candidate in an election, go to court before a Supreme Court, which he literally has appointed, and, the whole chaos that we're in. And I think as a country, we really need to start thinking about the separation of power and the independence of the judiciary and the legislature and the executive. But let's shift gears on the performance itself. Judges are next to God. I wanted to conclude on the issue of independence. Judges are next to God. They can hang people. They can
decide your fate.
They can decide your fate. They can overturn an election. But let's go to the performance of the courts. The judiciary has been criticized very hardly for non-performance, looking at the benchmark of the cases that are being decided. We have a lot of backlog. I know that the circuits have tried to dispose of that. I know that there are mechanisms that have been brought about, like the plea bargain mechanism to, try to offset that. The issue of backlogs, as a lawyer who has been in the practice, what has been your experience, and what would you think would work best to sort this issue of backlogs? I know that judges have KPIs. You have to dispose of a certain number of cases. But some people think they are slow. Lawyers have waited in courts and courts. And somehow that has also crippled in corruption. That if you want your case to be heard very fast, you have to find a way of dealing with the clerk and bring the case and all that. The issue of backlog, how bad is it from your experience as a lawyer, but also what can be done?
I think backlog of cases is a common problem in most judiciaries. but it has got many causes. Some of them are structural. Some of them relate to the competence of judicial officers. Some of the backlogs depend on lack of human resource. Of course, if you have got one judge dealing with 1,000 cases, definitely, however efficient you are, you may not do it. But, and some of the backlogs are caused by us, lawyers. You file a case which has no merit and you somehow want it to be there. Or you file a case which has merit, but somehow you don't want to pursue it. Or you want to pursue it, but your colleague is not interested in pursuing it. Or the lawyers want to pursue it, but the instructions from the client is not to pursue it. So all those
you pile cases.
So you pile cases in court which are not supposed to be there. But let me talk about my own experience. That the performance of the judiciary, however much you may want to convince me, has not been very good. I can give you a very clear example that shows you that actually the judiciary is probably not a good performer. Let me choose the one that is very topical. Kabazi Guruka versus Attorney General. So 2021, Attorney General applied for a stay of execution. You know what a stay of execution is? A court has made a decision and for some reason you think it should not be immediately implemented.
Because you are appealing.
Because you are appealing, then you apply to suspend. I have my own reservation whether you can suspend a declaration. You know, the Constitutional Court has declared the law to be this, then you say we've suspended that declaration. Probably you can't, but you could suspend actions stemming from that declaration. Now, the Supreme Court issued an order of stay, I think in August 2021. And the last sentence of that decision was that this is a matter of great public importance and should be accorded urgency. How many years are they now? We are talking 3 years on an urgent matter. That is an urgent matter of great public importance that has not been disposed of 3 years now down the road. And it's not about, by the way, to be disposed of, because I have not had the Chief Justice come out and give us hope that it's about to be disposed of. I go to the Court of Appeal. There are matters that have been involved in myself, where one of them that really comes to my mind is a matter where I represented somebody who was an employee of a company who filed his appeal in 2009, and the appeal was decided 10 years later. And by the time the appeal was decided, the company had wound up. The shareholder had died. So I got the judgment, but I can't execute it because there's no one to enforce against. Another one, still Court of Appeal, is a convict in a criminal matter appealed against conviction and sentence. His sentence, he served it, finished it, while the appeal is still pending. And now he keeps asking me whether there is still a value, but I say, but you need to clear your name. And
the appeal is still in court.
Still in court.
Even when the guy served his sentence.
Yeah, and by the way, note that it has never been called up for hearing. Even the one that I'm telling you of, David May versus Busitema Mining Company, was called for hearing. The judgment was promised on notice. And then 4 years down the road, there was no judgment. Then we were called before another panel, which also took another 2 years to write the judgment. Now, this particular one, in the criminal one that I'm talking about, convict appeals, the matter is called, of course, after like 2 years for hearing. We appear before a set of judges, a panel, which listens to us and says the judgment will be on notice. Then we wait for about 3 years for that judgment on notice. Then when they sent us a notice and say, this case will be decided, the judgment will be delivered today. So when we go there, we find that the panel is different from the one we appeared before. And they said, we are sorry, the judgment was not ready, and the panel that listened to you, 2 of the judges have been promoted to the Supreme Court, and one of them has ceased to be a member of this court. So this new panel will probably hear you. Are you going to go by what you said to the other panel? But remember, we had proceeded with the other panel on oral submissions. Oral submissions where I appear before you, Solomon, and I argue a case before you. There are certain impression you get from me as a lawyer.
Yeah.
Now here I am, and they're saying, since there is a transcription of what took place, we are going to go by those transcribed notes and deliver judgment. Then actually they said we are going to constitute a new panel, because this particular one, we objected to it. One of the judges on it had considered a bail application and said that my client cannot get bail pending appeal because he's a convict and there is a lot of evidence against him. So I said this judge cannot hear this appeal. Then said we're going to constitute a new panel. What happened? The same panel went ahead and delivered judgment on the basis of the transcript that is there. And we now said this is wrong because we were not heard. And one of the judges was biased. So before you come in, so we applied to set aside this judgment. And the court says, yeah, this judgment can be set aside, but we want to know whether we have the powers. Then they made the ruling that they have the powers. Since then, that matter is still in court. The convict served, is out of prison. So that is Court of Appeal. High Court. Recently, I concluded a matter between Heritage Oil and Uganda Revenue Authority. The matter was filed in the High Court, Commercial Division, in 2011. It was decided in 2024, 13 years down the road. Right. So if you ask me, and there are many others, many, and you know what delayed justice can do to people.
That was my question. That
the other one could not enforce a judgment. Delayed justice. The convict has served his sentence, delayed justice. So if you ask me whether the judiciary is a performer, if I was a lecturer and I'm marking, I would give them below 50.
But what does it mean for you as a lawyer?
As a lawyer, it means that the lawyer who is practicing law in a judicial system that is malfunctional, non-functional, should probably look at other means of survival, because lawyers, except those who are transactional based, that those who are doing transaction work as opposed to court as their means of survival, they only thrive if cases are determined very quickly. The lawyer is awarded, the party who has won is awarded their costs, and then the lawyer is able to tax a bill of costs and get paid, because, you know, under the law, it is assumed that you must pay your lawyer before he argues your case. But how many litigants can be able to pay a lawyer before they argue cases? So you will find that litigants pay some little money to a lawyer, and that little money is most of the time exhausted before the case is determined. And even you as a lawyer, you become shy to ask more money from your client when you have no result.
It even becomes terrible if you have people who have been remanded to prison. The Uganda Prison Services has records of people who have been on remand for years without going before court because of the bureaucracies and the whole legal gymnastics in the judicial service system and structure, that people have not been to court. They are there in prison every single day. And when their case comes up, maybe either the state or we're not ready, we want more investigations. We apply for,
but all that.
Please, someone is in jail because of a failed judicial system.
All that, Solomon, is traced back. I was just giving you my experience. But I said that case backlog infestation of prison by remand people, majority being remand than convict, has many causes, but one of them is actually also incompetence. Incompetence and sometimes lack of independence. Fear to make a decision because you think you may annoy someone. You fear to grant bail because you've heard the president does not want people to get bail. So you also, as a judicial officer, don't grant bail. Then you have more remand people. Fear to even decide the case. You've heard the evidence, like the Kavaziguruka one. Everything is before you. But somehow you fear to make a decision because damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you decide and the president's probably not happy,
You know what's going to happen next.
if the public is also not happy, so what do? You just leave the case. So that also constitutes to the backlog.
But Dennis, that goes to the incompetence of the judges and the justices. My question is, it is the role of the Judicial Service Commission to also observe the performance of the judicial officers. Do you think that the Judicial Service Commission has done enough to whip justices and judges and magistrates back on course in terms of their performance on working on cases?
I don't think so. Because first of all, they don't have a criteria to hold them accountable. You know, if you read the decisions of our Constitutional Court, they have talked about, if you look at the decision of Gladys Nachibule versus Attorney General, it deals with these two things: independence of judicial officers and accountability, and how each of them mutually supports the other. And they clearly say that judges are accountable to the public through the Judicial Service Commission. But is there a yardstick upon which the Judicial Service Commission can hold judges accountable for poor performance? If it is there, I have not seen it. It means there is no transparency. If at all it's there, I want to believe that it's not there. The only time the Judicial Service Commission steps in for accountability is when you make a complaint. But how many people can make complaints against judges that they are going to appear before tomorrow? And you only make a complaint when there is misconduct. But it is also performance that has nothing to do with misconduct, but incompetence. Incompetence, delay of justice. Where is the performance evaluation criteria for judicial officers? If it is there, it has been hidden from us. And that's not a good practice. And I think the Judicial Service Commission needs to do better. If it's not there, if that performance evaluation criteria is not there, they should put one. If it is there, they should publish it and subject it to scrutiny by lawyers like me.
Because you see, we feel like they are gods. You know, there's a way the public looks at the men in robes. You know, they are untouchables. I mean, there's a time the Supreme Court did not sit for quite a while without disposing cases, and there were arguments of their premises caught fire and all that. And I remember being in a confrontation on Twitter with them. The question, though, is the Uganda Law Society, does it raise these issues too? Yeah,
the Uganda Law Society, I think, and up until now, imagine the Uganda Law Society has existed since 1956. And it has had presidents since then. I think I've never seen a shake-up that I saw when the current president was elected. And there has been renewed awareness of the role of Uganda Law Society. We used to have also, some extent, you remember the case of Anup Chaudhry Singh? A judge who was appointed here and
he was dismissed elsewhere.
He had been disbarred from the UK,
the UK,
and then here our Siripe Judicial Service Commission appointed him without doing a proper background check on him. The complaint that led to the removal of that judge, was it a removal? I think eventually it wasn't actually removed. I don't know what happened to him, but whatever befell him was a result of the Uganda Law Society. But I don't want to think that was done by the Uganda Law Society, because when I dug deeper, I found that that judge had decided cases that impacted senior lawyers, and they took it upon themselves, and they probably used the Uganda Law Society as a conduit to complain. But the role of the Uganda Law Society in ensuring that the Judicial Service Commission performs its role has been neglected for so long. Why? Because of the manner in which the representatives of the Uganda Law Society have been ascending to the position of Commissioner of the Judicial Service Commission.
My last question from you, you are vying for, you're one of the people who wants to be sent.
I think one of the, I would do, I think divide my action plan into three. One is that because I've seen a half-hearted implementation of the Latimer principles by one, at least trying to advertise, although the advertisement is kind of corrupted, because it's
advertising for judicial officers,
for judicial vacancies. Although the whole thing of the way they advertise is not necessarily, in fact, the law says they may or may not advertise. And also they start by, looking into the judiciary. But the Latimer principles say it must be widely advertised, consult all the stakeholders, open up the pool so that you can get candidates from a diverse background, as opposed to what I see now, where the regulations say you start with the regulations say if there is a vacancy, the Chief Justice will write to the Judicial Service Commission, and in writing about those vacancies, he will write the names of the judicial officers who he thinks can occupy those vacancies, and the Judicial Service Commission may advertise. So it means they may not advertise. And that cuts across also High Court vacancies, tribunal, even tribunal. So there is no transparency. I want to bring transparency to that place by holding the Judicial Service Commission to the transparency that is actually one of the bedrocks of our constitution.
But that would take reviewing the law upon which the Judicial Service Commission was founded on.
Fortunately, the law is couched in such a way that it's not limiting what the Judicial Service Commission can do. For example, if they say the Judicial Service Commission may advertise, and we all know that advertising has advantages of enabling diversity, why don't you interpret the may to be permissive to you than giving you the discretion not to do? I don't need to change the law to do that. The other thing is appointment of judicial officers. Our law sets the bare minimum in the Constitution. You must have a law degree. You must have practiced law for this number of years. But there are those other tenets that we are looking for in a judge, in a judicial officer, that are not necessarily spelled out in the law, but adopting them also causes no harm. It will actually help you to get better judicial officers. I would not imagine that people are seated in the Judicial Service Commission purposefully to appoint poor judges, incompetent judges. I want to believe that maybe someone has not brought this information to their attention. And the first thing I want to do is to bring the information to their attention. If they are not acting, then the National Bar, the Uganda Law Society, has to take up the mantle and be able to hold the Judicial Service Commission to account why, despite Uganda being part of the Commonwealth, why are we not implementing those things that don't require constitutional reform and are not harmful to the improvement of the quality of judges that we get? The other thing that I would do different is not to be compromised. Not to be compromised, because the problem is compromise. You talk, when you get there, you do totally different thing. You fail to walk the talk. You just talk the talk all through. So independence, I'll retain my independence, because look, I am not a person who is looking, for a job. For a job, no, because I probably can make more money by sitting in my law firm here and serving my clients, but I'm going there to serve.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm going there to serve, anything that compromises my independence as a person who has come to serve, I completely will resolutely resist.
Dennis, thank you. Our time is fast spent. In 30 seconds. The trial of civilians in military court is the big story now. What do you make of it?
First of all, we have decisions of the Constitutional Court, even the Supreme Court, by the way. But we have decisions of the Constitutional Court. I think I'm more comfortable with those. If you look at the decision of Kavas Guruka, Justice Madrama, I think he wrote the lead judgment, has gone on to list a number of cases where it has been held that, number one, the court-martial is subordinate to the High Court. It's a court, but it's subordinate to the High Court. Number two, that court-martial cannot accord a fair trial to civilians. As far as I am concerned, there is a decision of the Constitutional Court which has the primary duty to interpret the Constitution, to declare any law that is inconsistent with the Constitution to be null and void to the extent of the inconsistency. That court, called the Constitutional Court, has spoken about this issue and said it is unconstitutional to try civilians in the court-martial for the reasons that court has given. And it has declared that it's unconstitutional. What the Attorney General did is to stay and that decision. Now, the question is, can you also stay the declaration of what the law is? Because you can stay the consequences of the declaration, but can you stay the declaration of what the law is? Because the purpose of a declaratory judgment is to clarify on what the law is at point A. Until you set aside that declaration, that is the position of the law. Now, because the person who is probably feared most is not complaining, the court will not move. You who is not feared most, you can continue to complain. But the major stakeholder, I think, of the judiciary is not unhappy. And why is he not unhappy? They gave him a painkiller in the form of a stay of execution. And somehow, there's no discomfort on the people who are supposed to make that decision. I believe that it would have been different if the executive is the one that was pained more by the state.
My question is, what then can push the Supreme Court to actually act expeditiously?
The Judicial Service Commission.
And do you think then they have failed on their part?
The Judicial Service Commission has failed on its part to hold the Supreme Court accountable. For the Supreme Court failing to make a decision on a matter which themselves acknowledged is of great public importance and which they said they are going to accord urgency. They have failed. The Judicial Service Commission, as far as I know the law, as spelled out by the Supreme Court itself in Gladys Nachibule versus Attorney General, the duty to hold judicial officers accountable is fairly squarely falls on the Judicial Service Commission. And the fact that the Supreme Court has failed to make a decision on a matter that is urgent is an indictment on the Judicial Service Commission. Not on the Law Society, not on you, Solomon, a user, consumer of judicial services, the Judicial Service Commission. Now, therefore, we go back to the question, who checks the Judicial Service Commission? Who calls them to order when they fail in their duty? What penalty do these guys suffer? And that's why I'm telling you that there is need for transformative reform so that we know that chairperson of the Judicial Service Commission, what happens to him when he does not perform his duty? What happens to the commissioners when they do not perform their duty as they have failed to do so? In this classical case of Kabaziguruka. Those are the questions we need to ask. And as I go to the Judicial Service Commission, I think as a commissioner, I'm entitled to write my own letter to the Chief Justice to ask him to explain why this case is not being decided. But also, in the case of Anup Chaudhry, the complaint against that judge was lodged by the representative of Uganda Law Society called Professor Sempebwa. So it means I also have the power to actually lodge a complaint against non-performing judicial officers. So me who is fearless, I may not wait for the timid lawyers to make the complaints. I will make the complaints.
I think Justice Owendolo has had you. Dennis Kusasira, thank you very much for speaking to us and for casting a spotlight into the judiciary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'm happy to have been engaging with you, and I wish you all the best, Solomon.
Thank you. I've been speaking to Dennis Kusasira, a seasoned lawyer with over 28 years of experience in the courtroom. He is a lawyer, an advocate, and a senior partner at Admark Associates, really taking us into the corridors of power in the judiciary and calling for judicial reforms ahead of the big decision that will be made by the Uganda Law Society to send representatives to the Judicial Service Commission. I'm Solomon Serwanja, and this is The Hard Questions.
Thanks for tuning in. Your feedback is highly valuable. Scan the QR code to share your thoughts. NBS.
Hello and welcome to The Hard Questions. I'm Solomon Serwanja. On this episode, I host Professor Frank Asimwe. Professor Asimwe is a celebrated consultant urologist and surgeon. He's one of the brains behind the Uganda Human Organ Transplant and Donation Act 2022. Professor Asimwe worked alongside members of parliament to draft this law that speaks to how our organs harvested, donated, and transplanted. I thought that we could dedicate this episode on that subject, especially that Parliament passed this law back then in December 2022. The President assented to it in March 2023, and Parliament eventually gazetted this law in June, on the 15th to be exact. So let's take a deep dive into this whole thing called organ harvesting, organ donation, and organ transplant. Professor Asimwe, thank you so much for accepting to be on The Hard Questions.
It's a pleasure to be with you, Solomon, and to talk about transplant. It's a huge pleasure that this subject is now beginning to occupy the talk space in Uganda, and I thank you for leading the charge, and I hope this is just but the first of very many interviews and discussions, because it's a mouthful.
Can I add that I was really amazed that your submissions during my Twitter space on organ donation and transplant. I think the public was really educated about this. Let's get into this, this act now. What do you make of this act? What are those key contentious issues or key issues in this act?
Okay, first of all, to have a transplant program going, you need about 4 pillars, in my opinion. You need skilled surgeons or medical teams, because it's not just surgeons, it is surgeons, anesthesiologists, intensivists, nephrologists, nurses, technicians, laboratory persons. So you need a skilled team. You need an accredited transplant center or a transplant unit. That must be there. Once those 2 are in place, you must have a regulatory framework, which we'll come to, which creates the pathway. Do you keep left? Do you keep right? Do you drive at 100 kilometers per hour? Do you drive at 20 kilometers per hour? Where is the corner? Where is the slope? Where are the road bumps? Where is the zebra crossing? That's what the law basically does. And then finally, you need a budget. You need funding. I'm glad to inform you that as we speak now, we have the transplant unit in Uganda. It's in Mulago. It's already in place. We have the skills, not fully established. We are still in training, from the surgeons, the anesthesiologists, the nursing. We are still in training. We have now the act, the law, which we will dive into this time. And we also have money put on the budget to get the transplant going in Uganda. So by and large, we're good to go. And I can assure you there are no more excuses now. It's no longer a question of if, maybe, maybe not. It's now a question of when. And then with the law in place, how is it done appropriately?
Yeah.
Now, the act.
So before the act came, it has been illegal to do organ harvesting, organ donation, and organ transplant, if any, anyway, has happened.
Okay, if you want to begin from the rumor mills, if any, absolutely illegal. But because of the 4 pillars I gave you, it has been impossible, or let me say, not possible for you to do any harvesting and transplant. I'll quickly speak to that. Before you harvest an organ, you must have the recipient ready. You can step back a little bit. Before you remove that organ, you must have examined this person, the donor, cross-match their tissues with the recipient, and you should make sure they are matching. You must have checked this donor for diseases, HIV, syphilis, hepatitis B, cytomegalovirus, malaria. They must be disease-free, okay? Then when you tick all the boxes, then now you got the process of consent. But we will get back into that one a little bit later. But now, if this person's organs are matching this recipient, then the donor and the recipient must be in theater at the same time. So that when you harvest this organ, you can put it in this patient immediately for optimal outcome. In transplant surgery, we've got what we call ischemic time. There's only a limited amount of time that an organ can spend when it is not connected to a blood supply. So before you detach the kidney, let's use the kidney as an example, from the donor, you must have the recipient already opened, because at the very best, you should have 30 minutes from the time you clamp and then unclamp. Now, between the clamping and unclamping, you've got to detach it, prepare it, flush it, then give it to the transplant doctor to stitch it back. And that's a long process. For best outcome, you have 30 minutes. In the center where I trained, they were hitting it at 25, 26 minutes. Then the next best option is 1 hour. Okay? If you have a rookie, someone is, there was a bit of difficult, you want to do it within an hour. Once you begin failing to do it within an hour, the quality of what you're transplanting has deteriorated. Not that it will not work, but what you're giving now has begun deteriorating. then if you think you are actually going to preserve, because now what I'm talking about for optimal purposes, you're not trying to preserve. You're just shaving off a few extra tissues, washing it out, and there's a technical way in which we wash it, we perfuse it, we flush out this person's blood, and we get it from being pink to being white. You put it in ice, and then you transplant it. So that is the most optimal. Now, should you begin engaging in the process of preservation, that means you are planning to do it beyond 1 hour. Even then, you have a window of, at the very most, 24 hours. At the very best, 8 hours. And now the chemicals which you use to preserve, the techniques in which you transport it begin to matter. Are you subjecting it to X-rays? For instance, people have been talking about getting it and taking it to another country. That means you're going to take it through airport X-rays. If you're going to subject it to X-rays, varying temperatures, it means you may succeed, for argument's sake, in getting this organ there. But the things that you have subjected this organ to make it almost useless. That if on the other end of the bargain, you have got a paying customer, a loaded customer who has given you 10,000 US dollars, 20,000, 50,000, as people like romanticizing it, you're giving them rubbish. In 6 months, that organ is likely to have failed. And if that person is rich and connected, he's going to come for the neck of the surgeon who gave him the rubbish organ. So I'm painting this picture to make you realize that organ trafficking is extremely difficult because the organ, the product, the merchandise is very delicate to deliver it with maximum benefit. And if I can finish off that subject, the only thing there for which the traffickists do is to traffic the actual human. Okay? They're taking you as a house girl, they're taking you as a friend, they're taking you for a job, and while you're there, they now tissue match you with a possible donor. While you're there, they walk you into the theater, maybe they have hijacked you, you are under their control, and then they can obtain these 20, 30 minutes, 1 hour, but you are there. But to actually traffic an organ and get it to a destination which is beyond a border is very difficult. To conclude that, but once we begin transplanting in Uganda, then the possibility of illicit organ trade is very possible. Because now it means, for argument's sake, Mulago can transplant, Chibuli can transplant, IHK can transplant, and so on and so forth. So getting an organ in old Kampala and taking it to Chibuli still can meet the 1 hour criteria. And that's where this bill comes in. Because the punitive measures include, if I can conclude on that, one, the person who has received an illicit organ.
Doug, can I just hold you there? Because it's important that we go step by step. So this law speaks to who donates, how the process should be done, what are the certified centers, who is qualified to do it in detail. So I would love us to walk step by step up to the tail end of it. Let's start with what does the law speak to for a donor or for someone to actually say, I am donating my organ. In India, people just go and they sell their organs. There are several reports that have been published on that I think the last time I checked, it was about 1.2 million people in India have sold like their part of their organs, like kidney or something. But speak to us from the initial place that, look, I want to donate my organ. Let's start there as we go step by step.
Okay, let me, I hear your question. Let me answer it this way. Let me first paint for you the bigger picture, then we zero in. Yeah. The bigger picture, we must talk about the two types of transplants. There's the living donor program and what we call the cadaveric donor program or the deceased donor program. In the living donor program, it means I need a kidney and Solomon is offering me a kidney. It means my organ has failed, my kidneys have failed, I am on dialysis, and I've been asked to look for donors, and now I've come up with Solomon. In that instance, for best outcome, and I must keep emphasizing that, Solomon needs to be my blood relative.
Blood relative.
Blood relative. We've got 3 categories of donors. living donors, I'll stick the living donors, then we'll go to the cadaveric. They are what we call the first degree relatives. Then there's the second degree relatives, and then the third degree donors. So first degree donors, second degree donors, third degree. First degree is either for siblings, and with this DNA talk, preferably one same mother. If it is just father, you can't be sure. It must be same mother. You must be sure they suckled the same breast as you did. You must be sure it is your same mother who was pregnant with them. That is an absolute tick. So sibling, parent, and preferably your mother, because father may have just been a housekeeper. But for medical legal purposes, we accept father. And children, your own children. And that's where the conversation begins coming in. Are you sure these are your children? So if you are the woman who needs a kidney, you are safe because you are sure who are your children. If you are the father who needs kidneys,
You may need to do a DNA.
you may be pleasantly or unpleasantly surprised that your potential donors
Are not your children.
are not your children. So that's why it begins making a lot of sense. And why do we want relatives? Because for anything foreign, the body mounts a rejection. So to minimize that rejection, there must be a degree of relation. The more unrelated you are, the higher the rejection. Now, again, let's step back and talk about how rejection is handled. Rejection is handled by giving anti-rejection medication. So it is true you can get an organ from a non-relative, but it means you're going to be given higher anti-rejection medication, and therefore the possibility of your organ failing is much higher. So let's go back to the potential donors. So first degree, your siblings, your parents, your children. Second degree, your aunties or uncles, and again, preferably from your mother's side, but again, if things are solid, from your father's side, and your cousins. Again, preferably from your mother's side, but if things are solid, from your father's side. So those are the first two rings of relation. That's what we prefer, and that's what we're going to insist on in Uganda. In fact, for us, for the beginning couple of years, we're going to insist on first degree. Then the third degree donors are the others, unrelated. The first person who makes it is your spouse. Because for medical legal reasons, we are sure this person is doing it out of love and has not been coerced or bought. Then any other whose blood ABO matches. A lot of a mouthful, the blood type. Once the blood types are the same, one box is ticked. Then we go to the HLA typing and so on and so forth. Now, the unrelated are the ones who mostly dominate the cadaveric. Now, allow me to move slowly to the cadaveric, then I come back to this one. The cadaveric program, these are the dead donors. But in transplant, we redefine what death is. There are two types of death. There is the brain death and the cardiogenic death. Brain death, it means he's unconscious and some of the functions are gone. The first function which goes is respiration. You can't breathe on your own. That's why you find people in the ICU with tubes. The machine is literally breathing for you. The others are reflexes and whatever. You can't close your eyes or blink. Those are gone. But your heart is still beating. So that is the category of people who can donate. The second category, living donors, then the brain dead. Now, when you step back to the medical legal transplant requirements, this brain dead person must have expressly consented that if I die and my organs can be used for transplant, please go ahead and harvest them. It must be in their passport, in their national ID, and in their driver's license, and the relations must be aware of that consent.
So basically, that person has to consent.
Yes.
So at that time, how do you find that consent?
It must be available. You must not be looking for it. It should get into my records, national records, ID, passport. It must not
Driving license.
It must not be a secret. The only secret which remains is who matches my organs. That must never be divulged. There must never be a process where the people who have said, if I die, take my organs, where they are typed to the potential recipients. But it must be clear knowledge to the person, to the next of kin, that this person consented. And because they consented, they must have talked about it. So by the time they walk into the ICU, the relatives should be happily saying, oh, by the way,
Frank consented.
Even to be, if they can work, have them.
Let's talk about the other cardiovascular deaths you're saying. We've had that when people die, like accidents. Like, let's imagine there's an accident and someone's head has been crushed. Immediately, can that organ, if you consented, be harvested and it's given to someone else? Immediately. Like, you know, there's these casualties, death has just happened. The heart can still serve the purpose. It's just the head that has been crushed. We've also had people who, well, again, many of these are rumors that they, you know, get your organs out when they're doing post-mortem and they just fill up your body with cotton and sew you back and, you know. Talk to me about that part of, the other part of the cardiovascular.
Very interesting conversation. You are a typical Ugandan. And
Yes.
if I can answer your questions, I will have spoken the typical Ugandan. In transplant, we try to eliminate this immediately thing. There is no emergency in transplant. If you find that someone got an accident yesterday and lo and behold, their organs have been extracted, that is an illegal. That is smelling of illegality. This person should be on life support. And you can spend on life support even a whole year, even 2 years. The process must work step by step, process by process. The team in care must do everything to revive your life. The team in care must painfully and over time come to the conclusion that you are brain dead irreversibly. It must not be an overnight thing. It must take days. Okay? We'll speak to some few changes there. But there must be no hurry. So someone gets an accident, you put him in the ICU, you intubate him, you are ventilating. So what's the hurry? If the heart is still beating, why do you want to end their life, technically? So now let's talk about if the person is declared brain dead. So the team in care, which must have no role in the transplant process, must first give their reasons why they think this person is brain dead. Proper medical, because we do it every day. This is not new. We do it every day. We come and say, from our assessment, ABC, this person is brain dead. You ask the family, should we switch off the equipment or should we continue? And usually give them time. There is no hurry. The family usually goes, 6-second opinion, calls the other judge, calls this uncle, calls the children. They caucus. It can take a day, 2 days, 3 days. Once the family has said, yes, we agree with your medical opinion, we think this person cannot be revived, please turn off the equipment. Now, that is when the team in care consults, notifies the transplant council that we have got an individual who is brain dead, who we have the evidence that they consented for donation, who has been declared brain dead. The council then sends independent assessors, and this is a neurosurgeon, a neurophysician, an intensivist, and forgotten the other person. 3 of these 4, who must also have no role in the transplant process. They come and independently confirm. Again, no hurry. The council can be told today, and they come tomorrow or the day after, because this person is on life support. Now, once this team has come and confirmed that this person, yes, is brain dead, they notify the council again. Once the council has been notified, now this is the second notification, then the council okays for the harvest of the organs. And remember, this must be a person who is in an ICU in a center accredited for harvest and transplant. It cannot be in any ICU anywhere. So this ICU, this hospital, must have been accredited. And this accreditation is annual. At the end of the year, in December 31st, license is revoked, you must reapply. So they also have a stake to keep their game going. So after these 2 notifications and the team has been okayed, that's when now the transplant team walks in, speaks to the relatives that so-and-so is brain dead. We've had 2 confirmations. Probably they may be aware that that has been going on. This person consented. We now like to proceed with the harvest. Now, the legality is the family just has to give a nod. They don't do any consenting. Because the consenting was done by the person themselves.
Yeah.
Now, at that time, that's when the cross-match is done. By that time, in 5 years' time, you're going to have potential recipients all in the computer. That's when tissues are drawn, blood is drawn from this patient in the ICU, matched with the 100 or the 300 people, and then they say, okay, we've got a match here, we've got a match here, we've got a match here. Because this one person has got 2 corneas, have got 1 heart, has got 2 lungs,
kidneys,
has got 1 liver, has got 2 kidneys, has got a pancreas, has got bone marrow, has got skin, has got...
all those can be harvested.
Can be harvested.
And given to different people.
And will be harvested. So theoretically, he can save 11 lives. Actually, I'm recently informed that the cornea, 1 cornea can go for 2 people. So 2 corneas is 4 people. So that's an extra 3. So about 15 people can benefit from this 1 person. Now, let me just pause there and now speak to the post-mortem issue. Post-mortem has always been done. Actually, according to the laws of the nation, it is mandatory for 2 big reasons. 1, to confirm what killed this person. Maybe there was foul play, but even if there was no foul play, what disease? Okay, to advance medical science, to document the prevalence of diseases in the country. So it is mandatory, but just as it is not enforced. But also for the family's sake, if your person has died, you'd want to know, did they have heart disease? They may have actually have died of a gunshot. But lo and behold, once they check, they find this person actually had prostate cancer going on. It hadn't manifested. Or this person actually had lung cancer. It hadn't manifested. So family, you are at risk. So for those 2-3 reasons, post-mortem should be commonplace. Now, to come to what you're saying, yes, once post-mortem is going to be done, you see me putting on a nice tie, the incision begins from just down here.
Yeah.
All the way. Okay? The incision is cut through the hairline, behind the hairline. This is pushed down, this is pushed up. The scalp is removed like a kofia of Muslims, put aside. The brain is removed. The tongue, the esophagus, the trachea, the lungs, the heart, everything comes out. That is standard post-mortem.
They remove everything.
That is post-mortem. This is a person who is already dead.
Yes.
Dead.
Yes.
The brain is dead and the heart has stopped. Okay? I am painting to show you how valuable it is for if these organs could save a life, how useless they are to the person being buried or their relative. So once a postmortem is going to be done, not for transplant purposes, but the standard postmortem, all organs are removed, examined, we call it gross anatomy, recorded, it was pink, it was brown, it had no injury, they are weighed, the liver was 3 kilograms, the heart was half a kilo, the brain was 2 kilograms. It is chopped, so that you look on the inside, you record, and then sampled slices, like slices of bread, are removed, taken for pathological. These organs are never put back in these persons. Never. If you do a postmortem, you just bring back the carcania of the scalp, put it on top, put back the hair, the skin, suture behind the hairline so that the face remains well. You suture, yes, you put cotton. You'll have given formalin, you put cotton, fill the chest, fill the abdomen, and you send the body for burial or for incineration, depending on your religion. I'm painting this picture to show you that in developed countries, it is of no use for you to hang on to your organs if you're going to be buried. If you believe at resurrection, I might resurrect and I have no heart and I fail to resurrect, no. There is no one who gets a post-mortem that remains with any of their organs. So, if those organs could save 11 lives, 12 lives, 15 lives, why do you want to be buried empty? Or even if you're buried with them, they will rot. Why they could save these lives? And these lives could actually be you, or your relative, or your friend, or your friend's friend, or your neighbor, or anyone. If your relative's organs save 1 life today, someone else's relatives organs could actually save your life. So we want to begin teaching people that if you die, dead, brain dead, cardiogenic death, your organs are no longer useful. So if at any one point they can save a life, it's better you donate them.
Doc, let's talk about the issue of the people who are going to get the now you've talked about the donors. How about the people, the recipients? Is there a criteria that is followed on first come, first serve? Do they have to come up with a list in the system? You know, who gets the first? In case, for example, you've said, you know, Asimu is brain dead and he has a heart. You know, is there a queue, or, you know, it can be chosen at random?
Okay, I know
and I think that's also in the law. Yeah?
Yes, it's in the law. I know the public excitement is mostly about that. But let me quickly interject and add that that is going to happen 5 years after we have started.
Okay.
Right now, we're going to be dealing with living donors. I need an organ, I come up with Solomon, and he's my brother. So there's no one struggling for Solomon's organ. But let me speak to that. When we are up and running, we are going to establish systems. And we're not going to reinvent wheels. In countries where the cadaveric program is taking place, the developed nations, there is a waiting list for the recipients. Okay? Then the next thing is to do a cross-match. It begins with a cross-match. Because you can't say, this is my friend, I need his organs. No. First, you cross-match.
Blood type.
Yes. And remember, I've said that the cross-match takes place after the authorization has been given. So even you, the recipients, are not aware that Frank got an accident and is brain dead. Okay, you may actually be aware, but first the system has got cross-match. So let's, for argument's sake, say there are 200 possible recipients, they cross-match and they find maybe the match hits maybe 20, for argument's sake. Now, then, first of all, this is one of the systems which uses artificial intelligence. It has algorithms and follows certain pathways. So first, it goes for who has been on the waiting list longest. Okay? Second, the youngest, because you want to give it to the one who has got the best benefit out of it. So if I am 65 and you are 44, you are likely to get it before me. Then the hospital. The hospital where the harvest is taking place takes priority to a hospital which is going to receive the organ. For one very technical reason, because if the harvest is taking place in Mlago, it means the operation is very close. You can hit the 30-minute mark. But if one of the cross-matched persons is in Kabale and you have got to use a helicopter, you're already losing 2 hours. So that already goes against the patient in Kabale. So there are all those. Then there are some few other algorithms which come, but those are the most important. Then you go for the comorbidities, the fitness of the recipients. How many comorbidities does the recipient have? What is his quality of life? What was the cause of his illness? Was it because of smoking, alcohol? So all these things work for or against you. So if you have a kidney failure and you had been an alcoholic, you had been a smoker, all that will be in your database. So it means most likely you're going to keep going to the bottom of the list because they are healthy young persons who unfortunately got organ failure. Okay. But it is very fair and there is no political influence.
Interesting that there are systems on that. But let's go to the live donor who you talked about that we're going to start doing immediately. I want to give part of my kidney to my son or my daughter, and then we go to a hospital. I have consented, and you mentioned that there are regulations for consent. The money cannot be seen exchanging hands. I wanted you to speak to that as well because the law makes it punishable.
There is no way that a donor should initiate the donation that I want to offer my organ. Anyone, any take. That already smells of selling. That already smells of an incentive, a motive. Chichi, what is it? There must be something in for you. So once you have donors who are walking around in the corridors, they are there, by the way. Those are the people who should be arrested. But of course, there is no, once they don't reach that point of organ donation, they cannot be incriminated. So it begins with the donor, with the recipient. So the recipient is advised as I've advised you, 1st degree, 2nd degree, 3rd degree. Now, according to the law, you must first of all prove that there is no one amongst your 1st degree who can give you an organ. So, your children are either too young, because you must be 18 and above, or they are sick, something like
Or
that.
they are not willing.
Or they are not willing. And they must swear an affidavit that they are not willing.
Hey.
Yes. So that they're not willing. Okay, they may not swear an affidavit, but the council should be able to pick a phone and say, I'll use an example of my son. Shem, you are Frank's son? Yes. We hear you are not willing to give him an organ. Yeah, I am not willing because it might be a light answer, but they must hear it from the potential conflict, no conflict of interest. My children are A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I have 8 children. And number 1 cannot donate because of this reason. Number 2, number 3, number 4 for all this reason. Parents, my parents cannot donate because they are too old, they've got comorbidities, Siblings. So you must first go through your first degree relatives before you move to the second degree relatives. But you see, why? What is this? So we encourage our nephrologists and the physicians to help out to this person to mend fences with this first degree for one simple reason. These are your best bet. As soon as you move the second degree, you have reduced the longevity of this organ. When you get from a first degree relative, you've got at least 15 years, 20 years. We've got some people who have gone to 30 years. When you go to second degree and unrelated, especially unrelated, you're going to 5 years, 7 years. By 7 years, because you are pumping it with a lot of anti-rejection medication. So it's a second-rate organ. But it can be used. So for unrelated, usually we give to people who are desperate, no relatives, or those who are getting a second organ. They gave him a kidney, 10 years down the road has failed, now he needs a second kidney. He also goes on the waiting list. Then when you've satisfied all these, you can give him an organ. So you must prove that this person not only is related to you, but they have not been coerced, they have not been bribed or paid. And this is where the authorization committee comes. Frank comes with Solomon. I say he's my brother. Oh, good. Yanzirako is our third born. I'm the first born. So they take us in a separate room. That's Solomon. So Frank Omanyoti. He's my brother. Oh, he's your brother number what? I am number 2. Oh, what's the wife's name? Should there be a discrepancy in that information? Should the committee be convinced that Chirabika,
there is something that is not right?
Not right. They cancel the authorization. And once that transplant has not been authorized, it cannot happen. Should it happen, and comes the knowledge of the council, the hospital which carried it out, closed. The surgeon who carries it out, imprisoned for, I think, 12 years, license revoked for 5 years, and 2 billion Ugandan shillings for carrying out an illegal transplant. So you see the stakes. Why not wait for a right surgeon, a right patient, and carry out a proper transplant? So it must be authorized. Then now the workup goes. They do an anatomy check to see, does your kidney have 2 veins, or does it have 2 arteries, blah, 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 and all that is done.
Thanks, Doc. We are now in the theater, and there must be specialized theaters and centers where organ harvesting and donation takes place, and that is also detailed in the law. What are the criteria that is seen to register a hospital to carry out organ harvesting and transplant?
Okay, thank you very much. This is also very important, and I'm glad you've mentioned hospital. It must be a full-fledged standalone hospital to begin with, preferably not set up for the sake of transplant. I mean, you've been doing other things, treating diarrhea, malaria, delivering mothers, treating accident victims. You've got a full-fledged laboratory, you've got transfusion services, you've got an ambulance. So it must be a hospital which is up and running, and then wants to include these services into their services. So the first thing they check is, they also look into the motivation. Are you being set up by some unscrupulous people to do illegal work? Once they're happy with that, your labs are fine, you're treating malaria, you're conducting deliveries, your imaging is fine, then now they come to the human resource. Because you must apply for a particular organ. You cannot say we want to be a transplant center for everything. No, you must be accredited for each organ individually.
Wow, so if you want to do a heart transplant, it must be accredited. Kidney transplant, accredited.
Yes. So, but
not a general transplant unit.
No. If you are big like Mlago, You can come with a list of transplant organs, the organs you want to transplant, but you are going to be assessed for each organ. So why do we do that? For instance, if you use kidney, you must have a dialysis unit, because this is where patients who are on kidney failure are being life supported. You must have a nephrologist, resident, depending on your size, 1 or 2, I don't know. You must have trained dialysis nurses. You must then have either a resident transplant surgeon or a surgeon who can work with visiting transplant surgeons, because we are allowing room for visiting surgeons to come and do transplant. But they must not come and do the transplant, and then when they walk away, the patient develops a complication and no one can handle it. So this person may be a student, not a student from just student. I mean a student of transplant, like myself. I started my transplant training in 2013. I am not yet fully qualified. Yes, because so far I've participated in 8 transplants, I am yet to finish. So the hospital where I am must be happy that if these people walk away, I can deal with the complication. And there are some few details in there. Then now you go to the actual transplant unit. You must have 2 theaters sitting next to each other. Of course, I've got colleagues who are arguing for certain organs like the bone marrow and whatever, but we're beginning with the solid organs. That's what the picture we want to first paint.
So you have 2 theaters
Next to each other with an adjoining door, so that when they are harvesting, they're actually talking to each other. Because this now literally is one person.
Wait, so if you go into the lab, 2 people, the person who is donating and the recipient,
Yes.
and surgery starts at the same time.
Yes, it might start slightly differently, but it is going on at the same time. So let me paint for you a picture for harvesting and donation. First of all, that theater must be fumigated and closed the day before. All the clothes that you use must be sterile. Now, in ordinary surgery, it's only the gown, the one we put on, the blue one or the green one, that is sterile. The clothes, the shirt and whatever is not sterile. But for transplant, those clothes must be sterile. So on the day of transplant, also the patient, the recipient and the donor must sleep in that sterile space the previous night. They are not going to walk in that day. They are bathed, they are with the antiseptic, because the biggest killer of post-transplant patients is actually not rejection. It is infection. So the level of infection control must be through the ceiling. It must be that high. Now, usually the patients walk in onto the table at the same time. The timing doesn't have to be like same time. However, by the time the harvesting team is ready to clamp. Now, clamping is when you tie the arteries that supply the organ you're removing. Let's use kidney for that matter. By the time you clamp the renal artery, the team which is going to receive it must have already opened, looked at the vessels, happy with them, and give you a go-ahead. So usually the harvesting team says, are we ready? Can we go ahead and clamp? The other team will say, wait, give us a minute. And you should wait. There is no hurry. And it's a long procedure. To harvest a kidney doesn't take less than 4 hours, sometimes 6 hours. Yes, it's long. So this business is like when they were doing a hernia, they removed the kidney. When they were doing a sense section, those are stories for bars and politicians who want to make political mileage. It does not happen. The skill level required is through the ceiling. The team, you must have very good light, very good anesthesia. Usually you have to have 2 anesthetists. The surgeons, you cannot do it single-handedly. There must be 2 qualified surgeons and probably some resident surgeons and nurses. It's a full team of not less than 8, 6, to do an optimal job. So once the team on the recipient side said, we are ready, and by the time you go to clamp, the nephrologist, this is the person who usually doesn't go to theater, but the one who has been doing dialysis, taking care of this patient, is usually the one who does what we call perfusion. Must now time. Once you clamp, say clapping, boop, they start the clock. Now you have 30 minutes for optimal, or 1 hour. So by that time, the organ is completely free and is basically sitting on the blood vessels. You cut carefully, and hand over to the perfusionist. The perfusionist must flush that organ we've got special fluids which flush out this patient's blood. They basically turn it from pink to white. There is no drop of blood in them. The other surgeon, this person who was doing this, now comes and does a few trimmings. By that time, he will have seen this vein, this artery has this, I need to just trim it like this. The assistant is continuing with the surgery. And the assistant is not a rookie. He knows what he's doing. He's now closing. This person now concentrates on the organ. And often, the harvesting surgeon continues with the organ and hands it themselves to the transplant surgeon, and usually joins the transplant surgeon to now anastomose. Usually you begin with the vein, because the vein is the one which takes away the blood. You do the artery, and once the artery is done, clamps off, pop, they stop the clock. We've done it in 20 guys, we've done it in 15, we've done it in 30. Once you do it under 30, you are happy. You've given it the best chance, the best chance. Then usually the team sits and prays and waits for kidney, now is what I'm talking about, for the kidney to begin producing urine. I have got several photos during my training. The team literally sits 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5. It's usually around about the 5th minute, between the 5th and the 10th minute, that the kidney, now the new kidney, after receiving all the blood from the recipient, begins producing urine. Some, of course, can produce urine immediately. But once it begins producing urine, you are happy. You know the anastomosis is good, the perfusion is now good, it is producing urine. Then you go ahead now, anastomose the ureter to the bladder. Then again, you have to monitor for urine output that side, and then you begin closing. And that process doesn't take anything less than 8 hours.
Standing.
Yes, standing on the 2 patients. So there's no way you can secretly, in a country which has no transplant program, secretly do this again and again and again to make it a viable trade. That's why these whole stories they're talking about are just hot air. There's no way you can pull that one off alone. Now, not only is the theater team in the know, but the team on the wards where the patient was sleeping before they did the harvest, where the patient is going to go, because after that the recipient and the donor are wheeled to the ICU. And the ICU is not so much of life support, although it is kitted up to life support, but more for barrier nursing, for closure so that there are no people. That patient, by the way, the picture I was painting, the night before the recipient is given heavy doses of immunosuppressive drugs. They literally flush out their antibodies. They walk into the theater when they are as fragile, the immunity is as fragile as that of a newborn baby. To maximize or to minimize the rejection, to maximize the chances of this thing not being rejected. And immediately on table, they are given more anti-rejection medicine. So by the time the recipient walks out of the theater, is wheeled to the ICU, they are completely immunosuppressed. Then slowly over the next 24 hours, 48 hours, the immunosuppression is lessened, lessened, lessened. They must remain in that room for almost a week. No visitors. The nurses who come to attend to them, once they walk in, they can't walk out. Once they walk out, they can't walk back. Once your shift is over, you walk away. The new one comes, changes clothes, goes in, and sits there. Their food must be there, everything must be there. So it's a process, very delicate process that cannot be done in any back of the house kind of thing, and must be regulated.
Does this give you hope that Uganda could now grow its harvesting, donation, and transplant medicine with this law in place, and we could interest investors to set up such units here instead of having to go abroad? Do you have any hope?
We don't need big investors. We are capable of doing it. If government gives us the money that we need, it's not a cheap procedure. Those drugs, that manpower, that equipment is not cheap at all. Out there, about 25,000, 20,000 USD. In Uganda, we hope to be about 10,000, 12,000 USD per case. We don't need big investors. Those investors come with ulterior motives. They have interests of their countries.
So, Prof, you want government to take this,
Yes.
take this up, establish these centers, invest there?
Government needs to just do 2 things. 1, regulate what it has done. So it needs to operationalize this act, set up the council, accredit hospitals, and monitor. It can run one center, Mulago. That would be enough. Okay, they can also get excited and do other centers like the regional referrals, blah, blah, blah. But I know government will run out of steam. But if you set up a strong regulatory body monitoring, and then license the already existing hospitals, IHK, Nakasero, Novik, Case, Chibuli, Lubaga, they will pull it off. So government in its bureaucracy cannot successfully run a transplant program in a massive scale. That's the bottom line truth, and it's just my opinion. But government can monitor, accredit, and monitor, and ask for returns, and authorize. If we have authorized 4 transplants, but you're telling us there are 5, where is this 5th one? What were the circumstances? How come? We are closing you. Who did it? We are locking you up. You'll go to court from prison. That's what it will be. First thing, they will lock you up. Yes, you are guilty until proven otherwise, but you first go in, then you can come out on remand and explain. This transplant was unauthorized. It was declined. How come it took place? The recipient themselves, they will go into prison. The donor, if that transplant, the donation was disallowed, but for some reason it went ahead, the donor will go in and can be given bail and Kubitevia from inside.
Let's talk about human resource. The people you are talking about, the surgeons, the urologists, all these people, you've talked about a team of about between 8 to 10 people. Do we have that human resource in this country to support human organ harvesting and donation and transplant?
The beauty with organ transplant services, it's not a standalone. So you must have a baseline of these people, anesthesiologists, and they just acquire an extra skill. No one goes to train for transplant just for just. It is at the peak of your training. For instance, I have an MBCHB. I'm a doctor. MBCHB actually has 3 degrees in one.
Bachelor of Medicine, Surgery.
Bachelor of Surgery, and Bachelor of Science in Education. 3 degrees. Now, when you go back, for instance, I went back and did a Masters of Medicine in Surgery. Then you now become a surgeon. Then I went back and did a Master of Science in Urology and a fellowship in urology. So I have been cutting kidneys since I began doing it when I was still a general surgeon in 2024. I was removing kidneys. So since for the last 20 years, I have been removing kidneys. So to me, harvesting a kidney, my hands are not going to be shaking because I do it every day. In a week, I remove 1 or 2 every other week. Except that this time, I am not removing to throw away because it's diseased. I am removing carefully to give it to another person. So the skill...
And you said you had practiced for 8 years and you're not yet there.
Not yet, because I began my training in 2013 and I'm not yet done. I'm not yet proficient. Of course, there were delays because of government bureaucracy. I went for 3 months, then I went for a month, and I've been in a hiatus since 2015. So, but I've been practicing a few other things. There are some skills that they encourage you to practice. So when you're talking about a transplant surgeon, they don't fall out of the sky and they're transplant surgeons. It's just an additional skill. They've been handling tissues. They've been handling veins. Yeah. They've been handling ureters. They've been handling arteries. But now they're doing it at a more fine state. When you're talking about anesthesia, there's no huge magic about anesthesia. It's putting you to sleep. But there are a few added things. You must drop the pressure, for instance.
You sound very optimistic, which is good. Let's talk about the cost of this. Cost of transplant. Isn't it going to be... We feel like if we develop our own capacity here to do it, it will be a little bit cheaper than having to go with someone in the UK or in the US or even in Nairobi to actually do this surgery.
Oh, that's true. It's going to be cheaper, but still it's not cheaper.
On average, how much does it cost to do a kidney transplant?
So right now, Turkey, India, the commonest nations, is 25,000 USD, 30,000, give and take. But I must quickly hasten that most patients, and I don't mean bad for you, they factor in not just the cost of transplant, they factor in the cost of medication post-transplant. It's not cheap. Usually when they are fundraising, which is okay, they don't just fundraise for the process of transplant, but they factor in. And that's one of the advice we give you. So that at least you are sorted out initially for the first 2 years. A few people fundraise to buy land, so that if my kidney has failed, and I'm a fundraising drive, I say, oh, it needs 50,000 USD. So out of the 50,000, I buy some land, I buy a car, I marry another wife, and I also have a transplant. So some of the costs have been inflated by the people who are fundraising for those reasons. But the bare minimum, actually the hospital which has been working with us, Yashoda Hospital, which has been training us, gave us an offer for 18,000 USD. They pick you at the airport, the patient and the donor, transplant them, finish, drop them at the airport for 18,000 USD. So on that, you just add transport. And they will feed you everything. So we can say for 18,000 it's possible. But I'm still talking about 2015. So 2025.
About $25,000.
In Mulago, anything between 10 and 12,000.
Okay. For those of you who don't understand dollars, it's about 40 to 45 million shillings per transplant. Doc, where do we go from here? What
From
next
here,
after this? Yeah.
We're going to transplant.
You will be working from the women's
Transplant
hospital.
unit. No. We've got a transplant unit on 6.
Level 6.
We were extremely fortunate that at the beginning of this drive, that's the same time that Mulago was being renovated by the African Development Bank loan.
So that was incorporated.
There were lots of changes to create a kidney transplant unit. It was perfect timing. So a state-of-the-art kidney transplant unit was set up with those 2 adjacent theaters with laminar flow, good light, cameras, adjacent ICUs, HDUs, storage space, changing rooms. Everything it's the best unit that I've seen, because I've been to Turkey, I've been to India, I've been to Egypt. I've been to, it's called Mansoura. This is the best. It's the best.
Dr. Frank Asimu, your conclusions?
I am glad I'm living in this time, in this day and age, when transplant is no longer an if, but when. I'm glad and feel very honored to have been part of this kitchen work. When the kitchen work is done, now we begin serving the meal, we begin inviting guests. So my next, I've got two more hurdles to do. And once those are up and running, I am going to retire. And I'm deliberately talking about retirement because it's one of my passions, retirement. First, I must deliver the maiden transplant.
Wow. And I want to be there to capture it.
You will be there.
Professor Frank Asimwe, thank you very much for speaking to us.
You're most welcome.
All right, I've been speaking to Professor Frank Asimwe, who is a consultant urologist and also surgeon, about organ harvesting, organ donation, and organ transplant. It's quite a time for us as a country to celebrate about this, especially that the national referral, the national hospital, Mulago Hospital, will be having its maiden surgery, and I'm really looking forward to it, donation and transplant. Hopefully we'll be there to capture it live for you. I'm Solomon Serwanya, and this episode has been special. It really has been more of listening and learning, so I hope you enjoyed it. From the entire team here, thanks for watching.
Uganda boasts of its democracy, and in democracies, voters get to give verdicts and thoughts to their political leaders, be those in power or the opposition. Lately, it's taking a toll on Uganda's antagonism party, the Forum for Democratic Change. They've been Uganda's leading opposition party since their existence on the 16th of December 2004, up to until recently, with the birth of the National Unity Platform that assumed the position with the highest number of opposition members of parliament and the leader of opposition in the same parliament. As of now, the party is in a big mess, a cocktail of allegations, power struggles, and fights from within. Welcome to the Hard Questions Show. I am Rahim Nwali, sitting in for Solomon Serwanja. Today on the show, we host one of the most respected politicians of our time, the former Member of Parliament for Bugabula South constituency in the 7th Parliament, former LC5 chairperson for Kamuli District, and the Vice FDC chairperson for Eastern Uganda, the Honorable Salah Musumba. Thank you for joining us on the show.
Thank you very much.
How disappointed are you in the Forum for Democratic Change?
I'm actually heartbroken. And I'm gathering myself to sow their own and meet the mandate for which the public entrusted me in the leadership of the Forum for Democratic Change, which of course I was part of the foundation. And so I am available for duty and I'm on work. So I've picked myself up and I can tell you I'm happy for the next phase of recovery. And I want also to apologize to the country, to all Democrats, to the Ugandans, to our supporters, to our members, that what you saw in the media is what we are working to get out of. It's a tight situation we're in, but we have the resolve, we have the energy. We could have stopped it earlier, but we didn't. What has happened has happened. We're going to pick up from there. We do owe you an apology, and please accept my apology as a person, but also on behalf of the team, Forum for Democratic Change.
Honorable, picking up on what you said, you could have stopped it,
Yes,
but you
could.
didn't.
We failed to.
Why?
Why? There's something about the leadership and the character of us leaders that leads organizations into this. And this has bedeviled the whole of Africa, and it's a political class. And it also continues to bedevil us leaders, that we fear and fail to deal with matters on time and in time. And so you get into building tensions, you go into building, into snapping, and especially when you don't have enough institutional mechanisms to rein in. I have learned a lot from this, and this is what I would want to share. I think when we make constitutions, we should make constitutions to avert this kind of situation, not to imagine that people are good-willed and good-intentioned. We should work towards ensuring that bad intentions, bad will, ill will does not overrun goodwill. And so whenever you're setting up an organization, you should provide for any possible likely event. Because I had never seen a party, maybe I should have learned from DP, but I thought something was wrong with DP. Or I should have learned from UPC, I thought something was wrong with UPC. But it came to me, it came to my doorstep that access to the party headquarters became a negotiable matter. I don't think it should ever be. And we should exercise our brains, our minds, our hindsight, our foresight to making sure that organizations, party, political, or even business guard against such events.
Honorable, allow me to take you to events that happened on July 18th when the Honorable Semujunganda was speaking to journalists at Nsambia and accused the current president and general secretary of trying to sell the party to the National Resistance Movement, and in their defense, they came the party to NUP. And we are privileged to be speaking to the vice president in charge of the Eastern region. Who is selling the party to whom?
You see, in the heat of anger, many things can be said. I do believe that the Honorable Nganda was expressing his fear. I also believe that the other party was also selling their fear. And so what needed to be done was to come in the middle and ask, what are you doing? And the space and latitude for that exists. So both parties were expressing their fear.
And what was being done by the leaders of the party? Mm-hmm. And part of those leaders you are.
Yes.
So whilst the party was tearing up and being battered and broken and shaming themselves in front of the whole country and world, what was being done by the leaders?
The leaders at the level of the executive were engulfed in the milieu of events. The party constitution has set up organs to run the party. And these start from the National Delegates Conference to the National Council, to the National Executive Committee, to the Working Committee, and to the offices, the presidency and the chair. And in setting up that constitution, the purpose was we were actually putting all the power into one office. And so we created the office of the chair to take care of the health of the party. The presidency to run the party on a day-to-day basis. And that office to run it together with a secretariat headed by the Secretary General. And so in all this, it is the presidency to offer guidance in the day-to-day running of the party. And he is surrounded by a working committee which should take collective decisions as a cabinet. And then there's the National Executive Committee, which too, the party president is the head. Those two organs were meant to buttress the office of the president to function. The National Council and the National Delegates Conference are under the chair, so that then the executive can give reports to the chair. And that's what obtains even today. So where was the failure? The failure was at the National Executive Committee level. Because at the meeting that I attended, the last National Executive Committee, it was agreed that the way tensions were building up in the party, we should call the National Council so that the National Council can extend the life of the leadership in the best interest of the party, so that it allows it to deal with the teething issues that were within the party, which the party is aware of, part of which was the Elders Committee report and the Elders Committee work. And so the following were decided. One, that we stay the elections, the structures of the party elections, until the party has had a discussion with itself. The first one was that the president and the working committee should meet the members of parliament. Then we should have a retreat as NEC. And then we should have a series of meetings to work out harmonizing the party divergent views. And then we should have a national council to receive the report, but also to allow the party to extend the life of the present leadership, so that we can have elections in a harmonious manner. Now, we gave ourselves 4 weeks from the 16th, I think, of June. We gave ourselves 4 weeks within which to have all those things happening. And so who should have activated those? It is the party president. The meeting with members of parliament happened. We haven't received a report what became of it. The retreat was not called, and the retreat was not conducted. When the fourth week came, they triggered elections in total disregard of what NEC had resolved. Now, a party that does not respect its own resolutions is on a path, a very dangerous path to self-destruction.
Just so we are clear,
Yes.
did the party president, the current party president, fail the party?
In that respect, yes.
Okay. I'll take you to the events that happened on 12th, which was the 15th National Council Committee that prior had sat on the 24th and 25th of November, which of course came up to the resolutions you're talking about. And part of the resolutions was a committee, to assemble a committee of 7 elders.
Of elders?
Yes.
They didn't give a number. They gave a blanket.
Actually, the report says 7. And
no, what the 15th National Council resolved to set up an elders committee, a committee of elders.
So who came up with the 7 people?
The party president proposed to NEC.
So he appointed people to look into allegations that were against him. And he came up with the number of 7.
Yes.
And the number of 7 were chaired by Dr. Frank Nawiso to come up with the elders committee that we have today.
Yes.
And part of that, and part of the findings of the committee were about the allegations of money, the dirty money that was being spoken about between the team at Katonga and Najana Nkumbi, as we will later speak about. But the findings are quite contrary to what was being said by the former president, Dr. Kizza Besigye, and the party spokesperson. They say that they found out that money was legit. And yet this money, according to Dr. Kizza Besigye, a source from State House had told him that the money was given to a member, and in this case, the General Secretary. So who is lying to whom?
That was part of why the Elders Committee was set up. It is the Elders Committee that should give you that answer, not me.
It came up with that report.
Yes.
Does that report speak for you? Because it exonerates the issue of money.
This report should be able to tell you what they found.
And what they did find out was that this money was withdrawn from the Honorable Nandala Mafabi's bank account, Stanbic Bank, and to be specific, in Chambogo. Yes. The 500 million and 300 million of this was given to Dr. Kizza Besigye, which acknowledged. But on receiving the money, he said a source from State House had told him that some money, a lump sum, was being given to a member of the FDC.
That's where the committee should have stopped and investigated the sequence of events. The timing of events is what the committee should have done. The biggest trouble we are in is that the report was presented on the day that the committee sat. There was never a backstage discussion, and not surely backstage as it should be. But we believed that this report should have been, or the committee should have made a report to the National Executive Committee. So that what you're asking me, I should have been able also to ask. I didn't get the opportunity to ask. So I'm like you, I'm like the rest of Uganda, reading this and making sense of it. And this was the same thing that happened to National Council. National Council received this on the day of presentation.
So there was no time.
There was no time to digest. There was no time to digest the contents and what was being said. So we will have to work backwards to interrogate this report too in the National Executive Committee. The report is not going away yet, because by the time we chose to make it public, it means that it will be a reference point that people will go back to, back and forth.
Okay. I'll just give you a short quote from Dr. Kizza Besigye, according to the report when he was meeting the committee. He said that he concluded his submission by asserting that the FDC, which is supposed to be the vanguard of challenging the NRM dictatorship, has remained inactive in the last 2.25 years. That is from March 2021 to June 2023. And so, would I be wrong, Honorable, if I say that Doctor and you senior members of the party have been looking on as the party is being dragged to a bottomless pit, and now here we are?
I think the organs of the party have done whatever needs to be done to ensure that the party meets its mandate. I do sit on the National Executive Committee, and I'll tell you that members make contributions in the meetings of how we should move on, how we should hold the party, and how we should do business of the party. All this is done. Now, the biggest point we have, and where we are going to get the next problem, is that the National Executive Committee is getting disabled. It is being disabled, systematically disabled, gleefully disabled by the party president.
Say that again.
The National Executive Committee of the Forum for Democratic Change is getting disabled, systematically disabled by the party president.
So this is an indication of a failed system and strategy?
No. It is a failed leadership, a failing leadership. I'll tell you, I have served all the presidents. And I should also tell you that I was the first acting chair that led Forum for Democratic Change to the first delegates conference in Nambole. I wasn't elected. I was delegated by the three entities that formed Forum for Democratic Change: Reform Agenda, Parliamentary Advocacy Forum, and the National Development, NDC, that Chapa Karuhanga brought into the leadership and the formation of Forum for Democratic Change. At that time, it was called a Troika. The Honorable Sam Juba, bless his soul, led the Reform Agenda team, the Reform Agenda group. At that time, Dr. Besigye was in exile. He had just contested in the 2001 presidential elections. Honorable Augustine Ruzindana led us from Parliament under the Parliamentary Advocacy Forum. And the Honorable Chapa Karuhanga, chairman as we called him, was the leader of the NDC. And so that troika zeroed on me, Proskovia Salam Musumu, then Member of Parliament for Bugabla County South, to be the interim head of that organ as we went into the first delegates conference. And so I've served under all those leaders. Under retired Colonel Dr. Kiza Besigye, NEC met every week on Wednesday. The argument was, you must spend time talking so that you avoid fighting.
But there has been a huge gap, between the members at Najana Nkumbi and Katonga.
Under the Honorable retired General Muntu, we continued that tradition of meeting every week, scheduled. And when we thought we could relax the basic understanding of how the party is run, we chose to meet every fortnight, scheduled. Today, we continue on unscheduled fortnight meetings. And so every 2 weeks you expect to have a meeting. But these now are not scheduled. They are called on notice. We have not met for the last 6 weeks. So in between there have not been NEC meetings. As of this morning, when I asked, there's no clue as to when our next meeting will happen. NEC is called by the president.
So he has not called any?
He hasn't called yet. That's why, in my understanding, NEC is being disabled.
Isn't he fighting back?
Fighting who?
Because he says during elections, the 2021 elections, he came to Dr. Kizza Besigye for support. He came to him to help him come up to the budget that would support the FDC in elections.
With or without money, we are duty bound to run a party.
Maybe he's fighting back.
Who? Fighting who?
Clearly, when someone shows you they're not interested in you, you don't.
There's a party that is functioning, a party that is receiving resources from the state in accordance with the law. We receive money legitimately from the Political Parties and Organizations Act. And so we have resources in the party, financial resources. We have human resources. So fighting who?
And that brings me to the Katonga na Jana Nkumbi issue.
Yes.
There has been a division within the party.
No. That's what you are meant to believe. The narrative is absolutely wrong.
What is happening?
This is what happened. Under the Honorable Muntu, the elections, I don't remember, I think 2011, we truly believe that FDC won the presidency. And we had set up our own tally center and the way to transmit results, very sophisticated. It included satellite capability. And so we were able to tell that we had the upper hand in the presidential elections. As we were working out how to collate and correlate all the findings and what, we were attacked by the Inspector General of Police, Kale Kaihura, by air, by land, by every means possible. This is not in the far past. This is contemporary history. Under the charge of Kale Kaihura, our party headquarters was attacked. And they went away with all our computers and all our documents. At that point, we decided that we set up a people's government. It was a resolution of NEC under the Honorable Mugisha Muntu that we set up a government to pursue a lost victory and to maintain the political stance. And so we set up a people's government. In that people's government, I was the prime minister. And that people's government was set up in Katonga. So whoever tells you about...
Why not in Naja?
That was the decision. Because Naja...
Didn't NEC...
You see, we have to... You can't put all your... Under a military regime, you can't put all your eggs in one basket.
But did NEC ever think that it would cause a division within the party
No, but
itself?
because there's no division. There's none. Katonga reports to Najana Nkumbi. It does. And it's only when you break down the mechanisms that set up these entities that you get where you are. Katonga has never claimed to be the party president, nor the secretary general, nor the treasurer. No.
Has it achieved its goal?
That is for Najana Nkumbi to judge. As far as I see, it has, because it has maintained visibility of the party. The visibility of the party, the brand of the party, the vibe of the party.
Is in Katonga.
No, they've added to it. Because Katonga is nothing except as part of Forum for Democratic Change. You're not talking about strangers. You're talking about colleagues. Now, in an effort to build a broad political base, other entities were co-opted into that cabinet, the majority of which was FDC. And even that too was allowed by the party to do so. So I don't like squinted eyes and squinted memory. That is exactly why I chose to be part of the founder members of Forum for Democratic Change, so that we can build a new political culture that speaks to ourselves.
Honorable, passionately as you speak, and looking at where the party is now and where you fought so hard to get to the party, with members, and everyone was chanting, one people, one Uganda.
And it is still
with the
one
key,
Uganda, one people. We
to
still
open.
have the key. And
You were not strong as you used to be.
Those regalias were chosen on purpose. The name Forum for Democratic Change was debated in Bonita 1 and Bonita 2 for a long time. By the time we defined who we want to be, a political vehicle that can bring about democratic change in the country, a political vehicle that can give Uganda a fresh start in the management of ourselves politically, because politics is economics. You get the politics wrong, the economics is wrong. And we thought that, well, with hindsight and with foresight, can we build a vehicle that will deliver democratic change to this country, that can define, that can grow a different brand of politics in the country? Because we could have gone to UPC, we could have gone to DP. But DP and UPC, the old parties, had been vilified for so long that we didn't have the time to do the cleaning up. And because what is ingrained in people's minds is that, UPC, they brought this havoc, they wreaked havoc to the country. DP was a Buganda thing. It was that entire narrative of the past, a distorted narrative of what it was. So we thought we should start on a new footing.
But as the party grows, it continues to weaken.
No.
We have seen new political parties come,
Yes.
the National Unity Platform that has more members in parliament than you have,
That's
the leader of opposition from the same political party.
Yes.
Have you weakened?
No, we haven't. We are still a viable, competitive political entity that we want to build and clean up and rebuild and reorganize. Because the purpose for which we were formed is still valid.
You strongly think that you still have it under control?
I still believe that there is a possibility for us to wash this vehicle if it hasn't crashed. We could even panel beat it if it has. But we could even leave it and buy another vehicle. All those are political options available to us.
What do you mean there?
I mean that, exactly, because we created a political vehicle
Are you saying you
to
can start
provide
another political party?
a leadership. The standard of leadership is well defined. The kind of elections we expect in the country are the same elections we expect in the party. You can't give what you don't have.
Did you just say that you can start another political party?
I am telling you the truth that if this vehicle, I want to use the
synonym vehicle.
Yes, I want to use the example of a vehicle. You know, when Jesus was talking in parables, they never understood. So I want to simplify it for you and for the rest of the country.
Is it something you've talked about? Is it something within the party corners?
It is something of the options available on the table. That option is there.
Wow.
Yes. And I want you to understand, we're being honest to ourselves. We built a special purpose vehicle called Forum for Democratic Change. We set standards in those two past leaderships and this one. We can track ourselves. Where is the problem? The problem is in elections. Internal elections are being botched up. And if we don't do the real elections using internationally accepted standards or even party accepted standards, we will leave that vehicle.
Would I be right if I said that, based on what you just said, it explains everything going on? Because
no, not at all.
In your mind, you've already moved on.
No. I am pleading and I'm telling you that I'm going back to my party because I'm a founder member of the party. I am telling you this because we know where we came from, what we are trying to fix as a country, not as a person, as a country. What happened in the Muntu split going to Ant? It wasn't elections. It was other things apart from elections, because elections are key to providing leadership. So what happened? We had elections organized by the Honorable Ali Salaso and Dan Mugarura. Both parties contesting agreed on the rules. They did meticulous to the last point. The contestants, because they were the biggest stakeholders in this. As a party, we also agreed. They were organized under the leadership of the Honorable Muntu as party president. He organized a tamper-proof election from grassroots to national, and he lost. He did not petition because there was nothing to petition. He only exercised his right, and he also left us with a warning that time will tell.
One more thing. Yeah.
Time.
I remember it vividly.
Have you forgotten already? So can you go back and interrogate? Because it wasn't elections. Today, the issue is elections, internal elections. The issue today is disrespect for party organs, emasculating party organs. You see, in this country, the majority of the leaders we have are cowards. Huge cowards. They even fear writing a letter to express their displeasure. I have written letters to my party president.
The current president.
The current one, because he is my party president. I have written to him to draw his attention to things that I have seen.
What was his reaction?
Nothing.
Should he resign?
He has not responded. I have written 3 letters so far. 3. The first one I wrote under confidential cover. After a month, no, let me tell you what happened. I write a letter. I bring to his attention what was eating me as an individual leader. And he writes to me, he sends an email back to me after a week and says, can you resend the letter that you emailed me? I have lost it in my system. The first 3 days I said I will not, to myself. Then I changed my mind. I said, I send it to you. Now, I did take that letter to the registry to be received because I wasn't getting a response. No, he said, that things you have raised are multisectoral in nature. Let me investigate. I'll get back to you. I said, fine. So I go and register the letter, and I use a NEC meeting to physically hand it to him. And I said, I want it recorded in the minutes that I have given you the letter I sent you by email. Here. He said, no, take it to the registry. I said, I've already done that. Document it. You have received it. He then told me that I have responded to it in the same way you sent it to me. Up till today. There's nothing in the spam. There's nothing in the pending. There's nothing. Then I saw they were asking us, after the 4 weeks, that they were flagging off the internal elections. I again wrote to him. I said, sir, that was not the resolution of NEC. In the very words I'm telling you, that wasn't the resolution of REC. I'm reminding you. So I sent him that. I sent him by email too. And I also sent to the Chief Administrative Officer, because this one I gave even copies to members of NEC. And I decided that I will not be the one to send the letter to NEC. Let me go through the system so that the system can then give copies to NEC. So I sent it to the COW, the Chief Administrative Officer. I said, I've already sent this to Secretary General, to Chairman, and to the President, who is addressed to. And the copy to the members of NEC, I'm giving it to you to distribute. Receive and distribute. Nothing.
He didn't.
She didn't. And at some time when I had, because I was communicating that I was out of the country for 1 month, I then decided to send it myself. When I could hear the fracas, I said, maybe I should send it myself. The cow for sure had refused. And so then I wrote a third letter. I said, guys, you told me you had made a response. This is 2 months now. You haven't. I waited for the 16th because the meeting where he said he had received it, he had responded to me, was on 16th. So I waited for the 16th and I wrote back. I said, sir, I've waited for a month. Maybe this letter has worked too slowly. It hasn't yet gotten, your response hasn't gotten back to me. Now, today is a month. I have not received it. And you haven't also replied to my letter about the NEC resolution. And so, as an investigator, I look back and say, what is the game? Which game is this? It is a game of deception. It's a game of stalking. It's a game of scuttling. And it all is packed at the president's.
The Honorable Semuju called out the party president and general secretary to resign if the party is to refunction in the way it does. Do you share the same school of thought?
Not yet. I don't.
But if you're planning on starting up something...
I would want... No, I'm not. By the way, I'm not even planning. If I was planning, I would tell you.
You just said you're planning.
I am saying it is on the menu, political menu of options that can be exercised.
So if it got to the menu, that means it has been a thought.
No,
and it must have,
you don't have to think in a political buffet, but before I even go to a political party. I know what my rights are. I know what my obligations are. I even know if I stepped out, what are my options? I could join the party, the ruling party, as an option. It's an option.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. You want
And you
to
have
see-
rights too.
Yes. I could change my party. It's a political option. I could form another party. It's a political option.
But that
So
means
I
there
want
is a
you
problem.
to understand that these are options on the menu. Don't even be surprised. That's why parties work so hard to maintain their best fellows on them. Because a political party is not a prison. For now, I'm in Forum for Democratic Change, head to toe. And I'm doing everything it takes.
Talking about that, what can be done to regain the popularity of the party?
Listen, it's not about popularity of the party. It is, what do we stand for? We here are fighting for democracy within the party and outside the party. Isn't that a legitimate thing?
It is.
And we are. It's a legitimate fight that the party members are involved in. That what you want for yourself, you also want for the country. Please don't find us wanting in democratic change. Don't find us wanting. Because the spot where we are, the spot where you find so much going on, is about ensuring the integrity of processes within the party. The integrity of processes within the party. This thing is still intra-party. It is our business.
Watching everything going on. And it's not new that these things have happened. Like I clearly said, they started, we could even trace back way in 2008 with the leaving of Betty Kamya to form another party. You know, we could...
Let me tell you, there's a story about everybody. The good thing, the things that are happening in this country are not stories. They are in indelible ink in the waves. So you don't have to imagine nothing.
My question was,
Yes.
would you trust the party? Would you even trust them to lead this country?
Yes.
Would you?
I would. Why? Because you see, the political environment in which all this is operating has impacted and brought this into every organization. Tell me, why isn't Umeme working? Is it because they have a political party there? Why did the Isimba Dam have an accident? It almost went bust. Is it because of you, EDCL, being a political party? Why is the church, the religious institutions, why is there tension and unrest? Is it because they're political parties? It is a matter of leadership, and it's a matter of character, and it's a matter of people. You know, you could blame anybody else, but not people who went to school like me and you. And in this country, you can't be a bystander. Even ordinary people, when they see a cockfight, they will choose whether it's the white cock or the red cock they're supporting. Because our society, humanity is like that.
But there are internal issues going on.
Yes, and they're being fixed. And if they don't get fixed, people will exercise their right to do other things. You see, there are options. You are not in a prison. You are not in a cage. You're not. So, we are not looking for a perfect political situation because it's not there. It is not there in the USA, it is not there in the UK, it's not there in the European Union, it's not there in Russia, it's not there in China. We are looking for a workable, transparent, credible. Those words are English, they mean everything. If you want to steal elections, steal them legitimately in a proper system.
What does that mean?
Have an election that everybody has accepted on the rules and the terms and the dates. In the past, we used to have gazetted days. When we wanted to have an election countrywide, we would gazette a day. Saturday, 7th June, there will be elections at the first branch level and the second branch level. And so we will have elections take place between 10 and midday for the village branch. If you arrive past midday, you know. Okay?
It's gone.
It's gone. It was gazetted. Between 3 and 5, the villagers will congregate and elect the parish. Between 3 and 4 on 7th June, the same day. Everybody knows. Today you come to my party, they'll tell you, when did you elect? Was it 17th in the first, 17th June, July in the first roadmap, or was it 19th, or when was it? Is that credible? Does it pass the test of credibility? Then we gazette another day. The next week, the parishes will congregate at the sub-county between 10 and midday to elect. At that time, you're having electoral colleges. All the colleges are being constituted, okay, as you build upwards. And then the next day, you will have a constituency leadership. All the sub-counties in that constituency will meet at 10, between 10 and midday, and find the leadership. And then you will move to the district. That is what they call a credible, transparent election within the FDC. And until that happens, there is no election.
Honorable, lastly, where do we go from here?
First of all, I want you to rely on our understanding of how the party should be run. We should be able to gather ourselves and introspect. Because we ask this of government, we should be able to do it. And if we don't do it, I want you to judge us as not ready yet.
Honorable, thank you so much for speaking to us. We've been speaking to the Honorable Salam Musumba to weigh in from an insider's perspective on the latest events as they unfolded within the Forum for Democratic Change Party. My name is Rahim Nwali, and this is the Hard Questions Show.
Hello and welcome to the Hard Questions. I'm Solomon Serwanja. On this episode, I host Dr. Sarah Birete. Dr. Birete is the Executive Director of the Center for Constitutional Governance, CCG. Dr. Sarah, thank you so much for accepting to be on the Hard Questions show today.
Thank you for inviting me.
Sarah, let's start off with, so we know that the elections are just a couple of years, 2026. The Electoral Commission recently launched its roadmap, and they're asking for an estimated 2 trillion shillings to conduct the next elections. Where that money is going to come from, I don't know. But clearly, it's an opportunity for Ugandans to participate in the way they are governed, as enshrined in Article 38 of the Constitution. And this means that we speak up and we have a say in how we are governed and how the democracy is supposed to shape up. Now, Sarah, and that brings in the aspect of civic space, the ability for people to speak up and speak out on different issues, good governance, accountability, human rights abuses. We wanted you to, first of all, ground us in civic space, especially as the election draws in. What have you noticed in the past, and how would you measure civic space where we are right now?
Well, civic space basically refers to the set of regulations, policies, and laws that govern the participation of citizens in their governance. And we have a range of these laws. High on the agenda is the Public Order Management Act, and the Chairman Electoral Commission did warn political parties as he launched the roadmap that this doesn't mean that they should hold political rallies. Something that I find very disturbing, because political parties, by their nature, communicate to masses through political rallies. There shouldn't be a period in a country that is democratic to say that today you can hold a political rally, tomorrow you cannot. Political parties are supposed to set their agenda and execute it the way they wish. Meaning that even if we've just concluded the elections, political parties are supposed to continuously recruit members and promote their beliefs and policies. So when you launch a roadmap and you are sending a warning that this doesn't mean you should hold political rallies, that alone communicates to the world that Uganda's civic space is highly controlled and highly closed.
Well, Sarah, but maybe the Electoral Commission is coming from that space that there's a calendar to follow. It's not yet open.
Yes, but you're talking to agencies that have their own calendars on how to recruit members, how to market their ideology and beliefs and values, and how to get support for their parties financially, in terms of numbers and otherwise, and how to control public opinion, because that's what political parties are set to do. So once you have this situation that political parties are not free to go about their business, that is highly telling of the civic space. There are also other ways through which citizens participate in their governance.
Before you go to the next one,
yes.
I wanted to get right there because the body politics of this country is beginning to shape up. We are seeing people who are doing seemingly rallies, going across the country and organizing rallies in big numbers, and nothing has been done to them. And I think, to be specific, we've seen the MK movement moving around the country, organizing, to some extent, they call them birthday parties, they call them visits, they call them different names. But through the political lens, it's largely looked at as mobilizing grassroots, and those could be considered rallies.
You don't need the political lens. MK movement is a political movement, and they are clear about it. They are clear in the way they oppose their own mother party, the NRM. They are clear about declaring ambitions for 2026. They are clear about deployments and the shadow cabinet. And they are a political movement. There is you don't need lenses to look at it. You just need your naked eyes. And it's true that Uganda is a classic example of animal farm, where laws apply to some people and they do not apply to other people, or we do not have uniform application of laws. And the MK movement, unfortunately, is unconstitutional, because we are talking of a serving soldier in this case. But why is he untouchable? Because of his biological belonging. The father happens to be the commander-in-chief, but he's also the one who presides over protection of the Constitution that he's applying differently when it comes to his son. When you look at executive authority and the oath that the president states, it's very clear. The duty of the president and executive authority is derived from the protection of the Constitution. That's Article 99 of the Constitution. When you read Article 208, Clause 2 of the Constitution, it's very clear on the character and conduct of members of UPDF, non-partisan, non-political, obedient to civilian authority, among others. If you go to the UPDF Act, Article 187 is very clear on conduct prejudicial to that perceived of a military officer. And the code of conduct is clear on the punishments. But we're supposed to implement these punishments? He happens to be the father of a military man violating the Constitution. He also happens to be the #1 defender of the Constitution. And unfortunately, as the president favors his son by failing to implement the Constitution, he's delegitimizing his executive authority and the sovereignty rights of Ugandans.
So do you think that someone needs to rein in to stop these seemingly rallies, just like the Electoral Commission had mentioned, that there should be no rallies until further notice, or we should leave them to, to do what they want to do because they have that liberty?
Ideally, parties are supposed to do their work.
Parties, to be specific.
Political parties. Even citizens are supposed to do their work. We are here engaging in the civic work that we set out to do. Everybody, according to Article 138 and 72 of the Constitution, every citizen is supposed to freely go about the work that aspires them and participate in their governance nationally.
Yeah. So, Sarah, where are we in terms of civic space? You're still building up.
Yes, so when you go away from the political parties, of course, before we leave the political parties, I think it's important to note that the major political parties are limping or have been taken over. You can start from the Federal Alliance, where the approach by the regime has been to buy off two principles in each party. The Federal Alliance was almost closed by buying off the president and vice president. The UPC bought off the president, and the wife, the first lady, is participating in that buy-off as a minister. Then you go to DP, the president and secretary general bought off. Now they are in fights. And next is FDC, they are in fights. The president and secretary general allegedly bought off, and they are in chaos. So these are the major political parties in the country. You are remaining with only the National Unity Platform. So basically, you have no parties as we go into the elections. And it's likely to be a one-man show. And that's the intention. As the president stated during the swearing-in of 2016, when he said that he's going to finish off parties, he's going to eat them like samosa. And ideally, the president's mindset, he does not want to operate in a multi-party setup, because multi-party means multiple parties. By basic English, many parties competing for power. And you have a president who takes oath, holds the Constitution, and says, I'm going to finish off parties. Because he wants to operate in a one-party state, which is unconstitutional.
Sarah, the president's job is to provide a conducive environment for political parties to grow, and not for him to run the political parties. If he's a good politician and draws in these other opposition political parties to his side, you would actually credit him for being a good politician.
I wouldn't mind President Museveni mobilizing and taking over the actors in other political parties. I wouldn't mind that. And it's legal. It's okay. But when you make a statement that I'm going to finish off, this is a statement on record at Kororo during the swearing-in of 2016. I'm going to finish off political parties. I'm going to eat them like samosa. That is unconstitutional. And that is not okay.
But you want to give it to him, though. I mean, for example, the Democratic Party, he was seated in the same chair, the president, Norbert Mao, where you're seated, and he said that the opposition, was not playing a fair game, and therefore he took a detour. And now he's right, the DP is right next to the NRM, and therefore can work with the NRM to advance the country forward. So from your side, from your context for political parties, do you think that in a way this affects civic space?
Yes, I know that the UPC alleges to be in an alliance, unwritten, and the DP alleges to be in a cooperation with a written document, although I've never seen a signed copy. I'm yet to see one, because the president said he didn't sign anything. And it would be normal in a multi-party setup for parties to form an alliance or a cooperation or any other name you want to call it. This act is very common in developed countries where it is difficult for any single party to attain majority to be able to form government. They usually form government through coalitions. But what happens is, when a parties form coalitions, They form coalitions based on their ideologies, values, and beliefs, where they meet each other. And these alliances have a timeline, and for the time they are in alliance, they are on one side. So let me give an example of government. If DP had formed a cooperation with NRM, the DP MPs would have shifted to the ruling party side together with their president. But now you have a president on one side and he's talking opposite to his MPs on the other side. What kind of cooperation is that? It's a joke. It's vulgarization of our politics in this country.
You want to give it to President Museveni for actually being
Vulgarizing?
No, for managing. This is politics, Sarah. Bringing in big wigs of different political parties into your space is politics.
I will give it to him for his threat of finishing off parties. It's becoming a reality. And I hope NUP won't fall for that, because it's the last man standing. FDC is struggling to get rid of people that were compromised. I wish them well. So I will give it to him on that basis, but I will call him out and remind them that under Article 68 of the Constitution, running a one-party system is unconstitutional.
Sarah, cast a spotlight into the future. The elections are beginning to play out. In the past, we've seen that as after the Electoral Commission releases its calendar, activities begin to form out, and then people begin to speak up, and along the way, arrests start, human rights violations start, hate speech starts. What do you see in the next 2 years in terms of people's ability to speak up and actively participate in their governance?
I want to use a baseline in responding to this question. I want to use a baseline of the 2021 elections and the nature of the by-elections we've had as a country. And if you look at the character of the 2021 elections, it was the worst election this country has ever had. And unfortunately, if you map out the 29 years of the 1995 Constitution, every other election is worse than the previous. The 1996 elections were okay, free and fair, with a little skirmishes because Kawanga Semogere was attacked in Rukunjiri. And there was a bit of small violence in Kampala areas. When you go to the 2001 elections, violent. That's when we started seeing the shooting at Bulange, a soldier who ran a vehicle into a rally in Mkono Besige's rally, death, the post-election, the death of Manenero in CMI custody, and all the violence that came with that. 2026 elections, the violence slowed down as the rigging.
2016.
206.
Oh, 206, yeah.
Yes, the violence slowed down a bit as compared to 2001, but the rigging was in high gear and commercialization. So 206 elections brought in the high commercialization of politics. There was a saga where ballot boxes were found in a coffin in northern Uganda. So the rigging and commercialization set in. And 2011 elections, violence, commercialization, rigging that led into high inflation. If you go to the statement by the then governor, the late Mutebile, who said, I made a mistake, I allowed people to raid the treasury, it will never happen again. But the clock has never turned back on high commercialization, violence, and rigging. When you go to 2016 election, same story. Every other election is worse than the previous. 2021 elections, the 1911 murders that are unanswered up to today, nobody held accountable. You go to the violence, we did a pictorial coverage of 2021 elections from nomination to declaration of results. The violence you see on that link, just pictures talking. General Chamuntu's political rallies were disrupted 46 times. When General Chamuntu reached in Kasese, he was told to drive through. He was not allowed to talk to anyone, not even a radio station. Honorable Muriat was arrested 53 times on the campaign trail. Bob Wine's rallies were shot at every moment until he was pushed to campaign in a bulletproof. Let's go to the by-elections. Kayunga elections, it was the first by-election. Candidate shot. MPs arrested. Media arrested. Results announced almost at gunpoint. You can pick the Soroti by-election. There was a ballot papers, pre-ticked ballot papers flying around. There was a clip that has never left my mind. Justice Byabakama was confronted with the whole ballot box of pre-ticked ballots, and he was asked about the origin of these pre-ticked ballots. It's important for the citizens to know that electoral materials are property of Electoral Commission. In every election, we have pre-ticked ballot papers that can only be done with the connivance of Electoral Commission. I know that Justice Byabakama was asked as he launched the roadmap about the malpractices and irregularities, and he said it is beyond his control. Justice Byabakama, you are the source of pre-ticked ballots in our elections, and it is not beyond your control. You must check your systems.
So as we build up, what do you see?
I just see the worst election that Uganda is yet to see.
Aren't you a prophet to subdue?
No, I am using evidence to analyze what election to predict. So what do we need to do to prevent, to have a normal election in this country? It's what I want to discuss. How can we have a normal election in this country? President Museveni, get out your army from politics. The reason you took up arms and fought the then government of the day was because of irregularities in elections, according to your own account. Why are you presiding over irregularities that are likely to drive this country into chaos again? Why? Get your army out of our elections. The next thing we need to do is Electoral Commission. If they think they are overwhelmed to preside over an election as envisaged in the Constitution, Articles 1, 60, 61, and others, Article 1 guarantees Ugandans a free and fair, credible election. Are they able to preside over this election? If they think they can't, let them resign. And if they can, then Ugandans deserve a nature of election that is defined in our Constitution 29 years down the road. I know people talk about electoral reforms, and the Supreme Court
recommended that electoral reform should come 2 years
yes,
before.
they had recommended 8 reforms then, and they also recommended that electoral reforms in this country should be done 2 years.
2 years
after an election.
After an election.
Already 2 years have passed.
Norbert Mao is beginning the constitutional review process, the Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Are you optimistic?
That's what he said 1 year ago when he joined the NRM. He said he's coming into NRM and he made a promise. Key among his promise was electoral reforms, free and fair elections, transition, national dialogue, and protection of human rights. I'm yet to see him achieve any of those things. I have not seen any headway for him, but I wish him well, because those are desirable things that he talks about. It's what every Ugandan wants to see.
Yeah.
So we are yet to see whether 1 year down the road, whether he can do these reforms to deliver a credible election as envisaged in the Constitution. It's also important to note that he's the political supervisor of the Electoral Commission as the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. So whatever has been happening in the Electoral Commission that he has witnessed on the opposite side, he's now the political head and he has political accountability to deliver to Ugandans. I know that at one time he was defranchised from voting. These are the mistakes a Ugandan would expect him to address. He has been a victim of illegal elections several times in this country.
Yeah.
Is he able to deliver? I just wish him well.
I hope he does. Let's talk about the role of civil society. Civil society was quite a very vibrant force to stand up and speak up for the people. slowly by slowly, many of the civil society organizations are coiling their tails away and sliding into the spiral of silence, where we expect them to speak up and call government to account and hold them, call them out. What became of civil society?
We are part of the broken system. We are part of the broken system in this country. We have been defranchised, although we have some bit of resilience to keep pushing for better Uganda that we want to see. But civil society has been battered. And the battering has not just stopped at NGOs. We can talk about the closure of the 54 NGOs. We can talk about the
freezing of accounts.
Freezing of accounts that has finally been declared illegal by the Constitutional Court. So there's a bit of a breather there. We can talk about the legal regime that governs NGOs. We spend the whole of January just for compliance. 30 days of a month just to comply. Comply with the Financial Intelligence Authority, comply with the Data Protection Unit, comply with the NGO Bureau, comply with the URSB, comply with KCCA. I mean, the list is endless. I see your expression. NGOs report 8 agencies in this country instead of 1. And that is time-wasting, time-consuming. It's really a nightmare. Away from that, we have had a shrinking support base. It's important to note that ideally, if we were a developed country, ideally the citizens would be able to support civic and political work in the country. But we are in an impoverished country that is highly dependent on debt. Our debt threshold is at 52%, away from the recommended 50% of GDP. So you can imagine if civil society work was to be purely dependent on the citizens that are struggling themselves, then we would have no work to do. So we depend on charity, the donor and the rest. And we witnessed the closure of the biggest fund put together by the EU member states, the DGF, in this country that has completely closed shop. That affects 80% of civic work in the country in terms of work, jobs, support for NGOs and the rest.
That were in the governance space.
Yes. Away from that, we have seen also the closure and packing of the UN Human Rights Office at the time when we are witnessing increasing human rights violations, including kidnaps and torture, and trial of civilians in military courts. You close the UN Human Rights Office because you do not want close proximity and monitoring of your violations. Away from that, now we are witnessing the debates with the World Bank. I know that you don't sound politically correct to say that World Bank has great impact, and you can see the actions of the government to say, no, we can manage. But why did you get 52% of your GDP through borrowing? Why do you have 17 trillion in your budget, going to 19 trillion, just service debt? We borrowed service debt, not to pay back. We have a debt maturing in 2025. But from 2019 to date, we have depleted our reserves as a country by half. By 2019, our reserves were at $6.4 billion. We are now at 3.96. That was of last year. I'm sure now it could have gone down further. I hope we will not reach at a time when we have zero reserves as a country, because that means something else. So as we see the squabbles with the World Bank does not just give loans. It gives technical capacity and grants. And it is also the most lenient lender that any country can have, between 1% and 2% of interest, but also with the most favorable terms and long period to pay back. And you can also renegotiate terms and we can have your debt forgiven, like we have previously benefited from debt forgiveness as a country. So what remains then of our alternatives? You can look at the BRICS, you go to China. China loans attract interest of between 4 to 6%.
Yeah.
But also their terms are non-negotiable, and you must give security in terms of sovereign property. Our airport is in the hands of Chinese. Collections from our airport go to an escrow account in Exim Bank. So how many more sovereign properties are we going to mortgage as we tell the World Bank to go to hell?
Yeah.
You can go to local banks, as I conclude on that. Local banks have interest of 7 to 10%, but also with a shorter term period to pay.
Yeah.
It's not favorable for countries. So that's the state where we are, and that's why civil society cannot be supported locally.
So you're looking at going into this election with a weak civil society, largely because of the funding, because of the legal and policy framework around civil society. Oh, by the way, I heard that there was a new thing that the NGO board asked all civil society organizations to do. Yeah, the whole beneficiaries.
To do the amendment of the Companies Act.
So you can imagine. So in other words, we shouldn't strongly look at civil. So we go into this election with a weakened civil society.
I think it's also important to add that the way civil society acted in the 2021 elections, the weaknesses notwithstanding, was not desirable. First of all, we were given long-term accreditation. And on the day of voting, 28 of our members were arrested. And the excuse that was given with the endorsement of the vice chair of the Electoral Commission was that those civil society were never accredited. So we had our people arrested and they were reporting to police for 6 months. So then the question you need to ask today is, if you arrested civil society accredited to observe elections for observing the elections you accredited them to do, will you allow them to observe elections?
Wow. Interesting. That scares me a little bit, Sarah, especially from the time that we usually during, as elections draw in, we expect civil society to observe and highlight the evils or, bring government to account. I don't know how that is going to play out. But let's go to the other civic organizations, including religious leaders and cultural leaders, have a moral role to stand up and speak up. Do you think that we should be optimistic that, about their involvement and calling out the state?
Over time, I think the Uganda Kingdom has been the last man standing on critical issues in the country. I rarely hear other cultural institutions really making a contribution to the betterment, or an attempt to make a contribution to the betterment of this country, other than the Uganda Kingdom. So we need to give them credit and ask them not to keep going.
The religious leaders?
The religious leaders, some of them are co-opted by the state. Some of them speak up, but they are largely lukewarm. We had an interaction with them after the Kampala killings. And we asked them, because when you go to the Bible especially, we met the Interreligious Council of Uganda. If you go to the religious books, whether Bible or Quran, the God's mandate to his agents is to keep. We used the quotation by Jesus when he asked Simon Peter 3 times, "Do you love me? Then take care of my sheep. Do you love me? Then take care of my sheep." So we asked them the well-being of the sheep that they are mandated to take care of religiously if people are being murdered on Kampala streets by the officers that are meant to protect them. And then they issued a statement then asking for postponement of elections because of violence. And I know that they did not achieve that, but that was a good attempt. At least they came out and they gave their reasons. Because people were claiming that the security officers were claiming that they are killing people because people are violating the COVID regulations. Of course, that was an excuse. And so what role, it did not have impact, but it was a good attempt. And they can do better. They can do better. So my call to them is that they have a duty, biblically, to take care of the sheep, especially the faith that I profess, the Christian faith, where Jesus was clear on the role of his agents to take care of the sheep.
I want to be optimistic. Sometimes what pushes me back is that deep, the deep relations with the state and the religious leaders, and where do they find that thin line of, holding them accountable. I think one of the greatest clergies of our time was Saint Cyprian Chistolwanga, who used to really speak out about the issues that were concerning.
The Catholic Church really, it comes through normally. I have not monitored the new leadership, how they are faring. Maybe we've not had controversial issues yet, but previously, the Catholic Church would not keep quiet against injustice.
Sarah, let's talk about right now, I'll tell you something. Sometimes when we are talking about political things that are happening in a country or the evils that are happening, there's that general fear among citizens. There's a sense of resignation or the sense of fear among the citizenry for them to speak up against the evils or the injustices that are being committed at several levels. And that affects, their contribution to making this country a better place.
I know, and the majority of Ugandans have taken a backseat.
Let's leave them.
Apathy levels are too much. It's unfortunate. If you read the book, The Strategies of War, I've forgotten the author. There are 33 strategies of war in that book. The last strategy, which is number 33, is to inflict maximum fear and panic amongst the population in order to control them. And President Museveni is at that strategy 33. Many people are scared of even whispering about governance. It's very unfortunate. When you go back to the President Museveni's promises under his slogan of fundamental change, he was credited globally as being a revolutionary leader. And everybody thought that Uganda's bad days were behind them. The spirit of making the constitution, nobody would have dreamt that at this material There are 33 strategies of war in that book. The last strategy, which is number 33, is to inflict maximum fear and panic amongst the population in order to control them. And President Museveni is at that strategy 33. Many people are scared of even whispering about governance. It's very unfortunate. When you go back to the President Museveni's promises under his slogan of fundamental change, you know, he was credited globally as being, you know, a revolutionary leader. And everybody thought that Uganda's bad days were behind them. The spirit of making the constitution, nobody would have dreamt that at this material time we would be discussing fear, intimidation, torture, kidnaps. Under President Museveni's rule, the widely acclaimed revolutionary leader, the new breed of African leadership, the Messiah. Nobody would have dreamt that we would be discussing such things. It's very unfortunate. But the ambition to rule for life has had its weight on this country. It has compromised all institutions of governance in this country. It has compromised the conduct of the once praised professional army in the name of UPDF. Many people, you know, spent sleepless nights making a contribution to an army they thought would not serve any regime, but would serve Ugandans. An army with highly qualified and intelligent men and women. But if you look at the way it is used and abused to delegitimize democracy in this country, it's very unfortunate.
So people even fear to talk about it. How do we resurrect that?
Because of the repercussions. And Solomon, if you wanted to test that, let anybody today declare that they have an ambition in the presidency, and you just watch in 2 months how their lives will be turned upside down. You will have URA descending on them, and that is the evidence of state capture. You will have police and army. They will even have drones flying over their houses. They will monitor their children where they go to school. They will check on their wives and the lineage of their wives. They will check on everybody of their relatives to turn their lives upside down until you give up that ambition. That is the kind of democracy we are talking about when it comes to Uganda.
So how do we resurrect that energy in people to actually speak up and say, okay, this is wrong, this is right? Even the people who know it is wrong, but they keep quiet about it. They sort of, let's.
Yeah, those with some little courage will call you to whisper to you something.
Exactly, they will whisper to you something. And that civic space, because that space where you can freely express yourself in the way you're governed or in the way things are going on is enshrined in the Constitution, Article 38. But then we have a population that is increasingly sliding into the spiral of silence and taking a back seat because of, if I speak, they'll come for me. And that's bad for our democracy.
Of course, it is bad, and I'm sure the people who will be watching this interview know exactly what we are talking about. There is that fear within the population. There is that intimidation within the population. And that only justifies the agenda of the president. If you want to rule with no end, or in the worst case scenario, then you hand over to your son. These are the things you must do. Because you know that you cannot have a monarchy within a would-be constitutional governance nation without doing the things that you do. So yes, as you see people celebrating, I say the transition is done because Muhoozi is there. These are the things that must happen. Unfortunately, I wouldn't mind President Museveni handing over to his son democratically, but leave the country to breathe. Let him compete democratically. Let him win fairly. If indeed he is popular and he is qualified to be president, let him be elected by the people under a normal election.
So from what you're saying, you're painting a gloom image or green picture of how civic space is doing. So it's from your end, this civic space has shrunk so much that we are left with just that little space to speak and to speak out on the way we are governed.
The space is closing. This is the realistic, context of our country. The civic space is closing. Closing for political parties, closing for civil society organizations, closing for independent thinking members of the religious groups, closing for the independent thinking members of the cultural groups. We've had squabbles here and there. Kasese, Buganda, and the rest. It's very unfortunate. But the solution lies with the people. The people must know that Article 1 of the Constitution is not a lie. The sovereignty rights of Ugandans, they are the ones who can open up this space.
But sir, what are the dangers if that space continues to shrink?
I mean, it will be a complete dictatorship. Will be a complete dictatorship. There's no question about that. You can see the conduct of parliament. Is this a parliament worth their name? Look at the caliber of MPs. Solomon, would you now go and run for politics? Given all the information you have, you can't. So who are the people that are running for politics? Well, I know that these are our national leaders and we need to respect them, but most of them cannot put A and B together, cannot connect the dots of the work they are supposed to do. And those are the people that then a dictatorship would propel to go forward. And they will make sure the likes of you cannot attain political leadership. And once you close the political leadership, once you close the checks and balances, once you close the common sense in politics, then you are able to dictate and everybody will dance to your tune. But the people can open this space. The people can open this space by coming forward. The people can open this space by stopping the vulgarization of their elections, because that is a vulgarization of their sovereign rights. The people can come forward and speak up. The people can join us and speak up and push back. The answer lies with the people.
Let's look at the opportunity that lies in opening this space. I think the internet has somewhat opened it up, that people can, go online and start campaigns and speak up and air out their views on the way they are governed, and it becomes virtual reality. The state has had so many of these campaigns, and it's no longer social media as we used to look at it, of just showing off your social life. It has now created an opportunity for people to speak up. Are you optimistic about leveraging the social media space to expand our civic space?
Well, digital transformation can defeat a dictatorship. I know that the country is launching a roadmap for digital transformation, but I detect hypocrisy in that so-called digitalization of Uganda. We have had Facebook closed for 3 years. You can only access Facebook if you have very good Wi-Fi that has inbuilt VPN, or you must pay for VPN for 3 good years. Majority of Ugandans are on Facebook as compared to other social media platforms. So when you have a country that has closed the biggest social media platform in Uganda for 3 years, going throughout the country saying we are launching digital transformation, I mean, who is fooling who? Who is fooling who? Ugandans should ask them to first open Facebook, and if they cannot, then they should stop making a fool of citizens. Because what are they doing? And what is the reason that Facebook should remain closed in this country?
The president ordered for its closure.
Yes, that's the thing I'm telling you. You cripple institutions, you cripple leadership, you cripple civic spaces, and then you dictate. Is it justified to close Facebook for 3 years? How many young people were earning money through Facebook? How many businesses were running on Facebook? And then you make a fool of the same people that you are launching a digital a roadmap for digitalization. Which digitalization? When they cannot access platforms of their choice.
Well, but at least it has somewhat provided an opportunity for us to come out and speak. We've seen Twitter Spaces.
Yes, going to the digital platforms, they are good for citizens' participation. I do not have to wait for an interview to speak my mind. I just go on my handles and speak. I participate. They share opinions. They call out people. I saw the corruption scandal at the airport and how it played out. Immediately, within 1 week, the CIA people first came and spoke in tongues. The next day, they came back, started speaking normal English, and the third day, they took action. And I hope that extortion at the airport has stopped. Yes, citizens can achieve much more using digital platforms, and that's why I want Facebook opened, so that we have many more people participating in the digital governance advocacy.
So, Dr. Sarah, on the issue of expanding that civic space using social media, I must ask this question before we leave this show. There was a campaign, the NGO exhibition campaign, where a number of people came up and raised red flags on issues of accountability within the organization of CCG and other NGOs. Speaking about accountability, nepotism, and a lack of transparency within the organizations of different civil society organizations. And you were specifically called out for not being transparent enough. What do you make of these allegations?
Social media advocacy is a wonderful tool. We use it in our other advocacy means. So people using it to call us out for accountability, ideally would be good. The unfortunate bit, and I want to use a comparison of the previous exhibitions. If you use, for example, the Kampala pothole exhibition, people were standing beside potholes and exhibiting potholes. People were taking pictures of potholes and even mentioning the address where these potholes are. If you go to the health exhibition, people were going to hospitals and demonstrating the state of hospitals in this country with evidence. People were even referring to Auditor General's reports. So when it comes to NGOs, what was the evidence? Other than somebody going behind their keyboard and typing their hatred about individuals. What was the evidence exhibited for NGOs beyond typing? Because Solomon, you can go and type anything on your status. It's up to you to make sure that what you're typing is factual or not. So when you go to NGOs, what are NGOs? Many people have no understanding of this. There was recently a ruling on the Journalists Association where a court said this is a private entity and we cannot entertain a complaint that is given as if it's a public entity. I'm sure you saw that. So when you go to NGOs, NGOs are ideally private entities, private volunteer entities that are formed in accordance with the Companies Act and now the NGO Act 2016. You set out your agenda. You also determine how you want to do it. If you go under the democratic principles, Objective 6 states that civic organizations shall retain autonomy on what they want to do and how they want to do it. So the power is also rooted in the Constitution. So when you go to let me go to the specific examples of Center for Constitutional Governance and what was exhibited. First of all, that was an exhibition of malice. If you say Center for Constitutional Governance is not accountable, we run a cashless system. Even if it is 5 shillings for buying paper, we pay it using a phone so that there is a trail of the work that we do. Our partners usually carry end of project audits. All of them. Did they have questions about CCG? No. So, was anybody referring to our audit reports? Some of them are on the website. Did they refer to them? All our audit reports are with the NGO Bureau. No. So what was the evidence? We are validated every year by the NGO Bureau. We did not feature on the lists. Many people are saying, but how come you close organizations and you don't close CCG? We comply with all laws of the land. And for me, it was unfortunate, first of all, that the exhibition did not help Ugandans to understand the workings of NGOs, how they are formed, how they are run, or how they are governed. They use the Companies Act of Uganda and the NGO Act 2016. NGOs are validated every year by the NGO Bureau, and the Bureau publishes a list of validated NGOs. CCG has never missed on this list. Are we doing the work we set out to do? Yes. We have policies. None of the policies are violated. We have credible members of the board. None of the policies has ever been violated. So are we complying with the Constitution? Are we complying with the laws we set out to do? Are we doing the work we set ourselves to do? I'm one of the founders. Yes, we do. So the people, I know that some of the exhibitors had worked with the Center for Constitutional Governance.
And that's where I was coming, that some of the people who raised these issues
yes,
deeply worked with the Center for Constitutional Governance.
Not deeply, they were volunteers on our TV. CCG runs a sister organization, Civic Space TV. They were volunteers on our TV. They had arguments on whether they should be paid more money or not. And we told them Center for Constitutional Governance is a not-for-profit organization. We work with approved budgets with our partners, and we did not have money to pay them the salaries they were demanding. And that is what formed the malice to blackmail CCG. And it was very unfortunate.
Dr. Sarah, one of the issues that was mentioned is that you employ your relatives at CCG.
Unfortunately, two of my relatives that were mentioned work and live abroad. My sister lives in the United States. She is a green card holder. She is a founder before she left for the United States. She is one of the promoters of Center for Constitutional Governance legally. She has never worked with CCG as a salary earner, even when she was in Uganda. She has never been an employee of CCG, but she is a founder, promoter, and guarantor of the Center for Constitutional Governance, and that violates no law in the country.
We saw your responses on some of these allegations, and some people thought, okay, Sarah responded, but, why did she have to respond?
Like you say, we work on accountability. We had taken the large approach was to ignore these malicious, attributions to our organizations. But as a person who likes calling out people to account, I thought that I needed to put 1 or 2, 3 things on record. My other sister who was mentioned is currently in Germany. So these are the relatives that I work with that were mentioned.
Do they receive a salary, though?
No, they are not employees of CCG. So largely, and it's not just about CCG. The big agenda was to delegitimize the work that civic organizations do.
Where did this leave CCG?
We are doing our work. Our partners know the work we do. Nothing has happened. All our staff are there. All our TV volunteers are there, and the TV is running.
That exhibition called on donors and other sponsors of civil society organizations to come and look into the accountability issues, into the internal policies of different organizations. Did this also affect?
You don't need to call out donors to do that. They do that before they partner with you. You see, largely there was a lot of ignorance. There is no donor who is going to give you money without establishing how you work, without doing their due diligence. Donors do mid-term review of projects. Donors do end of project review. So you don't need to call them out to do their work or to determine how to establish partnerships. So that's why I said that there was very large demonstration of ignorance on what NGOs are, what they do, and how they do their work.
So last one from me, where you called it malice. Do you want to take any action against the people who put out this malice that you talk about?
No. These are misguided young people. They will find their way along their path of life.
Sarah, where do we go from here?
For me, the only solution for democratization and the betterment of Uganda lies with the people. Let's acquire knowledge. Let's know our rights. Let's be assertive in demanding for our rights and exercising our rights in participation of our governance, including making a decision as to who should govern us. That's the solution for this country. And making sure that that decision counts. Because I know several times we are doing civic education, the people ask us whether their decision matters. It's us to make sure that our decision counts and matters in this country.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for speaking to us.
You're welcome.
I've been speaking to Dr. Sarah Birete. Dr. Sarah Birete is the Executive Director of the Center for Constitutional Governance. She's also an expert on good governance. She's trying to really break it down for us in terms of the civic space, but also where the country is going. I'm Solomon Serwanya, and this is The Hard Questions. Hello and welcome to The Hard Questions. I'm Solomon Serwanja. The president has backtracked on his directive that all advertising to government and indeed its agencies should be only channeled through the Uganda Broadcasting Corporation and the New Vision. This follows several meetings between the high echelons of power and executive members of the National Association of Broadcasters, NAB. What does that mean for our independence as the media? And according to the statement that was issued out of that meeting, the media was choking with taxes and salaries in arrears. And on this episode, I'm excited to be hosting the Secretary General of the National Association of Broadcasters, Joseph Beyanga. Joseph, thank you so much for accepting to be on the show today.
Thank you very much. I'm excited to be here with you.
All right, let's get into it. Joe, the president certainly made a decision to say, look, I'm cracking the whip. I'm not happy with the way the private sector in the media space is performing. And therefore, he directed and he said that there will be consequences to the permanent secretaries and those that are responsible for not implementing the directive. And as a result, money was cut short. The media had to get to its knees to go to the president to beg. So let's start there. What really informed the president's decision to give this directive? Let's start there.
Had to go on our knees?
You did.
We went walking. We wrote a letter. We met the ministers. We met technocrats. Nobody was on our knees. We fight on our feet.
But yeah, you went actually on your knees because then you had to go and ask for the president literally to say, please revoke this directive. Because the media has to survive. You need revenue. Government is the biggest advertiser. And so I'm rightly so that you went begging for the president.
No, it was on a principle. It was on a principle of fair competition. It was on a principle of open economy, whereby when the economy was open back in the 90s, it was the government competing against private entities. So it's private media, it's government media competing for government advertising. This is not a question of free money. There's no free money. It's money given to the best person offering a service. It's the government looking for a service, just like any other private company, advertising services. And not every media house will get that. There's a competitive process through which this is acquired. So it's not that government was giving us free money and now the government has decided to give the money only to UBC. Let's clarify that. It's advertising given on merit, no handouts. We're not talking about handouts, and this is why.
Well, the president said you can deal with that. I have UBC and New Vision, so they can advertise. We can pass advertising
This
through
is
them.
public money. Public funds have ways in which they are governed. It's not wake up today, wake up tomorrow. No. They are procedures. Let's talk about principles of good governance. Let's talk about how good society lives, how good society operates. Let's talk about the countries, the societies we aspire to be. Let's talk about the Uganda we aspire to see. That's what we are talking about. So when the letter came out, we said, hey, Mr. President, you're preaching the principles of free economy. You're creating a monopoly. He said, okay. Me, when I was advised, actually, this is what happened in the meeting. He said, to paraphrase what he said, I was actually doing this to help UBC. Because they came, they told me they are not making money, they have debts, they have ABCD. But now I've listened to you guys and I've got more information and I've actually, let me say, the whole media, I'm hearing you're not making money, so it's okay. Let's go back to the way we were operating before. I will get other ways of supporting UBC.
Let's face it, he who pays the piper calls the tune. Clearly, in that meeting, according to the letter that the president wrote, he said that some media houses were promoting sectarianism, bad politics, and all that. And what that means is that will have an impact on the role of media or of independence in the way media houses are run. There will be heavy censorship because you will be mindful of not annoying the president in himself, because then what if he actually ties the tap again?
No. Solomon, you and me have been in the trenches for some time, in the newsroom, out, in the boardroom, everywhere. We know there are many laws, many guidelines, many regulations on how the issues the president talked about are addressed. We have a 2013 Uganda Communications Act, and we have the Journalism Act. We have so many laws which govern the issues that you are saying that the president hinted on and all that. So if the media is breaking a law here, if one media house is not performing according to the standards, there are ways in which it's addressed. That's why Media Council was set up. That's why we have UCC. That's why we are asking the president, we need the media tribunal. So you can't say that the president had issued guidelines and he had taken in the letter against secretarism, against, no, nothing like that. Far from it. Let's address the facts.
And the fact is the independence of the press. How can Ugandans really trust that the media is going to be independent of the executive when we see that the president can actually open and close the taps as and when he wants because he knows he holds the budget, and therefore you will be second-guessing yourself on the quality of journalism that you give to the public?
I'll give you an example. Let's go back to the early 90s, 1994, 94, when the government said no advertising in Daily Monitor. Did Daily Monitor back off?
It was choking financially.
But did they back off from the independent journalism?
They kept doing some good journalism.
And you and me are a product of that. So are you saying the current media houses, the current people running media houses don't have the spine? If they lacked the spine before, I don't think this will make them stronger or weaker. Those who had the spine, they still have their spine. The media houses, which, for a fact, by the way, we need to demystify a few things. How much of government advertising contribute to advertising? Yes, the government is still the biggest advertiser. Yeah? How many media houses get advertising from the government? We don't have the time to go into all those facts, but we just treat the government as any other advertiser. We've seen the media do stories about all the big advertisers, about the breweries, about the telcos, about the banks and all that. Did the advertising stop? So let's separate the two things. There's one, what we call public information done in public interest. And that's what I'm more interested in talking about. That's the media we need. The media which will fight for good governance. The media which will fight for environment. The media which will fight for against corruption and all that. That information is not so much tied to advertising or no advertising. Hold it there. We've been witnessing the latest episode of digital number plates. And we see how that has panned out. We see the role that the Daily Monitor has played. We see the role that New Vision has played. We see nobody's holding back because these are issues that affect you and me. And hey, you know, there was somebody who was pointing out something interesting. He said, look, what the New Vision is running in their editorial is actually at conflict with what they are running on their advertorials. Exactly, that's what it is. An advert comes looking for an audience. An audience exists because you're putting out good content.
Yeah, but a media that needs to survive because of advertising. Let's face it, Joe, you and I have been in the newsroom for long enough to know that when editorial decisions are made, there are so much things that we actually consider, including, well, we know the ethics of journalism and everything, but when all that is done, there are other things that we consider. If we put out this story, yes, it has all the elements of good journalism, the impact of this could actually be gross. And we've seen heavy censorship within media houses themselves. The editorial team makes decisions to drop some stories which may be critical of the state because of the repercussions that would actually come, even when the stories have all the elements of good journalism. Those decisions are made, especially when you're worried that the state will actually close their taps on you. So I'm questioning again.
Especially,
do we still have media independence amidst the state and President Museveni opening and closing the taps as and when he wants?
Especially when you're worried that if you put out this content, it will compromise the security of the nation. It will compromise someone's private security. It will compromise somebody's privacy. That's when censorship comes in. I'm not talking about somebody holding back because an advertiser is going to pull the plug. If there are media houses which do that, truth be told. But those media houses, when we come to talking about the credible media houses, are they one of them? We're talking about credibility. We're talking about good journalism. We are talking about the principles which people use to make decisions. So let's not use principles adopted by compromised media houses as a standard. We should be talking about the standard without forgetting to address the reality.
You see, this is why I'm asking, and this is why this topic is very important, because the media is supposed to mirror exactly what society is.
Yes.
There are some fears that because of, the state's interference in the independence of the media, that mirror is shattered and therefore does not give a true reflection of what really society is.
Okay, that I understand. But let's first put one thing to rest. Yeah, this government advertising has existed for as long as independent media has been here. All right? Yes, there's one media house, Daily Monitor, which has suffered before, and others suffered before. I think Weekly Topic suffered that before. But, so you are saying for the last 30 years, odd years, media has been compromised because of advertising? I would say no. So it's not that government advertising is a new thing that has just been thrown at the media. So if we are talking about issues of media independence, issues of media credibility, we need to address those ones without forgetting one fundamental issue: media viability. How is the media doing? What's the health status of the media today?
How does it survive?
How does it survive? If we start from there, now we can move.
With that comes a lot of give and takes. I have a business to run, I have salaries to pay, but I also have journalism to do. And therefore, the editorial normally clashes with the advertising. Classic example, you do a big story, an investigation on, maybe, and I mean, yes, I've seen, media doing really good stories and big stories, but then you get to second guess yourself. I'm talking about heavy censorship.
I'm talking about the realities that are facing the media today. I'm talking about the big question of media viability. Let me give you a few numbers. By 2020, this is a global, 50% of advertising went online. Now, before that, advertising revenues and budgets and all that used to go to radio, TV, newspaper. Now there was a new kid, and the new kid scooped out 50%. This is global. And this 50%, where is it going? It's going to Google, Facebook, and the likes. Do they put out content? No, they do not. They just aggregate your content. But they're taking your cake. Who is producing this content? This content is produced, by the way, let's just give an example. When you see something showing up on your timeline, Solomon has tweeted or Joe Walker has tweeted, an accident, 5 people feared dead. Where do we go first to verify? First, is NBS doing anything? Check on NBS. Let me see. What about NTV? Let me go to Daily Monitor. And then after you've confirmed, you go ahead and... So we still counting on the traditional media houses for the credibility of information. For information we can trust. For information that we use in making decisions. When you are talking about the issue of digital number plates, is the trending issue. It would have just come, slid, all people would be now paying $750 for a new number plate and $150. All of us would be queuing up to change our number plates before time. But the media picked up the story and exposed what was happening. And then people went back and said, the first person to raise an alarm, interestingly, was the tax collector. And saying, look, you people, what you are talking about, I'm not understanding. When it takes effect on 1st July, what happens to the new cars in the bonds? Are we ready to get this thing done? You've been seeing them coming to Parliament. You've watched them, you've listened to them, you've read about them saying, this thing, nobody was consulted. The tax collector coming out saying, oh, this, is it a 450% increment, is unfair. It's because of what the media did. Now, that's the media that you and me need to talk about. That's the media that we need to talk about its viability, the one that we need to protect. I'm not saying we should stop social media and all. No. People need to have their freedom of expression. People need to have their freedom. And actually, you know, the social media increases people's space of freedom of expression and all that. So we need it. We need thriving. People need to talk about issues that affect them. But we still need the credible media, the media which verifies the facts, the media which is fair, balanced, and accurate to give us that information. Then we can go and make noise.
I know long enough that there's so many people who are critics of this government that have been blocked from going back on different radio stations, television stations, because the state has had an influence that don't host so-and-so, don't host so-and-so. There are so many stories that come through the newsroom and you're like, nah, this one, no. Sometimes we see the invisible hand of the state infiltrating through media houses and therefore managing its editorial system in a way. But let's move away from that. Do you think that the media still does its civic duty of holding government accountable, pushing for the good governance that you were talking about? Does the media still hold that backbone to stand up against the state and point a finger to the president, to the executive, to the judiciary? Do you still believe in that?
If I didn't believe in it, I wouldn't be here. If I didn't believe in it, we wouldn't have pushed the principle to the president to say, look, this is not fair. If I didn't believe in that, I wouldn't be in the media. And that doesn't take away the question you're asking, the question that the viewer who's following this conversation is asking in their head, and actually the perception that they have. Does the media still do what they are meant to do? It's a yes and no. And let me answer you with some background. In Uganda, we have a very interesting mix of the media. Let's look at the media terrain. Let's go to radio. You have 320 radio stations. Who owns them? Who runs them? And for what purpose? A huge chunk of our radios are owned by politicians.
Many of them are aligning with the NRM, which is the government in power.
A huge chunk is owned by the churches for preaching the gospel. It's another audience, it's another congregation. And then very few are owned by people who are into media business. Now, the politicians are basically doing politics, and radio or TV is one of the mediums through which they reach their voters. The church is reaching their congregation. Then the few media houses are doing the job of the media. And now those few media houses, not all of them are doing what the media is supposed to be doing because of either self-censorship, due to the way they are owned. You know, you go into the ownership structure and all that, you find along the way they will just say, no, drop that story. But we still have some credible media houses doing some good journalism, including even the government-owned media houses. I'll tell you, New Vision still does some good journalism. You saw what they were doing in the Iron Sheet scandal. I think the story started somewhere, you know, between Monitor and New Vision. At times we keep debating on who broke the story. So it continues. But New Vision, I think, did some good work on the Iron Sheet scandal. So now that's what media does. So a few media houses are still pushing. Those are few which are still, there are few media houses which are in media business. Not every media house is in media business. Other media houses are in political business, others are in church business.
So let's talk about the media viability that you talked about. There was a study that was published by, Aga Khan, the Aga Khan Foundation, the Aga Khan Media Center of Excellence, that spoke about the sustainability of the media industry on advertising. And of course, that has been questioned on the independence of the media, but because you've elaborated it to detail, what other alternative funding models can the media adopt to be able to survive and present independence? For example, when you've traveled across the world, many of the media houses, the moment you visit them, the first thing they say is, we are independent of government advertising. So seemingly to say, look, we're independent and we speak journalism. We speak independent journalism. I think that has always come out in many of the media houses you've visited across the world, not so much in Africa, but elsewhere. What are those alternative business models that we adopt to keep our heads above the water, even without government advertising?
By the way, interestingly, some of them who they say are independent of government advertising, they are, to some extent, using the government infrastructure. They are using government subsidies. They are getting exemptions and all that. So that's a conversation we don't need to go to. But I think we need to reach a point where we say, look, I'll answer your question with an example. When we go downtown Kampala, when we are in the city of Kampala, we have something we know as Bagaga Kwagarana. These are guys running competing businesses, but these are guys who sit together and support each other. Somebody said, small people compete, big people collaborate. One of the easiest and one of the sure ways that we need to adopt to survive is media houses need to collaborate. You don't collaborate, you die. Somebody was giving an example of an iPhone. What Apple does is design the phone, and then you pick. You don't have to be good at everything, but make sure you work with people who are good at specific things. Work with the best at everything. So look, we don't have to be everywhere to do a story about story in the government medicines. Get the concept. Say, okay, we need to talk to somebody in West Nile to track the activity between the Uganda and South Sudan border. There's a journalist based in West Nile. They can do that story for you. You don't have to travel there. And the government has set up the infrastructure of the internet and NITA, the backbone cable, that if it works, you are able to send the data across, you get it here, and you put your story together, high quality, without having to travel every corner. Collaboration. The power of collaboration is one of the sure ways the media needs to stay on. And this is why, look, what the media puts out is not just something that, you are going to get and chew and, it's only you who feel satisfied. No, it's a public good. Information is a public good, which needs to be protected by everyone. So, Solomon, the first person who should protect information is not the media house. Who should protect the media houses to make sure they are putting out that information, which is a public good, information that will make people, give people better information to make decisions on good governance and accountability and all that, should be the public first. It's not the apps company which is now saying, hey, look, media houses have given you a platform. You can aggregate your information here. Yes, and you get, when you go down to revenue share, all the money stays with the apps guys.
Yeah.
You get only 20%. But those guys are not interested in protecting your information. It's you and me. It's the public. It is a public good.
It is a public good. You've talked about collaboration. It's just a paper thing.
It's not a paper thing.
Give me one project that has been in Uganda done out of collaboration between media houses.
Did you see what we did during COVID? We did.
I saw
you participated.
I saw the whole broadcasting thing.
What message was that? The message was, let's unite and fight COVID. On your own, you won't survive. We need each other. Let me give you another example of collaboration.
And who was behind that?
No, it was NAB.
Without a government input?
Nope.
Okay.
Government was a participant.
Okay. Joe, let's talk about the model.
Let's talk about collaboration and putting out a public good. I'll give you an example of a story which was done by a journalist of NBS with the BBC. And it was tracking the government medicine being stolen by government workers and being sold on the black market. And that documentary, I'm sure, has changed so many things, has changed the way the government tracks and supplies medicine to hospitals. That's collaboration. That journalist is you.
Yeah, but that we haven't.
And I'm not saying this to make you feel good.
No. But we've not seen that in local media. But I'm looking forward to a dream where New Vision will collaborate with NTV or with the Daily Monitor. And we've seen it. We've seen the Panama Papers. We've seen all these big investigations are out of real collaboration. I don't see that, Joe. But hopefully you will lead the conversation. Joe, I wanted to direct you.
I don't have to lead the conversation. Let me give you another example. And this one, sorry to drag you. You and me, when you worked at NTV and I was at KFM and
yeah,
we are so many products, so many brands in one company. But you guys, you sat at NTV, you did your own stuff.
Yeah.
Regardless of what the guys at Daily Monitor are doing and KFM.
Yeah.
We all ran a newsroom, and at some point you'd have Daily Monitor, NTV, KFM.
Publishing different things, but sometimes they would come together.
But right now, it's one newsroom. So maybe as we sort out our media houses one by one, then we will start thinking as media houses, how do we get there? Let me take a journey of 1,000 miles, and this is not a cliche, begins with one step. Okay. And I've walked them all.
Okay. Joe, let's talk about the subscription model, online subscription model to raise revenue. And you talked about media viability. Is it working?
It's not working right now. Let me tell you, the monies that are coming from digital platforms can't pay anybody's bills. But it's the future.
Okay.
And we have to be ready for the future. How do you get ready for the future? Right now, every media house, if they've not yet done it, this is what we need to focus on. The content you're putting out on because content remains the same. It is still the same old good journalism that we've done, that we've been doing, that we are doing. What changes is the distribution channels. We just need to rewire our thinking and be ready that when we put out content, we are purposing it and repurposing it to make sure we are able to distribute it across all platforms.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we used to buying one newspaper and we're sharing all throughout this time, even subscribing as little as maybe 10,000.
Subscribing for the Daily Monitor or the e-paper is 1,000 shillings.
Per?
Just 1,000 shillings per day.
Per day. Joe, let's gear up and talk about the aspect of remuneration of journalists. I think it has come up very much, and most of the times NAB has kept quiet on the remuneration of journalists. You find journalists who go, spend the day in the sun, do the stories, and they're earning 5,000 per story, maybe 10,000 or 15,000. If your story makes it to the front page, that comes to about 30,000. And then we are fighting for independent journalism. And then, you're having a crop of journalists who are not paid. They have arrears of about 5 months. So let's talk about the remuneration of journalists. Does NAB care about how journalists are remunerated, or it's just profit-oriented?
So if NAB doesn't care, what's NAB's product? And I'm talking about media houses. What's our product? Our product is content. Who puts together content? It's the journalists you're talking about. They are at the heart of our product. Do we care? Yes, we do. Are we doing the best? No. Why? Many reasons. One of the things we've been pushing, and we are emphasizing to our members, and I'm glad that the regulator has also picked it up, just make sure you have contracts with other people who are working with you. There are so many. One of the highest complaints I received for the time I've been at NAB is journalists calling you, inboxing you, man, the money is not paying us. We've gone for 5 months. I was like, why is this? It's like, send me a copy of your contract. And I'm calling him up. No, he never gave us contracts. And then we are fighting for good governance. We can't fight for ourselves. Get yourself, make sure I don't offer you a service without a contract. That's a starting point.
Maybe you're taking advantage of their vulnerability.
No. What? That they can't speak for themselves?
They want a job, they want to earn, so you lure them, you give them some work, and then you say contract will come later but they are vulnerable, then you take advantage of them.
The reality is, yes, I hear you, and very many people are doing that. Remember the model I talked, remember the style of ownership, the type of ownership that I talked about. The church, the politician, whereby you find the politician has a brother who doesn't know the basics of journalism, is the one running the media house, and then he's employing the cousin, the other. I mean, so those people definitely, when they hire you, they think they're doing you a favor. But look, they're not doing you a favor. You're offering a service, demand for a contract. You can offer them jaribu for 1 month as you're telling them, this is what I can do. After that, demand for a contract. And when you send that contract, it's enforceable. I mean, we know the basics of a contract and what is enforceable and what's not enforceable. Anything written that stipulates what you do and what you're supposed to be paid should be enforceable.
But you see, as NAB, then you need to push that down the throat of your members, that every member who belongs to the association should be able to provide contracts to every journalist who they are working with.
That we are trying to push it to NAB members, but we can't enforce it. We can only preach it. We can't enforce it. And then two, really, if you've gone to school and you know the basics, demand for a contract. Come on, guys. We are not wheelbarrow pushers. Don't allow... most of the time, if you have no value to yourself, they will... Any tag attached to you will be your value.
We're talking about a vulnerable person.
We're talking about a graduate. We're talking about adults. We are talking about people who are informing you to make a good decision. We are talking about informed people. Come on. We're not talking about, people like to say, the Bible says, but it's not in the Bible. This thing which has been pushed around over and over again, that God helps those who help themselves. It's not in the Bible, but it's a good principle. If you really don't start by asking a contract and signing a contract, how do we help you? Now, you tell me, Swama. When we go back, we say, okay, he owes me for 6 months. Okay, when did you start working? Kata, you see, I started when the rain was heavy, and you remember the time when Nachubo channel was cut off? Now, who will trace that? Who will remember that? Give us something to work with. Give us something.
But you should enforce it as an association.
Now, how do we enforce it?
Because they are members, and that's the reason why the association exists. to sort of measure up to the standards of good journalism. And that means that as an entity, you have to push it down the throats of your members to implement the bare minimum.
You know, one of the things which we've done, and this was born out of an international program and gave birth to Uganda Media Sector Working Group. And Uganda Media Sector Working Group has a huge group that brings together all the editors, the senior editors of our media houses, the Uganda Editors Guild. Now, the Editors Guild deals with literally every journalist, most journalists, because the senior editors sit on that Editors Guild. Now, we're trying to see how do we get these things to trickle down, because most of the people who tend to be victimized are the foot soldier journalists, the guys who go and pick the content. They're the ones who are paid the least, they're the ones who are not paid, they're the ones who... So we're trying to see how do we work together with the Editors Guild to make sure some of these things are implemented. Look, Solomon, I've been in the media for 25 years. You know, this September reminds me of the time when I walked into the media in '98 as a young kiddo. and Radio 1 just trusted in me. And you know, and they told me, we'll be paying you this much for every day worked. And I was paid for every single day that I worked. It was clear from the go. I don't want somebody, a young kid coming from the university with the dreams, with the ambitions, their dreams to be shattered by a crook running a media house. And this is what I would tell them. Please ask for that contract. Now, let's first say, even if they give you a contract where they're paying you 2,000 shillings per story, but let it be paid. Then after that, we can talk about how do we improve it. But give us something to improve.
Yeah, I hear you. So speaking from experience, and we're going to leave this a bit. Speaking from experience, you know, where I started in the media, in the media, I'm not named media house. I've, you know, because of passion, I volunteered 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. You know,
okay.
You're not earning. You're there. So because you're passionate, a lot of this journalism is done because you're passionate about this. Someone has given you an opportunity to be on TV or to be on radio or to write, you know. So because of that, then, you know, you work, then you start to say, please now start, and, you know, and all that. You know how every one of us have entered through the media house. Some of them have come through, yes, through recruitment. Others have come through internship. And then, you know, because you're passionate, you're trying to get into the system. They say, keep there. We are trying. We are talking to them. Once an opportunity comes up, and, you know, year 1 goes, year 2 goes, year 3. And I'm speaking out of experience. And Joe, you've seen this.
I've seen it. And by the way, I've been blessed that in my 25 years, I think I've had the high one. I could be one of the few individuals that has had the highest number of people come in as interns and go on to be on-air personalities and go on to be full-time journalists. And one of the things which I normally do, even for interns, however short it may be, have a written document, have a written understanding before you go on air. This is why. And this is for the benefit of the media house. If somebody is on air and they make a mistake, what puts the two of you together? Because if you go on air and you have a contract, by the time you sign that contract, it stipulates the do's and the don'ts. That contract protects a media house, that contract protects an individual, that contract protects the media we are talking about. So look, we're hungry for opportunities. When we get opportunities, secure the opportunity. Without a contract, that opportunity is not secured. You may be looking for cheap labor, yes. If you negotiate a small rate, yes, secure your interest as a business. Come on, people. If we're interested in this industry and we still want to make money from this industry, we have to protect it.
All right, Joe, let's stick to the welfare of journalists a little bit. Let's talk about journalists on the front line. And I've been there so many times. Journalists who are beaten, battered by the police, by the military. During elections, we saw what a gruesome experience it was for the people who covered the front line. When we expected NAP to stand up and defend their journalists and speak up against the military and the police that was committing all these, you know, gruesome brutality upon the journalists who are on the front line covering elections, what we saw is you organized the football match. What a shame.
Wow, what a wow. I hear what a shame. So, Solomon, if you're talking about diplomacy, if you're talking about engagement, if you're talking about frosty relations, how do you start talking? You start talking by throwing stones at each other?
Joe, we're having people beaten.
Solomon.
We're having people bleeding. We have people who have lost their careers, people who are limping up to now. The least you'd expect from media houses is to protect you and therefore stand up and you at least be seen to be doing something, not playing football matches.
I just would like to help you clear the fog, and then we go to the issues. Before that football match happened,
You just put out a statement as NAB, we condemn in the highest way possible.
the same statement that we put out got the president to reverse his directive. You know, if you are playing a football match against Barcelona, it's not the same way you approach that same match against Vipers, against Express. You just need to know who is my opponent in this engagement. I'll tell you, before that football match, you definitely had it, and you covered it live. You had the CDF coming out to say, we are sorry for this, and it won't happen again. The CDF, General David Mohozi, hang on a second, you asked a question, let me give it to you. And then after that, he called us. He called the chairman, and the chairman called me. I remember it was 10 p.m. in the night. Said the CDF has called, and he wants to put out a statement. Should we give him platform? I said, what is he saying? He's coming to apologize for the incident that happened. I said, apologize, the CDF. I said, okay. I hadn't heard of it before. I said, let's go ahead. We had a quick chat in the NAB executive. I said, let's give them platform. After the apology, there was a letter inviting us for engagement. And we said, look, this is looking ugly. It's looking ugly on the part of UPDF. It's looking ugly on the part of the country. And you are killing us. And it's quite unfortunate when I just remember our colleague James Akena and Irene Abaro, you know.
That's what I was
very
saying.
Passionate people, professional.
I mean, Irene is not going to the field anymore. Akena literally resigned his journalism.
He left. Another time we had an engagement, me and you, with him.
Yeah, exactly.
He said now he's into a car wash and
then you're thinking, so why do I put myself on the line as a journalist when my bosses actually don't go the distance?
Stones at each other, it would not reverse what had happened.
Joe, you boycotted the media when the president locked the funding. You boycotted covering government events because it went to the core of your business.
I'm talking.
You had an action, Joe. You boycotted all media functions. You blacklisted them. You literally did not cover government during the time the president had given that directive to give only advertising. What you did when your journalists were beaten was playing soccer.
So do you want to know what happened after the soccer match? The focus was on the soccer match. The soccer match was a curtain raiser. After the football match, we had an engagement with all. It's actually the first time that I've ever seen that huge number of generals in one room. And this engagement, we ended up with an MOU. But we came up with an MOU whereby media training is part of any training they do for all army officers. And the last time I had a chat with Dewa Kiki, said, it's happening. Now, we need, this is a culture which had crept up. And culture is not like a directive. Culture is part of habits which have been formed